Was astounding. The priest asked whether the young people swear to love each other and be together in sorrow and in joy. The green-eyed beauty bride looked reverently at the statue of the saint. In fact, the wedding was arranged, but everything looked quite real. The groom asked the bride why she was silent. Maybe Leisel, that was the girl's name, will finally answer the traditional yes, the groom asked. The girl hesitated. Despite her determination, she was slightly confused. The little boy looked at Leisel lovingly and demanded that she answer. Leisel smiled and replied that she swears to love her husband and be with him in sorrow and in joy. The priest ordered the young couple to exchange rings, which would symbolize the inviolability of the marriage. The young couple exchanged rings. In the name of the goddess Armachan, the priest declared this man and this woman husband and wife. The young husband tenderly held his wife's hands and smiled at her. Leisel felt like a greedy woman, but she was still happy with everything that happened. Leisel married only for money, albeit for a lot of money. The night darkness enveloped the luxurious palace. It was incredibly quiet. Only the stars shone in the sky. The bride's bouquet was carelessly thrown onto the table. Evening wear items are neatly folded into boxes. Leisel collapsed on her bed, completely exhausted and very glad that it was all over. The maid offered to bring the lady some tea. Leisel replied that that would be great. Left alone, Leisel lay face down in the pillows, enjoying the rest and peace. The bride reflected that weddings were very tiring. Despite the fact that only close relatives were invited, the celebration did not drag on, but she was still tired to death. Leisel didn't expect it to turn into such a grand celebration. Today, the girl sparkled in a stunning dress. The dress was complemented by gorgeous shoes and expensive accessories. No matter how false the girl's marriage was, it was concluded with the Duke of Chester Helos, the most influential and richest man in the empire. Leisel felt a little sad that she had to lie to her parents. The girl doubted whether she would succeed in everything she had planned. There was a knock on the door, and the girl, thinking it was a maid, allowed them to enter. Leisel said she would have tea later and ordered it to be placed on the table, but she heard a man's voice ask if she was ready. The girl was so scared that she was so scared that her fatigue flew away from her in an instant. Leisel jumped up and sat on the bed. The Duke of Chester stood in the doorway. The girl indignantly asked the Duke why he came here looking like that. Chester feigned complete bewilderment. Leisel was outraged that Chester was almost naked. There was clearly nothing under his robe. It was too much exposed flesh for her. Chester said he had the right to sleep in the same room with his wife. Leisel was overcome with panic. This was the last turn of events she expected. The girl decided that His Excellency was joking. Did Chester really want to spend the night with her? Chester pretended not to understand anything. What a joke. He was completely serious. They were husband and wife after all. Tonight is their wedding night, the Duke declared. Leisel was on the verge of fainting. It turns out Chester is seriously going to exercise his rights as a husband. The girl replied that they had not agreed on such a thing and began to move further and further away from the man. The man kept getting closer and closer, and Lisette screamed at him to stop looking at her with such a determined gaze and to leave immediately. Leisel declared what was happening to be nonsense and could not understand what had come over the Duke. Chester touched the girl's cheek. The Duke pulled his young wife towards him tenderly and passionately and declared that she could not even dream of sleep tonight. Leisel could only silently protest. The contract said nothing about that. It all started 3 months ago, when Leisel's family was unable to pay their debts yet again. The creditor shouted that he had been waiting for several months and did not intend to wait even one more day. Leisel's father swore that next time there would be money or the creditor could do whatever he wanted. The man wondered what he could take from such a poor man, but seeing Leisel, he agreed to wait for the debt to be paid. The creditor warned that if there was no money, their beautiful daughter would pay off the debts. These were terrible times for the main character. Leisel had to clean up everything that Leisel had done. The Baron was indignant. How could one trade people, and especially his daughter? But he was briefly given to understand that if he did not want his daughter to become a prostitute, then he should simply repay the debt. The creditor gave the Baron 2 months to collect the required amount and said goodbye to him. Ignoring the Baron's objections, the creditors left the room. The Baron was horrified. He had never planned such a fate for his only daughter. The Baron told his daughter that he was ashamed of himself and asked her forgiveness. The daughter sharply responded to her father that he should not apologize. Her parents didn't expect exactly these words from her. Anything, hysteria, screaming, but not such calm speech. Leisel said that nothing terrible would happen to her and reassured her parents that there was still enough time before the debt was due, and it was quite possible that they would find the necessary amount. The Baron and Baroness did not recognize their own daughter. The father was moved to tears and, hugging his dear child, promised her that he would never give her up to anyone. The girl freed herself from her parents' embrace, told her parent that she believed him, and hurried to her room. The parents decided that their daughter was shocked by what had happened and allowed her to leave. They were glad that Leisel was not rude or angry. The girl had become quite grown up, and the Baron and Baroness were touched. Leisel was left alone in the room and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was very bad. The parents were completely upset. The girl was furious about the situation. The girl reasoned that she would probably have to sell the house, but even then she might not be able to raise the required amount. The girl went to the mirror and, looking at her reflection, angrily shouted that she hated Leisel Frozen. The whole problem was that she was not really Leisel, or rather not that Leisel at all. Leisel was an ordinary girl from the 21st century who simply fell asleep one day while reading a book. She woke up very soon, but she was no longer herself, but Leisel from the novella that she had recently read. In the novel, Leisel was simply part of the crowd and did not play a significant role in the plot. The problem arose when it was discovered that Leisel from the novella considers the highest good to be only enjoying life and is an absolute snob. Leisel's demands were exorbitant, but the Baron refused her nothing. Indulging his daughter's whims, he got into huge debts. As a result, almost all of the Baron's property was used to pay off debts, but even this was not enough to pay them off completely. Now Leisel, the time traveler, will have to clean up the mess. The time traveler was furious that it wasn't she who had started all this mess. It was another Leisel who was enjoying the wealth and luxury. Only now the time has come for payback and for her to take the rap and get out of it. The girl ordered herself to calm down and pull herself together. There was definitely no time for whining. Leisel had to figure out where she could get money to cover the debt. And then a brilliant idea came into the head of the traveler. All the expensive things that the old Leisel had acquired were still stored in the closets of her room. The entire display case was filled with a variety of jewelry. The shelves of the closets were filled with handbags, shoes and hats of the most varied styles. The girl was rummaging through the dresses in the closets and thought that it still wouldn't be enough to cover the entire debt. But all this junk still had to be sold. Most of the dresses simply irritated the newcomer with their pretentiousness and ostentation. The girl sorted through all the things and separated from them those that could be sold. But Leisel did not know how much money she could get for all this, because she was not aware of local prices. A solution was found quickly. Leisel invited the butler and instructed him to sell all her things. The butler explained that it was unlikely that they would give much for all these rags. All the things were used and could no longer be sold as new. Leisel was upset. Now it was all she could do to help her father pay off the debt. The butler asked if the lady really wanted to try to help her father pay off his debts. Leisel confirmed the butler's guess and asked if the butler really saw anything reprehensible in this. The old servant rushed to Leisel and began to lament that he knew that this day would come one day, and for the first time in his entire 20-year career as a butler, he was happy for the young Baroness. The butler was proud of his young mistress and tried to embrace her in a friendly embrace. Leisel happily avoided the old servant's gratitude and went for a walk. A fresh wind ruffled the girl's hair. The weather was wonderful, but in Leisel's head there was only one thought: where and how to get money. The girl doubted that selling all the junk stored in the closets of her room would help her raise the necessary 80 million. Things were bad. The money was needed very soon, in just 2 months, and for such a sum it was practically unrealistic. Leisel dreamed that money would fall on her from the sky. Suddenly a wind rose, tore the sheet of paper with the advertisement from the wall of the bookstore and carried it in Leisel's direction. A gust of wind threw a sheet of paper right into the girl's face. Leisel was indignant. Actually, she asked to throw money at her, not a dirty piece of paper. Leisel looked at the piece of paper. It turned out to be an announcement about the disappearance of a 5-year-old boy, Lapelian Helos. Whoever found him was promised a reward of 100 million. Whoever found him was invited to the Helos family castle to receive the reward. The time traveler realized that Lapelian was the main character of the novel, and now was the very moment when he disappeared, according to the plot. The reward was 100 million and could solve all the problems of the frozen barons. Without further ado, Leisel decided to go and take the money. The time traveler was glad that the laws of the novella did not prohibit people like her from acting contrary to the plot. Leisel was in a hurry. She knew where the missing child was now. The girl ran into an abandoned house filled with various garbage. Leisel set about searching for the missing child with determination. The young baroness decided to get money to pay off the debt at any cost. The task turned out to be quite difficult. Huge mountains of garbage and waste were piled up around the girl. Mice and rats, stray cats and dogs were running around. Lisette noticed the first large pile of rubbish from her. It was quite possible that the boy had buried himself in it. To the dismay of the traveller, this pile turned out to be a really big mountain of garbage. The smell was simply disgusting, but Leisel stubbornly wandered through the dump. The girl really wanted to remember her real past and curse harshly, but she held on with all her might, since she was now a lady. There was a sum of 100 million shillings at stake, and for this Leisel was ready to dive into 100 rivers of garbage. The girl did not want to be a beggar, as in her past life, and even more so to become a bargaining chip to pay off the debt that her predecessor, who had previously lived in the same body, had made. Leisel continued her search for the missing child. The girl walked from one stinking pile of garbage to another. She had long since torn her dress and dirtied her boots, but she relentlessly continued her search. Suddenly, from the very foul heap, Leisel heard groans that sounded like children's. Throwing aside a pile of rubbish and some smelly rags, the girl saw a small black-haired boy lying curled up on the dirty floor. The find was welcome, but the child was in such a terrible state that Leisel did not have the moral strength to be truly happy. The boy was moaning and calling for his mother in a daze. He clearly had red eyes and black hair. This was definitely Lapelian, Leisel decided. The time traveler remembered the desired reward and decided that she had the money in her hands. However, the child did not move at all, only moaned weakly. Leisel touched the boy's forehead and discovered that he had a very high fever. With incredible speed, the girl rushed through the city with the precious burden in her hands and found herself at the door of her own home. Leisel, all dirty with an incredibly grimy child in her arms, made a terrible impression on her household. The father tried to find out from his daughter what had happened and what it all meant. Leisel said that she would explain everything later, but now he had to call the Dr. Boreal immediately. The doctor explained that the boy was suffering from malnutrition and pain, but if he took the prescribed medications, rested and ate well, he would recover quickly. Boreal said that at this stage he could not help in any way, but would monitor the patient. Leisel was outraged by Boreal's suggestion that it was their family that starved the child to death. She tried to explain to the doctor that she found the child on the street, but the man did not listen to her. The girl was tired of searching and worrying, but the boy would live, and that was already great. Leisel looked at the child with concern. The boy slept soundly. After drinking the medicine, he stopped moaning and calmed down. The young baroness admired the child. He was definitely the main character of the story. She only lightly wiped his face, and it was already shining. Poor boy, Leisel thought. How could he have ended up in such a sad situation? Leisel remembered that what happened to the child was connected with his father, who had lived in seclusion for a long time with his beloved woman. Lapel's father met his love while walking on the outskirts of the city. Later, this woman gave birth to Lapel, but the Duke, Lapel's grandfather, was against his son's marriage to a commoner. Only when the Duke died were Lapel's father and mother able to formalize their relationship and arrange a wedding, but they got into an accident on the way back from the temple. Little Lapel was the only one who survived. Not knowing where to go, he hid in a dump in an abandoned house. Leisel was tormented by her conscience. She was happy with the money she was going to take from the poor orphan. But on the other hand, the boy's uncle is very rich and has himself announced the size of the reward. Leisel will hand the child over to relatives, receive the money, and never see him again. At this time, Duke Hyalos was receiving another person who allegedly found his nephew. The man claimed that the color of his hair and eyes clearly showed that the boy was a member of the Yahello family. The Duke agreed that the child resembled his nephew, with black hair and red eyes. The man was glad that he could now collect the promised reward. The Duke immediately found it strange that the boy who was brought to him did not want to part with the one who brought him. Servants entered the room and brought money and a glass of juice for the child. The Duke clarified that this was indeed Lapel's favorite juice. The servant replied that he had undoubtedly brought something that the child would really like. The man was sent to check whether his reward had been measured out accurately, and the child was given the juice that had been brought to drink. The Duke watched the boy closely. As the child drank the juice, the color of his eyes changed. Gradually, the boy's eyes stopped being red. The child looked at the Duke with eyes the same color as the man who had brought him. The Duke noticed this immediately and became angry. The aristocrat, having exposed the deception, angrily attacked the fraudster. The Duke was outraged that they had lied to him and wanted to marry off their own son to the Duke's nephew. Yahello told the swindler that he had to check every child because many decided that he, a hereditary duke, could be easily deceived. The Duke ordered the swindler to be thrown out, but he himself was very upset by the greed of the people around him, who were ready to part with their own children for money. Yahello was worried. It would have been much easier for him if he knew what his nephew looked like. The Duke really wanted everything to be okay with him. At this time, little Lapel slept peacefully in the house of caring Leisel and did not suspect how much his uncle was worried about his fate. Leisel's parents were incredibly surprised and delighted when their daughter told them that the child was actually Lapelian Yahello. The same boy who went missing after the accident, Leisel confirmed. She found him unconscious in an abandoned house that had been turned into a garbage dump and decided to bring him home. The Baron and Baroness were glad that this was not their grandson. Leisel was indignant that her parents thought of her in such a way. She was only 20 years old, and the child was already quite big. Leisel asked her parents not to worry. Lapel would be delivered to the Duke as soon as he gained strength. The girl asked not to disturb her, and the parents, delighted by the happy coincidence, hurried away. Before leaving, Leisel's mother gave her her baby clothes, which she had carefully kept. The girl thought with warmth that Leisel's parents loved her very much, and all her things were carefully kept in the mansion, even the oldest ones. The only thing the newcomer didn't understand was why such kind people had such a disgusting daughter. Leisel entered the boy's room and saw that he was already awake. The girl smiled softly and asked Lapel how he felt and whether he could sit. Leisel checked the child's temperature, and it turned out that the fever had already gone down. The boy called the girl Mom, which was pleasant but also surprised her greatly. Leisel confessed to the child that, unfortunately, she was not his mother. Lapel became upset and began to cry. The quiet sobs soon turned into hysterical sobs, the boy demanding that Leisel tell him where his mother was. The girl patiently consoled the boy, but he persistently asked where his mom and dad were and why they weren't with him now. Leisel decided that Lapel had lost his memory and could not remember his mother's face, and that losing her must have been a heavy burden for him. The girl could not tell the child that his parents had died, especially now. Leisel hugged the boy tightly and held him close. The girl told the child that everything would be fine and he shouldn't cry. She doesn't know where his mum and dad are, but she knows where his other relatives are. They are waiting for him, and he will go to them as soon as he gets better. Lapel asked if Leisel was his family, but the girl shook her head and said that to him she was just Leisel. The kid was a little disappointed by this fact. Leisel asked the child to remember that his name was Lapelian Yahello. The girl said that she would name the boy Lapel herself, and the baby readily agreed. The baby gradually calmed down. Leisel praised him for stopping crying and told him that he needed to get better faster. Lapel asked what he should do to recover as quickly as possible. The girl replied that he should take medication and eat well. Leisel carried the Duke's nephew into the bathroom and suggested that he take a bath since he was still very dirty and smelled like garbage. The girl, preventing the child's objections, told him that he absolutely had to wash himself in order to recover faster. Leisel showed the boy what a beautiful duckling was waiting for him in the bathroom. All this did not have the desired effect. Lapel flatly refused to swim. Leisel carefully dipped the boy's toes into the water, telling him that they should first test the temperature of the water to make sure it wasn't too hot. Lapel became hysterical and flatly refused to go near the water. With affection and jokes, patience and persuasion, the girl managed to bring the child back to normal. Leisel changed Lapel's clothes and complimented him on his appearance after the bath. Now she had to feed the child, and she prepared herself for new difficulties. As expected, Lapel did not want to eat what was prepared for him. The boy said that Leisel was deliberately flattering him. The girl promised to praise him only when it was necessary. The girl did not know how to feed the capricious boy when suddenly an idea came to her mind. The girl began waving a spoon with porridge, imitating the flight of an airplane, which naturally interested the boy. It was time for the spoon plane to land, and it landed in Lapel's mouth. The boy didn't have time to come to his senses before he had already eaten and swallowed the porridge. Lapel liked both the taste of the porridge and the game the girl had invented. He demanded more of both. Leisel was delighted and announced that the next plane was ready to take off. The boy asked what an airplane was, and the traveller answered that it was a kind of carriage, only it flew. The next spoon plane requested to land due to the fact that it ran out of fuel. When asked where the plane should land, the baby cheerfully shouted that it should only land in his mouth. Leisel was having fun with the child, but suddenly she thought that she was doing all this in vain. She was going to give the boy to the Duke as soon as he got a little stronger. The girl remembered how Lapel anxiously sought her protection from the water, which he was terribly afraid of. The boy stated that the water was choking, and therefore he would not go there. Leisel suggested that the carriage of Lapel and his parents fell straight into the water, and that was why the miraculously surviving child was so afraid to climb into the bath. The girl felt very sorry for the little boy. At 5 years old, he had already experienced so much, so she could not help but console him. Lapel devoured the porridge with pleasure. Leisel was touched by how smart and kind the boy was. How could such a charming bunny be ignored and left without love? Leisel promised the boy that she would take care of him until she handed him over to his relatives and took him to meet her parents. At this time, somewhere on the outskirts of the city, a healthy man got hit in the teeth and, spraying blood, flew into the wall. 2 burly young men were lying at the feet of their leader, asking for forgiveness for not being able to find the child and begging him to give them a little more time to search. The leader, without removing his mask, announced that they had only 1 month. It was not at all necessary for the boy to be alive, the villain informed his henchmen. He only needed his body. The sparkle of crystal and porcelain delighted and frightened the child. Leisel urged the boy not to be afraid of his parents, but to approach them and say hello. The Baron and Baroness looked at the boy with admiration. Lapel greeted Leisel's parents timidly. The girl's father and mother could not stand it any longer and began to fuss loudly around the child, saying that he was the sweetest creature in the world. Leisel pushed Lapel towards his parents and said that they were very kind and good. Lapel looked closely at Leisel's mother. The boy was surprised and stunned. The women were very similar to each other. Lapel pointed to the Baroness and said that she was the second Leisel. The girl laughed and confirmed that she and her mother were very similar. The Baron asked Lapel if he looked as much like Leisel as the Baroness did. The boy was embarrassed to speak out loud, but whispered into Leisel's ear that this, the Baron, was definitely not Leisel. The girl explained to her ward that people cannot be called by the word this, but he can call her father grandfather and her mother grandmother. At this time, everyone was invited to the table and wished bon appétit. Lapel said he would eat himself. Leisel noticed that there were carrots left on the child's plate and reprimanded him that he also needed to eat carrots in order to grow. The boy called the girl mean and flatly refused to eat carrots. The Baroness laughed and reminded her husband that Leisel had hated carrots and bell peppers as a child. Leisel was indignant that her mother had only just remembered this. The Baroness replied that for some reason this was exactly what she remembered. The Baron, supporting Lapel, quietly took the carrots from his plate and ate them. Leisel, of course, was not delighted with her father's prank, but she could do nothing against such an intercessor. Evening came, and after it came a quiet and warm night. Leisel put the baby to bed and wished him sweet dreams. She told him that they would see each other in the morning. Lapel's eyes filled with tears, and he asked the girl not to leave. Leisel asked if the baby was in any pain. The boy replied that everything was fine, he just didn't want Leisel to leave him alone. Leisel had completely forgotten that the baby had spent a long time alone in an abandoned house in a dump. Of course, he was very scared and lonely there. Leisel suggested that the boy stay to sleep with him, an offer that Lapel liked very much. Soon the boy was peacefully snoring, his forehead buried in the girl's hand. The boy was incredibly charming. Leisel thought sadly that she might become very attached to him, and then it would be very difficult to part. Happy days flowed by, Lapel quickly got used to it. The boy loved to draw, and one day he drew the whole family. The little boy pointed to the little people in the picture and said that he had drawn Grandma, Grandpa, Leisel, and Martian. The Baron and Baroness declared that Lapel was simply a genius, and the butler, Martian, even burst into tears of emotion that he was included in the picture. The Baron and Baroness, like real grandparents, began to spoil Lapel. The child was often treated to sweets, despite Leisel's protests. The girl loved to read him children's books, of which there were an incredible number in her parents' house. Leisel's old toys were taken out of the family storage and new ones were purchased. Lapel had learned to smile again and seemed to have completely forgotten about his recent plight. Leisel was happily playing with him. The day of parting came. It was time to go to the Duke and introduce him to his nephew. The Baron and Baroness begged their daughter to wait at least one more day. They had become very attached to Lapel, but it was time to think about his real family. Leisel and the boy got into the carriage. Lapel was looking forward to returning to his family. The girl was glad that the boy recovered sooner than she thought. If they had spent even more time together, her heart would have been completely broken because of parting with him. The girl thought that it would be difficult for her to exchange the boy for a reward, but it would be better if she took her money and forgot about Lapel. At the gates of the Duke's castle, the girl introduced herself as Leisel Frozen. The servants opened the gate and let the carriage inside. The view from the carriage windows stunned not only the young traveller, but also the traveller who had seen a lot. The carriage entered such a beautiful and huge park that the sight of it took your breath away. The boy saw the fountain and asked Leisel why the water was shooting straight into the sky. The girl explained to him that it was built for beauty and coolness. The Duke's house was much larger than Leisel's house. The boy was quick to point this out. Leisel was aware of the Duke's enormous fortune, but the mansion simply screamed of its owner's obscene wealth. The butler greeted Mrs. Leisel Frozen and asked her to wait a few minutes until the Duke arrived. Leisel and the boy sat comfortably on the sofa in the living room, admiring both the butler and the palace. The girl wondered why she suddenly became nervous. Perhaps the luxury of the mansion has this effect on her. Lapel noticed the girl's nervousness and asked her if everything was okay. Leisel replied that everything was fine. Footsteps were heard and Duke Hylos entered the room. Leisel was stunned by the appearance of the owner of the house. The Duke asked to be forgiven for the forced wait and introduced himself. Hylos was described as a very attractive man, but hadn't Mother Nature given him too much beauty? Leisel wondered. The girl overreacted to the Duke's charm and whispered that Yahello was a very hot thing. Leisel immediately fell silent, biting her tongue. She hoped that the Duke did not hear her statement. However, Lapel heard her and asked why Leisel called the Duke hot. "Is he hot like food? Does that mean the Duke is tasty?" the child asked. Lapel made Leisel blush. She felt that Murphy's Law, which only works with time travelers, worked with her too. The butler laughed when he heard the boy's words and suggested that the Duke speak to Madame Frozen himself. Leisel asked Lapel to keep quiet and let her talk to this uncle herself. The servant promised that he would quickly prepare refreshing drinks and return. Leisel and the Duke were left alone, except for little Lapel. The girl apologized and introduced herself to the Duke. Leisel introduced Lapel to the Duke and said that this was the child he was looking for. Lapel greeted the Duke. Hylos looked at the boy intently and with distrust. Lapel shrank under the gaze of such a formidable man. Leisel could not understand why the Duke was so gloomy and looked at her attentively and with distrust. It was obvious that his nephew was in front of him. The Duke's gaze did not become any warmer or kinder. Leisel couldn't understand what was really going on. A few minutes earlier, Hylos received a message that Baron Frozen's daughter was waiting for him in the reception room. The Duke was sure that meeting this girl would be a waste of time. Rumors reached Hylos that Baron Frozen's daughter was living a luxurious lifestyle, which had driven her family into debt. She must have picked up an unknown child from somewhere and brought him here only for the reward. The butler replied that this was entirely possible, but that everything needed to be verified. The Duke did not want to meet the guest. He believed that the reward was needed by this lady only to satisfy her desires. The previous swindlers had driven the Duke to complete despair. The Duke confirmed that he could no longer and did not want to meet people who were capable of selling their own children for money. It was too disgusting for him. It was with these thoughts that the Duke went out to meet Leisel. The girl was perplexed. The Duke had just looked at her very angrily. Hylos thought that the girl standing in front of him was the worst kind of human scum. No one else would dare to bring such a skinny child to him. According to the Duke, the boy was so thin only because he was deliberately starved to make him look more convincing. The Duke asked the boy if it was true that he was Lapelian Hielos. The boy replied that Leisel had said that was his name. The Duke decided that Leisel was another swindler. Hylos asked where Lady Frozen had found the child. Leisel considered whether to upset the Duke with the truth, but then decided that the bitter truth was better than a sweet lie. The girl frankly told him that she had found Lapel in the dump, but the Duke decided that she was making it up to move him to pity. The Duke asked why the boy was there. Leisel replied that she did not know, and Lapel announced that Leisel said that he did not remember anything because of the accident. This only angered the Duke, who firmly decided that Leisel had forced the child to say this so that he would not be asked unnecessary questions. The Duke decided that he could easily expose the girl's lie. Hylos asked sharply why the lady was sure that this boy was Lapel. The Duke spoke sharply, saying that the child standing in front of him had lost his memory and did not even remember his name, so how could one be sure that it was Lapel? The girl's face reflected bewilderment and surprise at the Duke's behavior. Leisel was starting to get angry. Why was this man asking her about something like that? The Duke asked why the lady was silent. Maybe she had nothing to say. Leisel got angry and replied that he himself wrote in the ad that a child with black hair and red eyes was wanted, and she brought him one like that. So why was he asking her about such a thing if he himself gave such distinguishing features? The Duke was sure that Leisel was a fraud, but why was she talking to him so confidently? Leisel was outraged. She tried to bring Lapel here, deliver him to his uncle, return him to the family, and for this she receives accusations of fraud and black ingratitude. The Duke and Leisel's gazes were blazing, and Lapel decided that the adults were playing a staring contest and began to root for Leisel. Suddenly and very carefully, the butler entered the room. The picture that appeared before him, with young people burning with anger and a child jumping between them, seemed very strange to the servant. The butler apologized for interrupting the conversation. Lapel thought that Leisel had won and joyfully rushed to congratulate the winner. The butler asked why the Duke's face was distorted, but the owner did not answer him, but only ordered him to speak faster. The butler reported that the shelf had fallen, and all the bottles of magic-dispelling potions had shattered into pieces, and nothing was left. It is possible to restore what was lost only after a month, not earlier. The Duke felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to put this swindler in her place right now, and would have to send her home for now. The Duke walked resolutely towards the visitor. Hylos apologized tensely, and told the girl that he would only be able to give her the reward next month. The Duke unashamedly informed the girl that this was because he would only be able to obtain potions to dispel the magic cast on her appearance in a month. Leisel was firmly convinced that she was being taken for a fraud. The Duke confirmed that there were many precedents, and he had reason not to believe her. The girl decided that his cynicism and distrust were well-founded. But in any case, telling her so directly that she was a fraud was rude and ill-mannered. Leisel decided that she no longer wanted to see the nasty Duke, and it was time for her and the boy to leave this house. Leisel didn't argue any further, only asking the Duke to contact her when he had the potion ready. The Duke stopped the guest. Leisel asked what else he wanted. The Duke allowed her to leave, but ordered her to leave the child with him. Leisel's surprise and indignation knew no bounds. Lapel realized that they wanted to separate him from Leisel and squeezed the girl's hand tightly. It was obvious to Leisel that Duke Chester Helos was Lapel's uncle, but the Duke himself still did not believe it and suspected the girl of fraud. But why in that case did he demand that the boy be left with him? Leisel categorically refused to comply with the Duke's demand. Chester swore that if the boy turned out to be his nephew, the girl would receive the promised reward, but the girl must keep the child. Leisel replied that she trusted the Duke completely, but she was responsible for the child until Chester officially accepted him as his nephew, and so she was taking him home. The Duke stated that his house had better living conditions, so the lady should leave it. Leisel was even more indignant. Why did the Duke think that her house had bad living conditions for a child? The girl asked Lapel what he wanted, to stay at the Duke's estate or to return home. The boy categorically stated that he wanted to return to his grandparents. Leisel demonstratively hugged the baby and declared that the child wanted to come home to her. The Duke was getting more and more angry at the impudent girl. He was about to declare that if she took the baby with her now, she would not receive any reward at all. But the butler interrupted the owner in time and asked the girl to listen to him. The butler explained to Leisel that if she took the boy and went home, she would be putting both herself and the child in mortal danger, so she should think about this issue seriously. Leisel didn't think about danger at all. The Duke's loyal servant explained that the Yahello family had many enemies, for whom even the potential young Yahello was not needed alive. The butler's argument seemed quite compelling to Leisel. The girl remembered that in the original version of the novella, there were many conspiracies and intrigues against the Yahello family, and there were even assassination attempts. The enemies of the Yahello family would commit any atrocity just to harm this family. Leisel agreed with the butler that if rumors spread that she was in possession of the Yahello family's child, then an attempt could be made on her and the boy's life. In this case, her family, mother, father, and faithful servants may also suffer. However, the girl could not leave Lapel here alone and leave either. The Duke, watching how caringly Leisel behaved towards the boy, did not want to believe her at all. He still considered her a good actress and a calculating swindler, and was only surprised at how skillfully the girl pretended. Chester said he had a proposal for Lady Leisel that could resolve her doubts. The girl replied that she was ready to listen to everything the Duke told her. Helos put forward the idea that if the lady had difficulty making up her mind, she could stay in the Duke's house with the boy until his identity was determined. Leisel expected anything but this, and the butler was also surprised by the Duke's proposal. Of course, Leisel agreed, and she was given luxurious guest rooms in the Duke's palace. Lapel ran through the palace chambers and admired its beauty and spaciousness. The butler said that he had sent word to Leisel's family that she had been invited to be a guest in the Duke's house, so she could rest easy and not worry about anything. The girl found out that the butler's name was Roan and asked him to prepare a carriage for her for tomorrow. She needed to pick up her things and tell her parents in detail about everything that had come. Leisel asked for the carriage to be brought to her early in the morning because Lapel does not like to wake up alone, and she needs to be back before he wakes up. Roan promised to do everything as the lady asked and wished her a good rest. In fact, Roan didn't believe Leisel either. He, like the Duke, considered her a magnificent swindler, constantly playing the role of a caring and sweet lady. Rowan and Chester decided that the girl would like the luxurious mansion and she would swallow the bait, in which case her exposure would only be a matter of time. Only it would be necessary to monitor every step of the guest. The only thing that was not clear to Roan was why the Duke was fixated on exposing this girl. At this time, Lapel did not want to fall asleep. The boy tried to catch the moonlight with his hands. Lapel explained to Lisette that he was delighted by the beauty of the twinkling night sky and really wanted to get at least one star, but they could not be caught, Lisette tried to explain to him. The baby became upset and capricious, demanding a star from the sky. Lisette stretched out her hand to the window and pretended to catch a star. Suddenly, the girl clenched her fist tightly, as if she had caught something. The boy demanded to see the caught star. The girl opened her hand and imagined everything as if the star jumped out of her palm and hit the boy's eye. Lapel was initially upset and said that Leisel's hands were empty. The girl hugged the little rascal tightly and told him that all the stars in the world were in his eyes. Lapel looked at the girl attentively. He believed her and felt loved. Leisel understood that this boy had become more precious to her than any reward. The little boy laughed and replied that he saw stars in Leisel's eyes too. Leisel felt very pleased with this answer. Her poor little heart was completely devoted to this little boy. Lapel was still very tired today, and so he decided that since the stars were caught, he could sleep. Leisel was very happy with this decision of her ward, and very soon the boy began to snore sweetly. Leisel was annoyed that things didn't go as she planned. However, the girl had to take care of Lapel. Early in the morning, as planned, the carriage with Leisel left the ducal estate. Leisel, who had not had enough sleep, dozed off to the rhythmic rocking of the carriage. One of the wheels hit a stone and the carriage shook. The girl hit the carriage door hard and woke up. Leisel felt very tired, so she went home early in the morning. The girl spent a lot of energy trying to convince her parents to let her go visit the Duke. Her father and mother were categorically against this idea. The girl's only desire was to quickly return and get some sleep. However, while driving past the city market, Leisel decided to stop. She had an idea of how to please Lapel. The girl got out of the carriage and asked her to wait. Leisel walked past the fish stalls. I almost tripped over a cat that stole fresh fish from a vendor. The market was very busy. Everything from food to magical tools could be found there. Leisel was hoping to find some items with decorative stars. On one of the counters, the girl saw a glass ball resembling a starry sky. She decided that Lapel would be happy with such a gift. The ball was actually very beautiful. The girl really wanted to touch it and look at it closer. Before Leisel could even place her hand on the ball, a rough male palm lay on top of hers. The girl indignantly raised her eyes and came across the mockingly interested gaze of Duke Chester Yahello. The Duke, like Leisel, got up very early. Roan reported to the owner that the carriage was ready for him. Chester headed for the exit, and the butler asked whether the owner was really obliged to go there. Chester replied that he had promised to fulfill the wishes of that man and that he had no choice. Roan hoped that the information was worthwhile and that the Duke would not waste his time. The Duke replied that everything would be clear at the meeting. Roan advised Chester to finish this matter quickly, since he still had one important meeting scheduled. The butler noted that the Duke would probably be passing by the market and that he shouldn't look in there. Chester changed the subject and asked how the woman and the child were. The butler replied that the baby was sleeping, and Leisel had gone to her parents early in the morning. The Duke headed for the exit, and Roan demanded that he stop buying magic balls at the market. There was no place to put them in the house anyway. Chester ignored Rowan's statement and pretended to be in a hurry to leave. Chester really didn't listen to the butler's grumbling, he remembered. One evening, his brother told him that his son Lapel loved the stars very much, and when he looked at the night sky, the boy would break into a very sweet and happy smile. The brother said that this smile could touch the heart of any person, and promised that Chester would definitely see his nephew's smile someday. The Duke became sad. He had no idea that that evening would be his last meeting with his beloved brother. Probably the Duke's brother, far away, is also worried about the fate of his son. Chester promised his brother Leon that he would definitely find Lapel and take care of his happiness. But for now, there were some small problems to solve. One such problem was now standing right in front of him and was squeezing out the trinket that the Duke liked. Market visitors had already begun to notice the two aristocrats glaring at each other with hostility. Nobody wanted to give up the star ball to someone else. Chester caustically remarked that Leisel was thinking at home, explaining things to his parents. Leisel replied that she had already finished her chores and decided to stop by the market for a walk on her way back. The Duke demanded that the girl remove her hand from the ball and go for a walk. As planned, Leisel replied that she touched the ball first and therefore it should be hers. The seller was touched by the excellent taste of her customers. The lady explained that the ball was magical, and if you touched the button on its surface, the stars on it would shine. Many people liked this model, so there was only one left. Leisel decided to get the ball for Lapel at any cost, no matter what the Duke imagined. Chester and Leisel grabbed the ball and pulled it towards themselves, arguing loudly about who it should belong to. The little girl noticed this and drew her parents' attention to the fact that the adult uncle and aunt were fighting over a toy. Leisel decided to be cunning and distracted Chester by pretending that someone familiar was standing behind him. The girl made the Duke look back, assuming that Roan was walking through the market. While the Duke was looking around, Leisel rushed to the saleswoman and said that she was buying a ball. With a feeling of complete and unconditional superiority, Leisel walked through the market, clutching the box with the treasured ball. The day seemed beautiful to her. The birds were singing, the breeze caressed her face, and the victory over the Duke came to her quite easily and simply. The Duke could not understand why the girl was so happy. It was just a toy. She was not a child to be happy about such a trifle. Chester reflected that women who were fond of luxury, like Leisel, were incapable of enjoying such things. The Duke decided that Leisel was pretending again and playing some kind of game with him. The girl looked back at Chester and told him to walk faster. The Duke replied that she should not worry about him. He was going, and he thought that she was still a liar and that her smile was false. The girl decided that the Duke was simply rude. While Leisel was thinking about the Duke's rudeness, she did not hear the shouts for everyone to move out of the way because the horses had run away from the cart. Leisel thought how pleasant and unexpected her gift would be for Lapel. It was quite late when she heard someone telling her to get out of the way. A huge white horse rushed straight towards the girl, rumbling with a huge cart behind him. Leisel braced herself for the blow and the pain, curling up into a ball. The Duke's strong arms pulled her out of the path of the enraged animal at the very last moment. The cart fell on its side, spilling its contents across the market. The owner of the carriage and his worker rushed to the scene of the incident. They were worried whether everything was okay with the lady. The owner of the carriage sincerely apologized to Leisel for the horse going crazy. Leisel lay on the ground, frightened but alive and unharmed. The Duke noted ironically that if Lisette was alive, then perhaps she would get up from him. The girl found herself comfortably nestled against Chester's chest as he lay on the ground. Leisel remembered Chester pulling her close and pulling her out of danger. The girl thought that thanks to the Duke's efforts, she was not hurt at all. Leisel apologized to Chester, who was polite enough to reply that he was glad to be in the right place at the right time. Chester stood up and decided to help the worker put the boxes back on the cart. Lisette decided that the Duke, although not the man of her dreams, was, in general, a good person. The girl noticed a scratch on the Duke's hand. Lisette was worried that this wound was the result of a fall. The girl approached Chester and wanted to treat his wound. The Duke turned away from Lisette abruptly and declared that it was none of her business. The girl was offended and decided that he was still rude, but he helped people, which meant he wasn't so bad. Lisette decided to help return the things to the cart herself. The young people helped to collect all the things and put them in the cart. The owner of the treasure sincerely thanked both the Duke and the young Baroness. In all this fuss, Lisette did not notice that a strange man in a hood was watching her from a secluded place. The horses clattered briskly along the road. The Duke and Baroness, each in their own carriage, hurried to the Yahello estate. Lisette was pleased with how great her shopping experience was. Along with the girl in the carriage, there was a magic ball and 2 huge boxes of all sorts of little things for Lapel. Lisette remembered with a smile how she had talked Chester into buying things for the boy, saying that it was he who had initiated their staying at his place, and therefore he could buy the child a few trinkets, if, of course, he wasn't too shy. The girl only regretted that she had not gone into a more expensive store so that this Chester's wallet would be emptier. Suddenly the carriage braked sharply, and Lisette was shaken violently because of it. The girl leaned out the window and asked the coachman what had happened, and was told that the Duke's carriage had broken down. Lisette herself saw that a wheel had fallen off the Duke's carriage, and he could no longer drive it. The Duke's coachman suggested that Lady Frozen ride in the same carriage with the Duke, since they were both heading to Chester's mansion anyway. Lisette sympathised with the Duke, but considered the attempt to negotiate with this boor a waste of time. However, she leaned out of the carriage window and invited Chester to ride in the same carriage with her. The Duke refused to sit down next to Lisette and intended to stay and wait until his carriage was fixed. Lisette wasn't too upset. It was much more comfortable for her to travel alone. The Duke was absolutely sure that the repair of the carriage would not last long. The servant advised the Duke to go with the lady, since it would take at least half a day to repair and replace the wheel. Chester remembered that Rowan had told him about the meeting scheduled for the afternoon. The Duke had to attend this meeting. Lisette warned that she needed to hurry to return before Lapel woke up and asked the Duke to decide quickly, secretly hoping that he would still refuse. Chester was forced to agree to go along with them, but neither of the young men was thrilled at the prospect of riding in the same carriage. Lisette and Chester sat opposite each other, practically touching their knees. There was too much luggage, and it took up all the available space in the carriage. Lisette was irritated by the Duke's long legs. With every jolt of the carriage, their knees touched, and this irritated the girl. Chester felt awkward about constantly bumping into his fellow traveller and decided to change the situation a little. The young man crossed his legs because he thought that this would make him take up less space. Changing the position of my legs didn't help much. The situation only got worse. Now my leg, bent at the knee, was constantly jumping up and down due to the shaking. Lisette did not like to travel with the Duke at all. It seemed to her that he was thinking only of himself and was making himself very comfortable, while she had no place at all. It seemed to the Duke that it was not the shaking of the carriage that was to blame, but the girl was deliberately pushing his legs. The young man frankly believed that he was thinking about the comfort of his fellow traveller, and she was only thinking about her own. The girl felt very uncomfortable riding when the Duke bent his leg at the knee. It would have been better if he had returned to his previous position. So the young people rode, experiencing terrible awkwardness and discomfort. Lisette's patience was at an end. She was ready to growl with anger. The girl was bursting with indignation and resentment. The Duke's face showed complete indifference to what was happening. Lisette decided that if she fell asleep, it would be easier for her to bear all the inconveniences of the trip. The girl had a hard time falling asleep, but eventually she found a more or less comfortable position. Fatigue took its toll, and the Baroness fell asleep. Lisette snored sweetly, involuntarily throwing her head back toward the carriage window. The Duke was amazed at the girl's resilience. She just fell asleep, and so soundly. Chester thought that his fellow traveller was pretending, but he soon became convinced that she was sleeping very soundly. Lisette made a very pleasant impression. The Duke decided that she was very cute in this position and very much like an innocent child. Chester stopped his train of thought and scolded himself. What a child! This woman is a fraud, and that's all. The Duke remembered that he knew better than anyone how deceiving a person's appearance could be. Chester remembered how he got into trouble with his outwardly intelligent father for the slightest mistake. Leon often stood up for his younger brother, convincing his father that this couldn't be done to him, since Chester was still a child. The father, who was supposed to love his children more than anyone else, constantly beat both brothers, regardless of age or degree of guilt. That's why the Duke thought that one should never make hasty conclusions about people. Chester watched as the girl's head dangled from the shaking of the carriage and wondered whether she was pretending to be asleep or was actually asleep. On one of the bumps, Lisette hit her head loudly on the carriage door. The Duke wondered why his companion had not woken up from such a strong and loud blow, why she had not felt anything. Had she really become so strong? The carriage entered a particularly bumpy section of the road. Lisette was very shaken. Chester was afraid that the girl would hurt herself and tried to wake her up. All the Duke's attempts to reach Lisette were in vain. The girl was shaken again quite a bit. To prevent his fellow traveller from hitting the door again, the Duke put his hand under her cheek. And why did she do that, Chester thought, and decided that it was just a reflex. Without waking up, the girl took the young man's hand in hers and settled her head more comfortably on it. This behaviour of his fellow traveller came as a surprise to the Duke. In her sleep, Lisette called for her mother. The Duke thought that Lisette was a very strange woman, just an eccentric. However, Chester did not remove his hand from under the girl's head, but continued to hold it in that position for a very long time. At this time, in the Duke's palace, servants ran after Lapel and tried to persuade him to stop. They were afraid that the boy would fall and get hurt. The boy ran through the corridors of the palace, crying and calling for Leisel, ignoring the servant's promise that the girl would soon return. Lapel ran around the palace like a madman, not letting himself be caught. Roan asked the maid what was going on, and the girl explained that when the baby woke up, he didn't see Leisel. They told him that she would return very soon, but the boy did not listen to anything and has been running away from everyone ever since. The maid apologized to Roan. She needed to stop this boy who was relentlessly running around the living room in circles and calling on Leisel to save him. Roan understood the reason for Leisel's early departure and her desire to arrive before the boy woke up. Roan saw the carriage that had taken Lady Lisette to her parents' house drive into the courtyard. The butler hurried to meet the girl, intending to take her to the boy as quickly as possible so that he would stop being capricious. The Duke held Leisel's head in his hand the entire long journey. It was completely uncomfortable to sit like that, but the young man did not remove his hand, not understanding why he was doing it. The carriage stopped and Roan abruptly opened the door, inviting Lady Leisel to get out. The Duke came out first, explaining to Roan that he was riding with Leisel because his carriage had broken down. Leisel woke up and also climbed out of the carriage. Despite all of Chester's efforts, she still hit herself a little during the ride, and now she had a headache. While she was explaining the reason for her headache to Roan, Chester was puzzled how it could be that she didn't feel the blow, but after waking up, she had a headache. Chester was angry with himself. He just needed to ignore this scheming woman until he got the magic potions and could check on her. Suddenly, the Duke heard the cries of a child and servants. Before Roan could open the front door for the Duke, Lapel burst out like a whirlwind and rushed towards Leisel with a scream. The girl was horrified. The boy ran to her sobbing and constantly repeating her name. Lapel hung on the girl's neck and no force could have loosened the childish embrace. The boy accused the girl of being cruel to him. She shouldn't have left him alone in this big, strange house. Rowan noted with bewilderment that the boy was indeed too attached to Lady Leisel. The Duke looked gloomily at the scene unfolding before him. Chester ordered Rowan not to let his guard down until the truth was revealed, and if he noticed anything unusual, he was to report it to him immediately. Rowan watched with affection as Leisel squeezed Lapel, and the boy only groaned with pleasure. Leisel asked for all her luggage to be taken to her room, but she was going to unpack it herself. The girl was incredibly tired and really wanted to rest. However, first she had to calm Lapel, who was still sulking at her and very sad. The girl asked the child why he was crying because she was already here. The boy was sobbing and asking the girl not to throw him out. Leisel replied that she had not intended to do so at all. She had simply gone out on business. The girl tried to persuade the boy to tell her what was bothering him. Lapel replied that if she left him there, he would be all alone, and it was quite possible that he would have to return to the dump. Leisel didn't immediately find what to say to the boy. She was so shocked by his words. The girl hugged the boy tightly and promised that she would never leave him alone. Lapel demanded that the girl give him her word of honor that she would never leave him. Leisel had no choice but to promise him to always stay by his side. The girl asked the boy to wait a little. Leisel unpacked the magic ball. The time traveler handed the boy a gift and said that she would never have bought him such a beautiful thing if she had intended to leave it here. The girl asked Lapel to hold the ball. The boy could not understand why Leisel closed the curtains. It became very dark in the room. Leisel sat down next to the baby and asked him to look carefully at the ball. The girl pressed the magic button on the ball. The surface of the ball shone like the starry sky, causing incredible delight in the child. The boy could not believe that this toy was bought for him. The girl dispelled his doubts, saying that now all the stars belong to him. The girl said that in fact the house they are in now is the real Lapel house. That is why no one will ever drive the boy away from here. The contented little boy calmed down and pressed himself against the girl with gratitude and love. Leisel thought sadly that very soon she would have to part with the boy, and in fact she had made a promise that she could not keep. The henchmen bowed before their boss and informed him that the woman who had taken the boy from the dump was now living with him in the mansion of Duke Helos. The masked man asked if his henchmen were sure that this was the same boy and who this woman was. They told him that it was Baron Frozen's daughter, Lady Leisel, and the leader remembered that there were rumors about Leisel as a capricious girl. The leader asked if the man who had come had any more news for him, but his henchman replied that that was all he had managed to find out. The leader was incredibly angry. Everything that was told to him could be easily and quickly learned from gossip. The leader called Hazen over to him. He ordered his closest assistant to get rid of the annoying trash. In vain did the guilty one ask for mercy. The reprisal was swift and bloody. The leader took off his blood-spattered mask. He felt uncomfortable wearing it. The man threw away the now unnecessary thing. Hazen cheerfully reported on the execution of the order and clarified what the master was going to do now. A young man with black hair and red eyes said that he would start with a magic sphere. Duke Chester Hylos thoughtfully read the report he had received from the spy just recently. Roan, also familiar with the contents of the correspondence, concluded that the accident that happened to Leon Yahello was not an accident. The villain's target was Leon, Chester's older brother. Chester was furious. He wanted at all costs to find out who could dare to kill his brother, who the main suspects were. Roan replied that the list of suspects was very long. The family had too many enemies. It would be good if they had the testimony of the only survivor, Lapel. Chester was clearly onto something. The Duke stood up and was about to leave. The butler asked where his lordship was going. Chester replied that he would go to the commander of the knights. Roan wondered why the Duke should go himself. He could wait here and the servants would call him, but Chester insisted that he would go himself and at the same time get some fresh air. Chester ordered that Roan be brought to the commander of the knights, Warden. Thoughtful and lonely, Chester walked quickly through the palace park. The Duke could not understand who could harbour a grudge against his older brother. Chester could not remember a single person whom his brother had offended. There is only one way to find out the truth, Chester concluded. We need to find the criminal. Suddenly the Duke heard voices. It was servants talking. The maids and valet were talking about whether they should be afraid of the Duke of Chester, and that there were rumours that he could have killed his older brother so that the title would go to him. The girls didn't want to believe such rumours, but they were still terrified by the thought of such a possibility. The trouble with Chester was that the same rumours were circulating in high society. Chester wasn't even indignant. He simply understood that he had to find the real criminal as quickly as possible, not only to avenge his brother, but also to clear his name from the stigma of fratricide. After some time, Chester came to the knight's house. The Duke called Commander Shane. The chief of the knights immediately hurried to meet his master. Shane was puzzled why Chester came to him himself, but the Duke had no time to tell the details. He ordered an immediate gathering of a detachment of the best knight scouts. Shane asked for clarification on what exactly they were looking for. Chester handed the commander all the papers he had and asked him to look through them. After reading everything, Shane was shocked. What was written did not seem true to him. The Duke instructed Shane to immediately find out whether the information received was true or not. Shane promised to carry out the Duke's order. At that time, Roan came with a huge Great Dane on a leash. Chester suggested that Shane take the dog, Warden, with him. He would help them. The Duke patted the powerful dog on the withers and asked him to help him. Rowan suggested that it would be very difficult to solve this case. Chester did not object, but believed that the culprit must be found. The Duke and Roan hoped that the knights would return with good news. Chester dismissed the butler, saying that he wanted to be alone. The Duke chose one of the most secluded and beloved places in the palace park and sat down on a bench. Chester could barely contain his anger. Helplessness was eating him up from the inside. A cool heart and a clear head were needed to make decisions, so the Duke decided to rest a little in the shade of the trees. The idea didn't work out. Lapel and Leisel were playing ball nearby. The girl and the boy were laughing merrily, and their cheerful cries reached the Duke. Chester decided to quietly leave for another, less noisy place. Suddenly, a ball rolled right at his feet. The Duke raised his head reluctantly. Right in front of him, Leisel emerged from the bushes. She had not expected to see the Duke here and now. The girl apologized for disturbing Chester. Lapel had miscalculated his strength, she explained, and so the ball flew straight to the Duke's feet. The Duke handed Leisel the ball, but in his eyes the girl read a clear reluctance to communicate further. The girl thanked the Duke, but drew attention to his hands. The wound that the Duke received at the market remained untreated. Leisel felt embarrassed that the Duke had gotten hurt because of her, but had still not treated the wound. The girl asked Chester if it was true that he had never treated his injured palm. The Duke certainly didn't care about the scratch on his hand. Leisel was indignant. Did the Duke not understand the danger of such a careless attitude towards open wounds? He could get tetanus. Chester didn't understand what tetanus was, but he decided that it was something very important and scary if Leisel was so angry. But he told the girl that she would take care of her wound later. Leisel demanded that Chester treat the wound in front of her, otherwise if he got sick, she would feel guilty. Chester was still trying to fight back and make excuses, but Leisel had already called Tia. The maid immediately jumped out from behind the bushes. Leisel ordered the girl to bring the first aid kit immediately. Tia hurried to carry out the order, and the Duke was perplexed at how quickly Leisel learned to give orders and requests to his servants. The Duke decided that he had to get out of here quickly. Leisel sat down next to him and asked if he couldn't stand her for 5 minutes, if the Duke was really that petty. Chester had to justify himself by saying that he hadn't thought anything like that. Leisel pretended to believe him, and that she was glad to be of use to his lordship. The girl didn't really want to sit on the bench with Chester, but she had to make sure that the young man disinfected the wound. Tia returned very quickly with a first aid kit in her hands. Leisel told the Duke that since the first aid kit was already here, there was no need to be lazy and treat the wound. The Duke decided that his guest was an absolutely restless woman. Chester extended his injured hand to Leisel. It appeared that the Duke expected Leisel to help him. The devil in the girl woke up. She remembered well how the Duke had been rude to her at the market and refused to accept her help. Leisel handed the first aid kit over to Chester and said that since he was constantly refusing her help, he should take care of it himself so that there would be no tetanus. The girl announced that Lapel was already waiting for her and quickly left. Chester was left alone, fully aware that he had made a huge mistake. Leisel was putting the boy to bed and asked him if he was ready for bed. Lapel happily announced that he was already in his pajamas and ready to go to bed. The girl praised the baby. He was very cute and obedient. Lapel, like a little bunny, jumped onto the bed and obediently allowed Leisel to wrap him in a blanket. The girl and the boy wished each other good night. Lapel asked if he could ask the girl one question. The boy asked when they would return home. Leisel replied that the Duke's mansion was now Lapel's house. The boy became sad and said that he wanted to go to his grandparents. Leisel promised to take him to them, but only if he eats well, plays and grows. The boy wanted to say something else, but he didn't. He sighed a little more and soon fell asleep. Leisel looked at the baby with sadness. The girl felt guilty in front of him. Morning came. The Duke's palace was flooded with sunshine. The weather was truly summery. Lapel was lazily picking at his plate with his fork. He didn't feel like eating at all. Leisel asked what was wrong with the boy. Maybe he didn't like the food. Lapel replied that everything was fine, but he sat and sighed heavily right in front of Leisel with the tray. The girl understood that if she said that they would soon return home, the boy would become cheerful again, but she couldn't lie to him all the time. Leisel didn't know what to do. She herself was afraid of an imminent separation. She needed to distract the boy with something. A wonderful idea came into the girl's head. Leisel suggested that the boy take a walk around the city. Lapel happily agreed. There were so many interesting things in the city. The girl planned that they would go to shops with sweets and toys. It would be a lot of fun. Lapel fully supported the idea of his savior. His mood improved and he hurried to get dressed. Leisel was glad that she had managed to amuse Lapel. The girl remembered that she first needed to get the Duke's permission to go into the city and knocked on Chester's office door. Leisel decided that the Duke would most likely forbid them to go for a walk. Since it could be dangerous, even on walks in the garden, she and the boy were accompanied by Kay and Tia. The girl remembered the imperturbable and serious Knight, who accompanied her and Lapel everywhere. Sometimes Leisel felt a lot of concentrated gazes on her, probably because Kay was not guarding her alone, but with a company of the same knights. Leisel wondered how she could ask for time off so that they would finally be allowed to go for a walk. At this time, Rowan approached her and asked what business she had with Chester. The girl hesitated, and Rowan advised her to be bolder and not be afraid to disturb the Duke. Leisel gathered her courage and decided to go into the Duke's office. As expected, Chester was categorically against Leisel and Lapel's walk around the city. The girl mentally called the Duke a stubborn donkey. The young Baroness was not going to give in so easily after all. She had promised Lapel a walk, and therefore persistently asked the Duke to think again and allow it. Leisel tried to convince Chester that it was important for Lapel to actively explore the world, but Chester replied that if they didn't have anything really important to do in town, they should stay home. The girl fell silent and turned her attention to the Duke's hands. The Duke's palm, injured at the market, was carefully bandaged. Leisel noted that the Duke had bandaged his hand after all and asked him about it. Rowan was worried that Chester was seriously injured, but the Duke reassured him by saying that it was just a scratch under the garter. He treated it because he was afraid of catching tetanus or some other nasty thing. Rowan asked the Duke what tetanus was. Chester replied that he himself did not know what it was and advised the butler to mind his own business. Leisel remembered how she had forced the Duke to treat the wound and even forced him to do it himself. The girl said that she did not serve the Duke and therefore could not afford such frivolities, and he did not want her help, so he must take care of himself. Leisel remembered how embarrassed the Duke had been. The girl asked Rowan if the Duke was really that shy. Leisel began to tell the butler that when she took the Duke's hand, he was very strong, but Chester interrupted her story, reminding her that she was going to take a walk around the city. Leisel blinked sweetly and replied that the Duke himself said that it was dangerous. Chester replied that if she took several escorts with her, everything would go smoothly. The girl didn't tempt fate, quickly said goodbye and left the office. Chester was angry at Leisel for wanting to embarrass him in front of Rowan because he turned her down. She was definitely a cheater. The city's shops amazed with their diversity and the beauty of their shop windows. Lapel and Leisel entered one of them and saw a huge variety of goods. Dishes, books, clothes, various trinkets. The range of goods was huge and varied. Lapel was completely delighted. The knights accompanying him and Leisel did not bother him at all. The boy rushed to the display case of the toy department. The girl asked him not to run too far, but he wasn't going to. He wanted to look at all the toys in the store. Leisel joined in the boy's delight. All the toys were very beautiful. Lapel, like any normal child, admired toys and said that he wanted a teddy bear, a toy house, and a wind-up drummer. Leisel saw that the toys were really very good and was ready to buy him whatever he wanted. The girl looked into her wallet and realized that she was in an awkward situation. She thought that she and Lapel were just going for a walk and had taken very little money with her. The girl had only 1,000 shillings in her wallet. This money was clearly not enough for all of Lapel's wishes. The girl was already thinking about whether to pawn the necklace. Suddenly, they heard the voice of a vendor from the street calling for them to buy sweet candies. Leisel asked the boy if he wanted something sweet. Lapel really wanted it. The lollipop brought the boy into indescribable delight. He liked it so much that the boy didn't even think about toys. Leisel was pleased that she had managed without incurring large financial costs. Suddenly, a shrill female scream was heard, and a thief cut off the handbag of one of the women. Unexpectedly, Lisette and Lapel became witnesses of a real robbery. The thief with the handbag ran towards where Leisel stood with the boy and the knights accompanying her. Kay asked Leisel to stand behind him. The knights decided that since the thief was walking straight towards them, they would be able to catch him now and wipe the pavement with his face. Not quite reaching the target, the thief suddenly turned to the side and picked up speed, and one of the knights rushed to catch up with him. The thief's speed left those watching him incredibly amazed. The woman whose bag was stolen suddenly felt ill. Kay decided to go and check how the victim was feeling. He ordered Lisette not to go anywhere. While Kay consoled the woman and promised that her purse would soon be returned to her, Lisette thought that Kay's first concern should be Lapel's safety, so why would he approach her? Lapel announced that he himself would protect Leisel, but she must stand behind him. At this time, a thief jumped out from the other side of the street again. For some reason, the thief ran straight towards Lisette and Lapel. The girl got scared and hugged Lapel tightly. Suddenly, the thief's legs got lost. The thief stretched out to his full, not small height on the pavement, hitting his entire body and dropping his bag. The situation was unexpected and almost comical. Leisel decided that this was the law of the time travelers, or that the thief had fallen in front of them simply because Lapel was the main character of the novella. Kay was busy with a woman whose bag had been stolen, so they had to sort it out themselves. Lapel looked closely at the bag. The boy called Leisel and said that he had found the lady's bag. The girl ordered the boy not to touch other people's things. The thief began to get up and come to his senses. The girl decided that her ward needed to be careful. The thief stood up and hurried away from the scene, leaving the bag in the boy's hands. The second knight ran into the square and saw only the thief running away from the scene of the crime. Kay asked his partner why he didn't catch up with the thief. In fact, his partner realized that the thief was very fast, so he decided that he had no chance and turned back. The boy gave the woman the bag, and she passionately thanked Lisette for her help, although the latter believed that it was just a lucky coincidence. The woman smiled and replied that it was precisely this coincidence of circumstances that contributed to the return of her bag. The woman abruptly snatched the bag from the boy's hands, and Lisette reprimanded her for almost tearing the child's arms off because of that unfortunate bag. The victim handed Lisette a wonderful necklace. The girl resisted and did not want to accept such an expensive gift, but the woman insisted. The woman left the necklace in Lisette's hands and hurried away. In vain did the girl try to stop the strange woman. Lisette couldn't shake the feeling that this was all too suspicious. Did all aristocrats really carry a spare pair of diamonds in their handbags for emergencies? The girl reasoned that the thief had tripped too dramatically and stupidly. The woman should have thanked the knights who wanted to help her, but not Lisette. The girl began to doubt that the necklace might be cursed, and that is why the woman wanted to push it away from herself. Lapel pulled the girl somewhere to the side and said that they should definitely go there, because something interesting was happening there. The boy rushed to the counter where the shining toys stood, while Lisette was wondering whether to sell the necklace immediately or keep it for herself. Lapel saw a star-shaped lamp and was very happy about it. The seller said that this was the last music box of this shape, and he would sell it for 1,000 shillings. A whole 1,000 shillings was a large sum for Lisette, but it was difficult for her to refuse Lapel. The boy looked at her with such pleading eyes that Liesel's heart jumped out of her chest. The girl thought for only a moment. The decision was spontaneous and very correct. Leisel and Lapel hurried out of the toy store. The girl left this establishment with a light heart and a good mood. The shop owner examined the necklace carefully, but said that the stones were fake and that he could buy it for a small fee. The girl was of course upset, but the announced reward lifted her spirits. Now they could afford a lot. For the necklace, she received 200,000 shillings. The girl promised that she would buy Lapel a star and everything he wanted. And now, Lisette said it was high time for them to go and spend all the money. Lisette shouted to the whole street that she wanted to treat everyone to drinks. Lisette laughed merrily and promised to treat everyone who wanted something. At this very time, the masked man was scolding his unlucky subordinates. The man in the mask was surprised that Lisette sold the necklace without even trying it on. The henchman asked for forgiveness and knelt before the leader. The leader ordered his henchman to shut up and immediately return the necklace back. The stone inserted into the necklace was a rare magic crystal. Glad that they had escaped with only a slight fright, the henchman rushed out of the office. The man in the mask thought how crazy you have to be to sell such a thing right away and spend the money instantly. The man could not understand why the girl did not put the clone on herself. It met all the beauty standards of this season. A guy with absolutely white hair appeared behind the masked man and offered him to settle all the issues himself. The blonde thought that they should take care of using the stone themselves rather than waiting for the girl to put it on. The masked man regretted that they could only watch the house now. Who knows what this girl will do with the stone next time? The leader agreed that Lisette's actions are very difficult to predict. After thinking for a while, the man in the mask agreed that the blonde would go and carry out the plan. The blonde guaranteed that good news would come from him soon. The summer sun warmed the palace of Duke Yahello's. Due to the fine weather, Leisel and Lapel had breakfast in the garden. The girl fed the boy with a spoon. He ate willingly and was not capricious. From the window, Duke Chester Helos watched the guests having breakfast. The picture was quite idyllic. Leisel was taking care of the child, without any violence or screaming. Roan reported to the Duke that a small incident had occurred a few days ago, and Lady Leisel had sternly reprimanded the servants to put Lapel's interests above their own in the future. In addition, Roan reported, interesting facts were discovered during the investigation of Lady Leisel's family. Shortly before arriving at the Duke's estate, Lady Leisel sold all of her luxurious outfits and accessories to help the Baron pay off his debts. Roan said that such behaviour did not fit with the fact that Lady Leisel was gossiping in society. Maybe she had changed. Chester was surprised by the butler's gullibility and firmly stated that people don't change just like that. Roan asked the Duke to think about his words. There was always a chance that rumours distorted reality. Rowan believed that even the most obvious lie can seem true if many people repeat it day after day. The Duke remembered his situation. Many considered him a hypocrite and fratricide. In reality, everything was completely different. The Duke tried with all his might to find his brother's killers. Now Chester looked at Lady Leisel from a slightly different angle. The girl cared for Lapel sincerely and touchingly. Chester wasn't used to trusting strangers, even pretty ones like Leisel. The Duke told Roan that it was too early to draw conclusions and ordered him to keep an eye on the girl. Roan was actually fascinated by Lady Leisel. The butler believed that no matter how much he looked at her, he would still not see anything new. She was the sun without spots. The Duke called out to the butler, who was looking out onto the street, and he hurried to follow his call. Leisel and Lapel decided to play hide-and-seek. Naturally, the boy was hiding. The girl was the driver. Leisel counted loudly to 10 and said that it was not her fault if she didn't hide. The boy's legs were sticking out from under the chair. Leisel was touched by this way of hiding, but said out loud that she did not see Lapel anywhere. The girl pretended that she would go looking for him in a completely different direction, thinking that she needed to teach the boy to hide better. Leisel spoke her intentions out loud. She was going to look behind the curtain and then look under the chairs. Lapel really didn't want to be found, otherwise Leisel would defeat him again. Carefully crawling out from under the chair, the boy was determined to win this time for sure. Leisel noticed that Lapel had decided to hide and gave him a head start by deciding to count to 100. Lapel ran quickly along the corridor of the palace. The boy tried to figure out where he could hide so that Leisel wouldn't find him. The boy met the butler Roan and asked where he was going in such a hurry. Lapel asked Roan to hide him safely and quickly. Roan guessed that Lapel was playing hide-and-seek with Leisel. Lapel replied that Leisel was simply a hide-and-seek monster and he was asking Roan to help him win. Roan agreed and suggested simply carrying Lapel in his arms. Leisel is small and might not notice him, the butler joked. Lapel didn't think it was a good idea. They had 3 paths ahead of them, left, right, or forward. Lapel decided to go only forward and gave a victory cry. The boy immediately realized that he had to behave quietly, otherwise Leisel would find him by his screams. Lapel hurried Roan to carry it quickly and hide it. Leisel counted to 100, but it was too quiet around her. Roan suggested that Lapel hide in the palace kitchen, and the boy was delighted. At this time, Moldus was washing the floor in the kitchen. He asked Lapel not to run on the wet floor, fearing that the boy would slip. Roan became alarmed and asked Lapel to listen to Moldus or else he might get hurt, but the boy, inspired by his victory over Leisel, did not listen to anyone. Roan himself slipped on the wet floor. He was annoyed that Moldus decided to wash the floors now. As he fell, Roan caught Moldus and they both fell to the floor with a crash. As Roan fell, he knocked over a bag of flour from the table, and Moldus was afraid that Roan would hit himself hard and tried to hold him back. Lapel watched in amazement as grown men slid across the floor. Roan found the strength to smile at the baby and tell him not to worry about him. Everything was fine, he was safe. A huge bag of flour tipped over and its contents spilled out. Moldus tried to warn Roan not to knock over the flour from the table. However, it was too late. The flour spilled right on the butler's head and Roan ended up covered in it. The flour caused a storm of delight in Lapel. The boy ran around the kitchen, laughing and calling the flour summer snow. Roan and Moldus were infected with the boy's joy, and all 3 of them happily played in the flour, imagining that it was snow. The boy threw flour up into the air and laughed merrily. At this time, Leisel was trying to find Lapel. The girl looked into the living room, but the boy was not there. Then Leisel decided that the boy was hiding in the library and entered through the half-open door. The girl looked behind the shelves and into all the hidden corners, but the boy was not there either. The library turned out to be much larger than Leisel thought. It was simply enormous. Suddenly, Leisel saw something that could be the key to her successful and happy life. It was a book, but it was on the very top shelf. The girl saw a ladder and with incredible effort moved it to the right place. Leisel moved up the stairs. This book was very important to her. She was ready to do a lot for it. The girl thanked God for such a chance and asked him to continue to show the path to luck to the unfortunate traveler. The goal was achieved, and the desired book was already in Leisel's hands. It was the key to a happy life as a strong and independent woman. Delight, the book was called How to Turn 10,000 Shillings into 10 Billion Shillings. Leisel looked through the book while standing on the stairs. The girl was sure that the Hylos brothers would hardly have bought and kept a useless book in the library. Now she will learn how to increase her capital, pay off her debts and the remaining 20 million that the Duke will give her, which will increase many times over, and then she will live life to the fullest. Full of delight and hope, Leisel walked down the stairs. The hem of her dress caught on something. The girl staggered and lost her balance. Lisette flew down, expecting a powerful impact on the floor. Luckily for her, someone witnessed her fall. The flight ended. The girl curled up into a ball in anticipation of pain. However, she didn't feel any pain. It was even pleasant and cozy. Leisel opened one eye, and it seemed like she was lying in someone's arms. The girl opened her eyes and saw that Chester was holding her in his arms. The Duke was as handsome as a sculpture. Leisel's heart skipped a beat and then began to beat faster and faster, but it wasn't fear. The girl decided that she was going crazy. It was much easier to look at the painted Duke when they were in different worlds, but so voluminous and warm, he caused confusion in her. Leisel demanded to be put on the floor and tried to lower her head so as not to look impudent. The lady sincerely thanked the Duke. Thanks to him, she remained safe and sound. Chester looked down at Leisel with a strange look. Pretending to be looking at his hand, or really looking at his hand, the girl didn't understand. Leisel apologized for looking into the library without permission. She explained that she was looking for Lapel there. They were playing hide-and-seek, and he might have hidden there. Chester replied that Lapel had not entered the library. Leisel quickly left, saying goodbye, and that they would see each other again. The Duke looked long and hard at the hand he was holding Leisel by the waist. The boy was experiencing strange sensations. Chester decided that Leisel was lying, and very ineptly at that. Leisel's face suddenly appeared in the young man's mind. She lay in his arms, so charming and defenseless. Chester stopped his train of thought and pulled himself together. She was a fraud, and that said it all. And what book this girl wanted to take with her? Chester remembered. Leisel left the book in the library, looking at it. The Duke grinned. This was not a book on investing, but complete nonsense. It had to be thrown in immediately after reading a few paragraphs. Chester wondered if she had really climbed to the top shelf just to get that particular book. She thinks you can become a billionaire just by reading this garbage. How stupid she is. Angry at herself, Chester, and the world around her, Leisel moved further down the corridor, needing to find Lapel. However, the girl's thoughts kept returning to Chester, and finally she decided that the Duke was completely unbearable. Lapel's laughter reached Leisel from the kitchen. The girl looked into the kitchen and announced that she had found Lapel. The picture of two adult men and one boy covered in flour filled her with surprise and emotion. Leisel thanked Roan and the cook for being with Lapel the whole time and apologized for the inconvenience, but the men were absolutely delighted with how much fun they had. The tired boy dozed off right on the girl's shoulder. Leisel looked at the boy and realized that it was impossible to be angry with him. He was so cute. In Leisel's gentle embrace, the boy fell fast asleep. A quiet summer night descended on the Duke's palace. Someone watched as the moon rose and the lights went out in the palace windows. A strange cat with multicolored eyes made its way closer and closer to the palace building. Kay walked past. He was very tired during his shift and wanted to quickly get to the barracks and go to bed. The knight heard a noise in the bushes. Kay saw a cat that came out onto the path. She was very cute, but she shouldn't be there. The guy decided to find her owner and beckoned the cat to him. The cat meowed, and the red stone hanging around her neck swung. Kay didn't have time to do anything. The park was illuminated with a wonderful glow. The cat disappeared, and a man with Kay's appearance remained on the road. Only the eyes of this creature were like those of a cat, with a vertical pupil and different colors. There was a magic stone hanging around the creature's neck. The knights sent by the Duke to search for traces of the crime have returned. Chester hurried to meet his knights, hoping for luck. The knights dismounted. It was clear that both men and horses were very tired. The Duke called loudly for the squad leader, Shane. The commander was surprised that the Duke decided to meet them in person. Roan reported that the Duke was impatient to hear the report and had come straight to the barracks. Chester demanded that he get to the heart of the matter and report on the merits. Shane replied that he was very sorry, but all his efforts were in vain. The knights examined the entire route from Bern to the capital very carefully, but they were unable to find anything. Even Chester's beloved dog couldn't find anything. Shane offered the Duke his deepest apologies for not living up to his expectations. Despite his annoyance, the Duke replied to Shane that they had worked hard and could go and rest. Shane suggested expanding the search area and setting out on the mission right away, but Chester insisted that his subordinates get a good rest. They would still need their strength for further searches. The Duke ordered his knights to be patient and have a good rest. Roan suggested that the killer must have planned everything well if even Shane couldn't find any traces. The Duke replied that this was why they would need time and effort to solve this puzzle. Chester saw his beloved dog Warden and called him. The knight accompanying the dog asked if he should be returned to the kennel. The Duke replied that Warden had worked hard and it would not be fair to lock him up right away, and decided to take his favourite for a walk. The Duke ordered Roan to prepare some delicacy for Warden. A creature in the form of Kay was secretly watching everything that was happening. Eyes of different colours with vertical pupils noticed even the most insignificant details. One of the knights called out to Kay. The creature shuddered and its eyes changed their colour to normal. Knight Jack told Pseudo Kay that they would be patrolling the house today. He replied that he thought they were assigned to look after the guests, but in fact the plans had changed and the knights had to hurry. Annoyed by the delay in his plans, Pseudo Kay set off with his fellow soldiers on a mission. The Duke went for a walk with Warden. The dog was incredibly happy about this and wagged his tail cheerfully. Chester was glad that his dog was happy to walk with him. The Duke spoke to the dog as if he were a human and asked him for forgiveness for having to sit locked up. Chester explained that they had guests and Warden might scare them, so the dog would have to be patient for a little while. Chester had to accurately establish the identity of the boy currently living with him. Memory brought back to the Duke memories of how his brother gave him a Doberman. Then the boy remembered how the three of them were playing, Chester and Warren trying to drag Leon out for a walk. If the boy is indeed Lapel, then Doberman, Warden and Lapel should be introduced to each other. Chester was sure his brother would be pleased to know that Warden and Lapel had become friends. Chester's walk with his best friend ended, and the Duke was about to feed the dog. The Duke left Warden sitting in the park under a tree. Chester headed to the dining room for a treat for the dog. The guy was very concerned that his dog would not be upset about having to be locked up again. In the dining room, Chester found Lapel and Leisel having breakfast, the girl praising the boy for eating carrots. The girl and the boy were talking loudly and cheerfully and looked very cute. The Duke thought it was very unusual to see such a picture in his dining room, as his house was usually always quiet. At this time, Lapel decided to feed Leisel the same way she usually fed him. The Duke thought that if he ever had a family, everything would look exactly the same. Chester suddenly felt very sad. The Duke thought that he was out of place here and needed to leave. Leisel noticed Chester and asked if he had eaten today. Chester replied that he had not had breakfast yet. Leisel could tell that the Duke was agitated about something. At this time, the chef Moldus brought the final dessert, which made Lapel very happy. The cook noticed the Duke's presence. Moldus said that Roan conveyed that the Duke needed raw chicken and asked him to wait a little. He would bring it now. Leisel was very surprised and mistakenly decided that the Duke would eat the raw chicken himself, and in this case, she understood why he was worried. Chester couldn't understand why Leisel was looking at him so sarcastically. Leisel decided that the Duke was hinting that they should leave so that he could enjoy his chicken in peace, and the girl decided to quickly leave the dining room. Chester noticed that Leisel hadn't even touched her portion. The Duke decided that the girl had not had time to eat herself because she was feeding the child, and he suddenly showed up and told Leisel not to be shy and finish her meal. The girl replied that she had already eaten her fill and was getting ready to leave, inviting Chester to stay and enjoy the food. At this time, Moldus brought raw chicken. Chester said he would take the chicken with him. Leisel called out to Chester. The girl could not resist and told the Duke that it was better not to eat meat raw. Chester didn't understand what she meant. Leisel was concerned that the Duke might be poisoned by raw meat, and he needed to be healthy to look after Lapel. The Duke did not understand what she was talking about. The girl pointed at a plate with raw chicken. Leisel desperately tried to convince Chester that the chicken should be boiled or fried, or even stewed, but should never be eaten raw. Chester was simply stunned by the girl's words. Leisel declared that in general she would not judge the Duke or anyone else's preferences. The Duke smiled. He realized that Leisel had decided to order the raw chicken for himself personally. This made Chester laugh a lot. The Duke decided that he would never get bored with his guest. The more he got to know her, the more interesting she became to him. In the palace kitchen, everything was ready for dinner. The cook's assistant was finishing the final preparations. Chef Moldus told his assistant John that he saw with his own eyes how the Duke of Chester laughed. John did not believe him and thought that he had messed something up. Roan came into the kitchen to check the weekly menu and found John and Moldus in the middle of a heated argument. The butler clarified what had happened between them and why they were arguing. John explained that the boss was trying to play a joke on him and said that he saw the Duke laughing. Roan admitted that this could well be the case. The Duke had not yet forgotten how to smile. Moldus declared that his lordship was not just smiling, he was laughing out loud. The chef said that the Duke had asked him to bring the raw chicken that Roan had ordered for Warden, and Moldus brought him the chicken and left the dining room. But soon the cook heard the sounds of laughter coming from the dining room. Moldus clearly saw his lordship laughing. He even went back to look at it closer and make sure that it was definitely Chester. Moldus, to Rowanna's surprise, claimed that he had never heard or seen Chester laugh so loudly since he started working there. John expressed doubt that Moldus saw the Duke, which made Moldus want to beat him up. It was hard for Roan to believe this. He wondered what could have caused the Duke's laughter. The atmosphere in the house had become somehow lighter lately, the butler reasoned, and this could not help but affect the Duke. At this time, Lapel and Leisel were walking in the park. The baby was quite happy and running around the lawns. Leisel tried to calm him down, but to no avail. The Baroness, who had travelled to the other side, thought with horror and admiration that Lapel was always very energetic after eating, and that, like any child at that age, it was very difficult to keep up with him. Lapel stumbled and fell on the grass. Leisel didn't coo too much. She said that there was nothing to worry about and he could get up. Lapel got naughty and started rolling around on the grass. Leisel demanded that the mischief stop. The girl lifted the child from the ground and carefully examined him for scratches and bruises on his body. Leisel was worried that she had just recently bathed and combed Lapel, and now he was dirty again, and there was grass in his hair. The work of a parent is very difficult and complicated, the girl came to the conclusion. The girl looked tenderly after the boy. She was sincerely attached to him and believed that the main thing was that he was happy. Leisel asked Lapel not to run too far. The girl followed the boy, but it was practically impossible for her to catch up with him. Lapel was a real fidget. Suddenly the girl heard Lapel's piercing scream. Leisel rushed after the boy without looking where she was going. The traveller saw that her favourite had frozen in place, his face distorted with fear and his eyes full of tears. Leisel herself began to tremble with fear, both for herself and for the boy. Leisel ordered Lapel not to move and to stand still. The boy was very scared. The girl explained to the child that everything would be fine. She would approach him very slowly. Lapel asked his saviour to hurry. The girl saw that the dog was huge and angry. If he suddenly rushed at the boy, then it would be the end for him. The dog stood up on his paws and looked distrustfully towards the child. Lapel was dying of fear and whispered to the dog not to come near him. The The boy began to cry and scream loudly. The child's psyche could not withstand the stress. Leisel tried to calm the boy down, but to no avail. The dog growled, opened his huge mouth and rushed towards the child. Leisel's reaction was instantaneous. She pushed off the ground with her feet and jumped. The girl's arms embraced the child's fragile body from all sides. Leisel completely covered the boy with her body from the dog that rushed at him. Above her head, Leisel saw only the huge, terrible fangs and the gaping, terrifying mouth of the dog. The girl hugged the boy tightly and mentally said goodbye to life. At the very last moment, the Duke's loud and commanding voice was heard ordering the dog to stop. Chester ran as fast as he could, throwing away the chicken dish and rushing to help Leisel and Lapel. The Duke repeated his order to the dog. It was good that Water obeyed his master without fail. Chester ran to the scene and asked Leisel if she was okay. The girl raised her head and saw the Duke of Chester's face distorted with horror above her. Not yet fully realizing that trouble had slipped past, Leisel began to come to her senses. The Duke asked to forgive him. He did not notice at all that Leisel and the boy came out here. Leisel made sure that Lapel was okay and suddenly burst into loud, desperate tears. Lapel began to shake Leisel and ask what was happening to her. The girl answered that she would soon calm down. It was because of the stress she had experienced. Her nerves were completely frayed. The girl kept quiet about the fact that every cell in her body ached from the impact with the ground. The Duke carefully sat down next to the girl and the child and asked if the lady was injured. Leisel was annoyed that she had again found herself in an awkward situation right under the Duke's nose. The girl calmed down and consoled the crying Lapel. She asked where it hurt. The boy answered that he did not feel pain, which made Leisel happy. The Baroness informed the Duke that Lapel was not wounded, which meant there was no need to worry. The girl looked up and saw Chester's displeased gaze. What's wrong with him? Leisel thought. He's mad at her again for something. The Duke replied with strange irritation that he had asked if she herself was wounded. Leisel couldn't understand why he was so interested in her condition. For some time, the young people stared at each other. Leisel was irritated by Chester's unreasonable anger. What he didn't like this time was incomprehensible, as if he had been pushed and was lying on the ground miserable, exhausted and angry. Roan ran to the scene. The butler asked why everyone was shouting so loudly and what really happened. Why Lady Leisel was lying on the ground. The girl answered that she simply fell. Rowan asked how this could happen, if she was okay, and the Duke asked if the lady could get up. Leisel tried to get up and realized that she apparently had a big problem with this. The girl couldn't feel her legs at all. Apparently her body hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Leisel doubted that she would be able to stand up on her own. Lapel decided that the girl was injured and burst into tears. Roan couldn't understand what had happened that led to such serious consequences. Leisel noticed that Chester's eye was twitching. Was it from anger? What laws does his logic obey? She is the victim here, and there is no reason to be angry at her. The girl asked Lapel not to cry. Nothing terrible had happened to her. She just needed to rest, and she would be as fit as a fiddle. Chester asked Roan to pick up the crying Lapel. The boy was capricious and demanded to be let go to Leisel. Roan explained to the boy that everything was fine. Chester would just help Lady Leisel up. Chester picked up the girl in his arms. Leisel protested. She could have just lay down on the grass, and then she would have gotten up and walked on her own, and there was no need to carry her in his arms. Roan was incredibly surprised by the Duke's actions. Chester ordered that a doctor be called immediately to Lady Leisel's room. Roan promised to quickly carry out his master's orders. As he watched the couple walk away, Roan thought something unusual was happening. The lady said she was fine, but Chester still carried her in his arms. Chester brought Lady Leisel to her room. The Duke's personal physician examined Lady Leisel's injured leg, and the girl was in great pain. The Duke was afraid that the lady had received serious damage. The doctor reassured Chester there was nothing wrong with Leisel's bone, she just slightly sprained the ligaments. The doctor recommended applying ice and not putting any weight on the leg, then it will recover very quickly. Leisel agreed to follow all the recommendations and said that everyone could leave. After the doctor left, Chester took a chair and sat next to Leisel's bed. The girl thought that she would like Chester to leave too, But this thick-skinned man did not understand anything. Leisel was very uncomfortable in the Duke's presence. In a very short time, she managed to sit on him once. Chester has carried Leisel in his arms twice already. For some reason, Leisel always gets into unpleasant situations in his presence. Due to various troubles, Leisel had already been in the Duke's arms twice and felt his muscular chest at her side, which made her feel very awkward in his presence. Everyone was staring at them in the corridor as he carried her in his arms through the entire palace. Leisel was ready to burn with shame, and she really wanted the Duke to leave her alone. The Duke broke the prolonged silence. Chester asked Leisel for forgiveness. Leisel didn't understand what the Duke was apologizing for. Chester said he should have kept Warren on a leash and shouldn't have risked the safety of his guests, and he was very sorry. The girl realized that the dog's name was Warden, but why did Chester get such a scary dog? Leisel replied that since everything had worked out, his lordship need not worry so much. Chester was very surprised by the girl's words that this situation was just a coincidence, and Warden only wanted to protect the house. Leisel tried her best to smile as sweetly as possible. The Duke would like to compensate Leisel for her moral and physical losses. She could name any amount, the girl laughed, and he could buy her a house. The Duke only asked in what area she wanted a house. Leisel was very surprised that his lordship was really serious. Chester asked how many rooms she wanted the house to have, whether it should have a garden or a vegetable patch. Leisel stopped his fantasies by declaring that she was joking. The girl decided that she had found herself in a fairy tale. Maybe Chester had already become a billionaire thanks to that book. Leisel was pleased that the Duke wanted to fulfill any of her wishes, but she did not want to use him. Leisel asked the Duke to introduce her to Warden. Chester wondered if the lady really wanted to meet his dog again. Leisel replied that she wanted Warden to apologize to her in person. A personal apology from the Duke's dog would be sufficient to compensate for all the damages, the Baroness informed the Duke. This statement puzzled the Duke. The Duke left the ladies' room and on the threshold ran into Rowan, holding back the capricious Lapel, and explained to them that there was nothing dangerous, just that Leisel couldn't walk for several days. The boy was capricious and demanded to be allowed to see Leisel. Chester picked up the boy and began to calm him down. The Duke told his nephew that Leisel would soon get better. He shouldn't worry, it's better to help her get well soon. Lapel was ready to do anything for Leisel. The Duke explained that the boy should behave quietly so that she could rest when she woke up. Lapel should protect her and not allow her to walk for a long time. The Duke told the boy that he relied on him in everything and entrusted him with the mission of protecting Leisel. The boy said goodbye and disappeared behind the door to the girls' room. Rowan told Chester that he looked very shabby because he had been busy with Lady Leisel. The butler was surprised that Chester was so worried about the lady. Rowan didn't expect that from him. The Duke thought that he didn't care at all why he needed it. Chester remembered asking specifically about her health after the dog attack. The Duke then carried Lady Leisel into the room and provided her with his personal physician. Chester looked at his hands, which still retained the warmth of the girl's body, with a strange expression on his face. The Duke muttered something under his breath, and Rowan asked him to speak louder. Chester ordered Rowan to obtain a potion to verify the boy's origins as soon as possible by any means necessary. The Duke did not quite understand what feelings he had for Leisel, but he began to have doubts, and his opinion about Leisel changed. If his guesses were correct, then the misunderstanding between them would have to be resolved as soon as possible. The main focus for the exchange of gossip and news in all aristocratic homes was always the kitchen. The servants were discussing the latest event that had happened to the Duke, the boy, and the lady. They said that the girl shielded the child from the dog with her body and concluded that the boy was the Duke's real nephew, and the lady was very brave and selfless. Everyone was delighted that the lady shielded the boy, even though he was not her son. Only Regina thought that the lady was deceiving everyone. This maid was sure that the lady was a hypocrite and wanted to seduce the Duke, using the boy as a pretext. Regina tried to sow doubt in the minds of the other servants. The girl believed that no noblewoman would have gone to the dump in search of a child, and the lady could not have found him somewhere by accident, because the Duke's search party had searched everything by that time. The other servants agreed that it was all a bit strange. Regina suggested not to draw any final conclusions until the potion was delivered, then everything would become clear. The head maid. Daphne looked into the kitchen. She scolded the servants for crowding in one place, wagging their tongues and not working. The servants' pathetic excuses that they were working made Daphne even more angry, and she ordered everyone to disperse immediately. Regina reported that she had completed everything assigned and asked for a short break. Daphne responded favourably to Regina's request, praised her for the work she had done, and allowed her to rest a little. Daphne ordered everyone to return to their tasks immediately and left. Assistant Chef Jack did not talk to Regina, saying that he had been assigned several important tasks that he had forgotten about. Regina looked around the kitchen carefully. She was clearly planning some kind of trick. There was a deep bowl on the table. Apparently, they planned to serve soup as a first course. The assistant cook confirmed that it was for the lady to diversify her diet. Regina offered Jack her help, and without suspecting a trick, the guy willingly agreed that the girl would finish cooking the soup and take it to the lady. Regina poured soup into a plate and angrily ground her teeth. She was sure that Leisel Frozen wanted to win the heart of the Duke of Chester, whom this maid for some reason considered her man. Regina was ready to do anything to prevent Lady Leisel from getting together with the Duke, and now she was planning a little nastiness. At this time, Leisel tried to defend her right to move around the room at least a little. Lapel categorically forbade her to do this. Leisel was pleased with the boy's concern, but she begged him to let her do at least something. The boy had received clear orders from the Duke to protect Leisel, and therefore firmly insisted that she stay in bed. The girl said that she was very thirsty, but Lapel said that she should lie down anyway, so that her leg would recover faster. The boy said that he would bring Leisel something to drink himself. The baby had difficulty handling the jug and glass, but Lapel selflessly carried water to his Leisel, trying not to spill a drop. It would have been easier and quicker for Leisel to go get the water herself, but she sincerely thanked the child for the service. Lapel replied that she should drink faster and get better faster, and began to give Leisel water to drink. The girl obeyed, but protested in her thoughts. Her hands were healthy, but Lapel was only concerned about one thing. Was the water he brought cold? The girl drank all the water. She was really thirsty, and the boy was just happy about it. Leisel reassured the boy that she would soon recover. Lapel really wanted Leisel to never get sick. The girl hugged the boy, got drunk from his childish smell, and promised the child that she would not get sick anymore. Leisel would very much like to never be separated from this boy. The girl knew that in a few days the potion would be delivered and she would have to part with Lapel. There was no point in dreaming about the impossible. Leisel realized that it would be very difficult for her without her little hero. The girl remembered wonderful moments of communication with Lapel. The boy became genuinely attached to her and was a real man at the same time, promising to protect Leisel and asking her to never leave him. The girl could not imagine how she could live before without this child, and most importantly, how she could continue to live far away from him. Leisel played with Lapel, but she thought that she would miss him madly. And Leisel will definitely miss Tia, who has already become like family to her. The girl became attached to the grumpy butler Roan and the young knight Kay, and even to the Duke of Chester himself. At this point, Leisel stopped her train of thought, wondering where Chester had come from on the list of people she would miss. The girl thought that his lordship was, of course, a good guy, but she would definitely not miss him. It was very difficult to understand him. She was lying on the ground, having received an injury due to his fault. She was in a lot of pain, and Chester was angry with her. Lapel saw that the girl frowned and shouted cheerfully that wrinkles had appeared on Leisel's forehead. The maid knocked on the door and announced that she had brought food. Tia brought a bowl of soup for Lapel and soup for Leisel. Lapel was outraged that Leisel had moved from her bed to the table. He would have fed her himself, but the girl firmly stated that she was already feeling better and suggested that they eat at the table. Leisel decided to quickly eat everything before Lapel began to insist that he would feed her. The smell of the soup was very pleasant, and so Leisel ate it with pleasure and began to eat. The soup turned out to be very salty, as if a pound of salt had been poured into a litre of water, but judging by Lapel's expression, his soup was quite normal. The girl wondered if someone had accidentally spilled a jar of salt onto her plate. Leisel decided that oversalted soup was not fatal. A huge moon rose above the palace, its cold light turning the surrounding things into ghostly and unreal ones. The moon illuminated the figure of Kay standing in front of the door to the palace basement. If someone had looked closely at the knight's eyes, they would have discovered that they had regained vertical pupils and different colors, and Kay had also suddenly grown a huge claw. Kay, or the creature in his guise, used this claw as a master key. The young man went down lower and lower into the basement for a long time. Finally, Kay reached the place he needed and squeezed the stone hanging around his neck in his fingers. A red mist began to flow from the stone, which transformed into a red ball, and a voice came from it, demanding that Hazen report the situation. Kay responded to the spoken order and the alien name, and replied that the boy looked like a child of the Yahello family, but the potion had not yet been delivered to the mansion, and nothing could be completely certain. The balloon responded that everything was clear, and ordered Hazen to continue monitoring the events and report if there was anything important. Hazen, who had taken over Kay's body, replied that he would do everything as ordered. The beautiful park of the mansion was full of light and warmth. Leisel looked at the beautiful blue sky for a long time. Tia asked Lady Leisel what she saw in the sky that made her stare at it for so long. Leisel replied that she hadn't looked at the sky for a long time, which is why she was so captivated. "The ladies' room has a wonderful view from the window," Tia countered. The girl explained that what was visible from the room's window was not quite the real sky. Tia laughed and replied that the lady was probably very bored, so that's what it seemed to her. Tia said that she knew about what a reliable guard the lady had, who did not allow her to even lift a finger. Leisel looked at Lapel and thought how the Duke could doubt his relationship with him. It was obvious at first glance that these two were related. Tia was glad that the lady had recovered quickly. Leisel replied that she had nothing serious, just a sprained ligament. Leisel said that everything heals very quickly on her. The girl enjoyed delicious tea. "I breathed in the wonderful summer air." Leisel let the breeze blow through her face and felt the joy of life after being cooped up in her room for several days. The girl finished her tea and suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind and felt a little chilly. Leisel asked Lapel if he was cold and suggested that they go into the mansion, but the boy did not want to leave and said that he was very warm. Tia offered to bring Leisel a cape, but the girl decided to go get it herself. The Baroness said that it was good for her to move and went into the house herself. Lapel asked her to come back quickly and stayed to play with Tia. Leisel chose her favourite cape. It was warm and soft. The girl decided to take a warm jumpsuit for Lapel just in case. Leisel chose a suit that she thought was suitable. The Baroness left the room. Leisel walked through the deserted corridors of the mansion. Then the girl walked down a long and wide staircase for a long time. The heels of her shoes clicked loudly on the stone steps. At the end of the stairs, the girl stopped and thought. Somehow, she felt too confident in the Duke's mansion. This huge staircase seemed very wide and long to her in the first days, but she got used to it very quickly. Leisel had a strange feeling that this was her home. The girl felt a little sad, but she had to hurry. Lapel and Tia were already waiting for her. Leisel walked quickly through the park. The girl heard someone whistling after her, but she decided that these little pranks could not spoil her wonderful mood. Suddenly the Duke called out to Leisel. Chester was glad that Leisel was feeling better. The girl thanked the Duke for his concern and replied that she had gone out for a walk with Lapel. Chester was a little confused and didn't know what to say next. Leisel noticed the dog standing next to the Duke. The girl recognized him as Warden and greeted the dog. Chester asked Leisel to wait and informed her that Warden had prepared something for the lady. The dog held a flower in his teeth. Warden slowly approached the girl and placed the flower at her very feet. Leisel wondered if this was for her. The girl accepted the gift with pleasure. The Baroness thanked Warden. The dog looked pleased. Leisel asked permission to pet the dog. The Duke allowed it, but recommended doing everything slowly. The girl was sure that everything would be fine because Warden looked like a well-behaved boy. However, Leisel understood that there was no such thing as too much caution with such dogs. The girl slowly placed her hand on the dog's head and gently stroked him. Leisel hugged the dog, thanked him for his trust, and said that they both should forget about the past incident and become friends. The girl was proud that the Doberman gave her a flower. Not many can boast of that, but the dog would not have thought of such a thing. Of course, the Duke rehearsed it with him for a long time. Leisel didn't quite understand why Chester needed this. A simple apology would have been enough for the Baroness who had fallen into this trap. She could not even imagine that the Duke was such a romantic. Leisel hugged the dog and looked at Chester. It seemed to her that his gaze became much warmer and more tender than before. Indeed, the Duke looked at her without the previous aggression. Leisel thanked the Duke for the wonderful performance with the flower and the introduction to Warden. The girl was expected, and she hurried to say goodbye to Chester and his dog and quickly left. The dog and his owner looked at each other in confusion. Chester asked his four-legged friend if he was upset that Leisel had left them. The Duke remembered how sweetly Leisel had hugged Warden. Chester sighed and thought that the dog had nothing to do with it. He was bored without Leisel. Early in the morning, Lapel and Leisel were having a cheerful breakfast in the dining room. The girl told the boy that if he wanted to become strong and mature, he should eat well, and if he finished his carrots, she would give him a piece of pie. Lapel demanded pie first and refused carrots. Leisel had not seen him so capricious for a long time. The Duke watched this idyllic scene from behind the dining room doors, and he heard Leisel praising the boy. The cook, Moldus, noticed the Duke and offered him breakfast. Chester declined breakfast and said he was just passing by. The Duke hastened to leave, leaving Moldus in bewilderment and confusion. Leisel asked the cook where the Duke had disappeared to, and the cook replied that Chester had simply said that he had been passing by and left. Moldus was puzzled. His lordship stood outside the dining room door for so long that the cook stood there for so long that he decided to ask him about breakfast. Perhaps he was embarrassed to enter the dining room because of Lapel and Leisel. Leisel wondered how he could not come into the dining room because of her. The girl remembered that just as now, the Duke had loomed nearby when they were walking with Lapel in the forest. It was impossible to walk down the corridor of the castle without bumping into his lordship. When Leisel and Lapel went to the library to read, the Duke would loom behind the shelves. Leisel was angered by the Duke's behavior. He followed her like a shadow and didn't even hide it. Did he really think that she didn't notice it? Tia was serving breakfast on the garden platform. Lapel was happily playing with one of the knights, and Leisel was calmly watching the boy. The girl thought for a moment and sighed heavily. Tia asked what was bothering Lady so much. Leisel asked Tia to glance discreetly over her shoulder. The maid looked up and saw the Duke of Chester hiding behind a tree not far away. The Duke peered out from behind a tree, clearly trying to remain unnoticed. Tia was surprised and said that she saw the Duke behind the tree, but why was he hiding there? Leisel replied that it seemed to her that the Duke had decided to devote all his free time to observing her. Tia didn't understand why he needed this. Leisel assumed that the Duke still considered her a fraud and thought she was capable of child abuse. Tia reassured Leisel by saying that the Duke had sent one of his servants for this purpose. The maid believed that in order to spy on a person, it was not at all necessary to stare at him like that all the time. There was a completely different reason for this. Tia assumed that the Duke wanted to say something to Leisel, but for some reason he was hesitating. The maid suggested that the Duke wanted to ask Leisel for some favor, but was embarrassed, or maybe he wanted to be closer to Lapel. Leisel decided that she needed to approach the Duke and ask him directly. At this time, the Duke was standing behind a tree not far from the dining area. The guy couldn't understand what he was doing, why he was constantly following this woman and the baby. Roan suddenly appeared and asked if his lordship wanted to play with his guests. The Duke became angry with his servant and said that Roan needed to be given more work to do so that he could not hang around doing nothing and frighten people. Roan replied that he was on his way to do some business, but he saw the Duke standing there and looking in Leisel's direction. Chester replied that Roan was making it all up. He just decided to take a breather and stopped under that tree. The Duke pretended to move on and told Roan that if he had nothing important to say, he could go. Chester turned around and immediately bumped into Lady Leisel. The Duke thought it would be better if he remained standing behind the tree. Leisel asked if his lordship would like to play with them. The Duke tried to calm his unevenly beating heart. Chester looked down and, trying not to look at Leisel, replied that he didn't want to. Leisel looked at the Duke in bewilderment. The girl asked why he was following her like a shadow. Maybe he wanted to play with Lapel after all. The Duke responded sharply that it seemed to her that he was now not allowed to walk around his mansion and that he could go wherever he wanted. Leisel thought that the Duke was a coward and a liar. She caught him red-handed, and he was still arguing with her. She wished she could give him some truth serum now. The young men exchanged harsh looks and sharp words for some time. Roan tried to calm the Duke and Baroness. At this time, Lapel ran up to Chester and grabbed him by the leg. The Duke looked at the boy in bewilderment. Lapel tugged at Chester and asked him to play with him. The boy was very persistent in his request. The Duke did not know what was the best course of action. Lapel persistently pulled the Duke into the clearing and asked him to play with him. Chester extended his hand towards his potential nephew. Leisel called the boy, saying that the Duke was busy looking after them and therefore could not play with them. Leisel expected that Chester would refuse the boy too, so she was angry with him in advance. Unexpectedly, the Duke took the child in his arms and agreed to go play with him. Leisel was furious, no matter that a couple of minutes ago he flatly refused to go play. The Duke objected that this was Lapel's own wish and he must fulfill it. The girl was a little angry, but was glad about Chester's decision. Roan watched the departing aristocrats and realized that they looked very harmonious together. The Duke, Lapel, and Leisel played ball happily on the lawn for a long time. Lapel ran down the hallway of the mansion ahead of Chester and Leisel. The boy was determined to show the Duke his most precious treasure. Chester was surprised that the boy had not yet finished playing and wanted to get back to work. Lapel almost burst into tears and asked if the Duke really didn't want to play with him anymore. Chester imagined that Leisel would now start to make fun of him for not wanting to fulfill Lapel's wish. The girl pretended that nothing concerned her and that she could not influence Chester's decision in any way. The Duke thought about it and decided that it would be easier for him to agree with the boy and play with him a little longer. Leisel even felt sorry for the Duke. She was sure that this would not be the last time that Chester would not be able to refuse his nephew. Lapel was not inferior to his uncle in stubbornness, except that his methods were different for now. Leisel hesitated and entered the room with the Duke and his nephew. She felt as if she was already his wife, and she did not like it at all. Lapel enthusiastically demonstrated his magic lamp to the Duke. The boy said that this was his magic ball, and it shines like the starry sky. Chester recognized the ball as the toy that Leisel had brazenly snatched from him at the market. The girl explained that Lapel really likes stars. The Duke remembered how his older brother told him that his son admired the starry sky, and every time he beamed with happiness looking at it. The Duke looked at the boy, and hope was resurrected in his heart again. The child smiled selflessly, watching the artificial stars on the balloon. Leisel noticed that the Duke was again deep in thought, wondering if it was the real Lapel who was thinking or not. The girl really wanted the Duke to accept the boy, and they began to get closer. Then she calmly left Lapel in the care of the Duke and could leave. Leisel decided that the silence had dragged on too long and she needed to intervene. The girl told the Duke that Lapel was a responsible and caring child, and that he had taken care of her when her ligaments were sprained. Leisel suggested that the Duke listen to Lapel sing. Chester was surprised and agreed to listen to the boy's performance. Leisel invited Lapel to sing for his lordship. The girl encouraged the child and he agreed. Leisel decided that now the Duke would be completely enchanted by the boy. No one could resist the charm of the singing Lapel. The boy took the position of a real singer, folded his hands and began to sing in a very gentle voice. The child sang about the stars sparkling in the night sky, about their beauty and inaccessibility. The child's piercingly pure voice captivated Chester. Leisel helped the boy sing a little. Their voices blended harmoniously. The song immersed the listener in an atmosphere of beauty and charm. Leisel and Lapel looked like a single, inseparable ensemble. The Duke listened with rapt attention and for a short moment forgot about his problems. Suddenly his attention focused on Leisel. The girl's appearance seemed strange to him. Chester felt as if his guest was surrounded by an extraordinary radiance. The young man was especially struck by her eyes, which suddenly lit up with a mysterious light. The Duke began to rub his eyes to shake off the spell. Leisel could not understand whether this was a hint of fatigue or whether the Duke had burst into tears. The song ended. Leisel praised Lapel and asked his lordship what he thought of the boy's singing. Chester took his hands away from his face and looked at the girl. Now her eyes have become normal again. Maybe it seems to him from fatigue and worries. Leisel believed that the Duke should praise Lapel and demanded that he break his silence. The Duke looked at the Baroness with a surprised and frightened look and remained silent. Chester saw the girl with shining eyes in front of him again. This vision frightened the young man and made him tremble. The Duke clenched his fists convulsively and became angry with himself. Chester decided to leave immediately before he blurted out something incomprehensible and ruined his relationship with Leisel and the boy. The Duke quickly and indistinctly blurted out that Bapple was a good fellow. Then he quickly stood up and almost ran out of the room. Leisel and Lapel expected a completely different reaction. The boy suggested that the Duke was angry because of his poor singing. Leisel countered that the Duke simply had no ear for music and was unable to appreciate the boy's singing. The girl got angry at the Duke again. Just when she thought that he wasn't so bad, she watched him transform into another worse version. Chester walked quickly down the hallway of the mansion. Before his eyes stood a vision of Leisel, beautiful with shining eyes. The Duke then and now could not think of anything else. So charming and attractive was this girl to him. The young man leaned his forehead against the cold surface of the wall and tried to calm down. Assuming that it was all from fatigue and nervous tension, he just needed to rest and everything would fall into place. At this time, Roan appeared in the corridor. He was surprised by the Duke's behavior and asked how he was feeling. Chester decided that training might help him and decided to head to the gym right away, ignoring Roan's demand to take care of current affairs. On the way to the mansion of Duke Hyllos, the hooves of horses harnessed to the carriage clattered. The crew arrived at the mansion and stopped at the main entrance. The charming boots carried their owner onto the carriage steps. The sweet blonde simply fell out of the carriage. Her servant expressed doubts that her sudden visit would not cause problems. The aristocrat declared that there was no and would be no room for formalities between her and the Duke. The blue-eyed, charming blonde hurried into the mansion. A clear girl's voice rang out from under the vaults of the huge mansion. The girl was calling her brother. The girl behaved like the mistress of the mansion, not paying much attention to the servants. The maids greeted her without surprise, but also without much respect. The servants tried to explain to the blonde that his lordship was not in the mansion now, but my lady did not listen to what they were telling her. Ignoring the fact that she had been informed of the Duke's absence, the girl moved up the stairs, intending to find Chester at the top. At this time, Leisel and Lapel were having lunch in the dining room. The boy ate everything, for which he was praised by the girl. Tia came in and announced that there was chocolate pudding for dessert today, a message that caused a storm of delight in Lapel. Suddenly everyone heard a loud voice calling for their brother. It was clear that its owner could not find the one he was looking for. Tia realized that there was a guest in the mansion, and she also recognized her by her voice. The maid announced that it was Lady Casey Rashash, at which time the said milady appeared at the door of the dining room. There was silence for a while. Casey had not expected to see a young lady and a child in the Duke's mansion. Milady Rashash apologized for her sudden intrusion. She was unaware that the Duke was receiving guests. Tia greeted my lady and suggested that the Duke might be in his office. Leisel remembered that there was such a character in the novel, but the girl could not remember whether she was a positive or negative hero. Casey noticed the boy and recognized him as Lapelian. She immediately and unconditionally decided that he was the Duke's nephew. Rashash was surprised and glad that the baby had already been found. Casey grabbed the boy by the cheeks and chirped that those red bottomless eyes and the black shock of magnificent hair, you could immediately see the blood of Yahello. The boy was frightened by the girl's incredible emotional pressure and rushed to Leisel for protection. Casey realized that she had been too impulsive in reaching out to the boy and asking for forgiveness for scaring him. Leisel calmed the baby and said that everything was fine and that Milady Casey was not scary at all, but kind and cheerful. Casey asked who the girl standing in front of her was. Leisel wanted to introduce herself. but Milady got ahead of her and assigned Lapel as her nanny. Leisel didn't answer, but finally remembered who this Casey was. Casey Rashash was the only daughter of Count Rashash. Count Rashash and Duke Yahello were close friends. 2 sons, Yahellos, and a daughter, Rashasha, grew up together from early childhood. That's why Casey allowed herself to be familiar with Chester and called him brother. Leisel thought that Casey and Chester were like siblings in their impulsiveness and tactlessness. The Baroness feared for Lapel's life and health if he remained in the care of this girl, or if there was nothing to fear after all. Casey thought for a moment and decided that the girl standing in front of her was too beautiful and young to be a nanny. Leisel realized that Casey was quite perceptive. The Baroness bowed in greeting and introduced herself as Leisel Frozen. She explained that she and the Duke had some unresolved business, so she would be staying here for a while longer. Milady Rashash was surprised. She did not expect to meet Frozen herself here. Casey threw up her hands and was surprised that in front of her was the very trendsetter, about whom so many rumors were circulating in the capital. Rashash immediately rushed to ask forgiveness for taking her for an ordinary nanny and for remembering the capital's gossip. Leisel replied that there was nothing terrible about it, and she was not offended. Casey responded that her father says her tongue is her enemy and asked for forgiveness, once again calling the girl by the diminutive name Zelly. Leisel was slightly shocked by Casey's casualness. They had only just met, and she had already shortened her name to a diminutive. Lapel repeated after Casey the new version of the name Leisel, and Milady asked the boy if he wanted marmalade. To Leisel and Lapel's surprise, Rashash opened her purse. A rather large gummy bear jumped out from the very depths of the bag. This incident caused a storm of delight in the child. Casey caught the gummy bear and gave it to the boy, saying that it was a treat from his sister. Leisel assumed that Casey's bag was magical. There was no way she could carry such a big gummy bear in such a small bag. Casey noticed Leisel's interest in her accessory. The girl turned out to be very generous and good-natured. She easily decided to part with the bag and give it to her new friend. Leisel initially refused, but then Casey explained that whatever you wish for appears in this bag. True, Casey corrected herself, but the fact that it does not bring financial benefit, that is, this bag does not print money, of course, slightly upset Leisel. Anyway, Casey consoled her new friend. The thing was really cool, and she could take it as compensation for her oversight. Leisel agreed to accept the bag only because Lapel liked it so much. Casey was very happy that Leisel agreed to accept her gift. Milady Rashash watched the boy and became increasingly convinced that he was the spitting image of Hylos. Most likely this was Lapelion, the son of the Duke's elder brother. Leisel agreed with her, but the boy had not yet passed the potion test. Casey immediately became interested in the details of the boy's story. She bombarded Leisel with questions about whether she had brought the boy to the estate, where he had been, and how he had ended up there. Leisel eagerly began to present the official version of everything that had happened. At this time, the Duke was training with the knights on the parade ground until he was exhausted. Chester was brave and skilled in combat. Few of his knights could stand against his lordship. In fact, it was the Duke who was the main trainer and commander of his knights, and now he was testing their strength. Having won several victories in a row, Chester calmed down a little. Roan appeared and asked Chester not to be too zealous, otherwise the knights would think that he decided to take out his anger on them. Chester replied that he simply wanted the boys to understand that they had room to grow, and that he was thus showing concern for their development as fighting units. Roan replied that if the Duke did not want to kill his subordinates with such care, he should give them a rest. The Duke asked why Roan was here again. He had nothing to do again. Roan replied that he came to inform that Milady Casey had arrived at the mansion. Milady was currently talking with Lady Leisel. This news stunned and alarmed Chester. The Duke immediately told Roan that he had not come for him earlier and rushed into the mansion as fast as he could. The Duke was in a hurry, and Roan could not catch up with his master. The butler reported that the girls had long since moved to Leisel's room. The Duke wanted to go there himself, or he needed to call Milady into the living room. Chester replied that Casey would not agree to persuasion. No please come out would help here, only a personal appearance. Roan countered that what he was suggesting was either basic politeness or his lordship was worried that Casey would tell Leisel something unflattering about his wild youth. Chester was afraid of everything, and therefore was in a great hurry. Rowan teased the Duke that he usually didn't care what people said about him. Chester replied that if Rowan continued his bullying, he would put him to some nasty paperwork. Rowan thought he had hit the nail on the head. The whole reason Chester was rushing was because he was afraid Casey would tell Leisel something about him. Chester was indeed in a hurry. The girls found a common language and chatted cheerfully in Leisel's room. Lapel was having fun with the magic handbag. Casey suggested that Leisel give her a little test on her knowledge of the Duke. Milady asked the Baroness to guess Chester's nickname. Leisel wondered what nickname she would give the Duke. The girl wondered what could irritate people most about the Duke. Maybe it's because he's handsome and unperturbed, then he would be called a cold-blooded handsome man. True, Leisel would call him an idiot and nothing more. All the other nicknames that came to her mind contained only obscene words. However, Leisel did not yet trust Casey enough to be so frank with her, so she hesitated when choosing a nickname for the Duke. Casey laughed and said she would definitely think of Chester if she heard that nickname. Milady confided that Chester was often called the mouth that spoils everything. The girls laughed so hard that Lapel looked up from his toys and at them. Casey laughed openly and said that this nickname was perfect for the Duke. He was perfect until he opened his mouth. Leisel couldn't remember the last time she felt so light and happy, and she felt like she had found a kindred spirit in Casey. There was a knock at the door, and when the girls asked, they received the answer that it was Chester, the Duke asking for permission to enter. Leisel allowed the Duke to enter. Chester walked in and apologized for interrupting the girls' friendly conversation. Leisel didn't like the look on Chester's face. He definitely heard something from their conversation. Chester was a little distracted and didn't answer Leisel. Gekog asked Milady Casey what brought her to his mansion. Leisel was worried that Chester had heard her laugh at his nickname. Chester invited Casey to talk in the living room. The Duke apologized to Leisel for intruding into her chambers out of order and headed for the door, Casey following him, promising Leisel to see her later. Chester's sudden visit to her room left Leisel baffled. Lapel tugged the girl by the hem of her dress and asked why his uncle hadn't greeted him. Had he really stopped loving him? Leisel tried to convince the little boy that his uncle loved him, but was just in a hurry and a little rude. The girl was not worried about the Duke's attitude towards her personally, but the fact that he ignored the child was rude and unethical. The nickname Idiot would suit the Duke best, Leisel thought. Chester and Casey settled into the living room. Casey explained that she had come to his mansion on the orders of her father. The Duke asked if Casey had ever said anything to Leisel that she would later regret. Casey said that he was wrong to doubt her. Why would she discuss something personal with anyone? And she and Leisel didn't even mention the Duke. Chester didn't really believe his adopted sister. She definitely told Leisel something. Casey laughed and told Chester not to worry. The girl decided to change the subject before her brother started grumbling and asked if it turned out that Lapel had been found. The Duke replied that most likely yes, but the potion had not yet been delivered and the boy had not passed the test. Casey stated that Zelly would never have committed a forgery. The child simply lost his memory as a result of the shock of the accident. Chester replied that it was better to check everything several times than to regret a mistake later. The Countess was categorical that Zelly could be trusted. The Duke was surprised by the woman's logic. Casey had known Leisel for only a short time, but she had already completely taken her side. Casey stated that Chester should also believe Zelly. She is also very beautiful, among other things. The Duke replied in annoyance that he already knew all this. The Countess immediately took her brother at his word and declared that this meant that he liked Zelly very much. Chester asked her why she thought that. Casey replied that he agreed that Zelly was beautiful. The Duke replied that this was not the case, and that his sister, as usual, had misunderstood his words. The Countess laughed and apologized, perhaps she had misheard, and Chester was glad that he had managed to get out of it. Chester thought that his situation was bad. The symptoms of a strange condition were getting worse. He had something similar just recently. The Duke looked at Leisel and couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl was saying something, but Chester didn't hear her words. Leisel was shining so brightly that he had to retreat immediately. The Duke suspected that he had some kind of mental illness. Casey watched her brother and realized that she was actually right and had not heard anything. Chester decided to see a doctor and find out what kind of mental disorders he had. First, a small bear made of dark chocolate flew out of the magic bag, then a larger bear made of white chocolate. The next treat was a sugar star in a beautiful transparent package. Lapel was delighted by the abundance of toys and their miraculous appearance. Leisel was surprised that the boy really liked the toys and sweets from the magic bag so much. Lapel called Leisel a sorceress and said that she was very cool. The boy wanted even more treats. This time he wanted a puppy. Leisel replied that he could only have 3 things in a row in an hour. The magic bag needed to rest. Leisel asked the boy to play with what he had for now, and later they would ask the bag for a puppy. Lapel agreed with the girl. Leisel suggested that Lapel take the delicacies that he liked the most and offered to give the rest to his friends. The boy suggested treating Tia. The child was fiddling with his treasures. Leisel watched the boy and was glad that he was so happy and contented. The girl decided that the magic handbag given to her by the Countess was a really useful thing. But for some reason, Leisel was dead tired, getting various things for Lapel from the magic bag. The girl felt like she was falling asleep on the go and decided to lie down on the bed for a minute. Leisel understood that Lapel could not be left alone without supervision for long. The girl had no intention of sleeping for long, only 5 minutes, and only with one eye. Lapel continued to play with the toys. He played with the star and the rabbit for some time. After, the boy felt sad playing alone and wanted to play with Leisel. The boy called Leisel but saw that she was fast asleep. Lapel called the girl by name, but she did not answer him. The boy came very close, but the girl did not react to him in any way. Lapel really wanted to wake up Leisel, but he was her protector, which meant he had to protect the girl's sleep. The boy stood by the bed for a while, not knowing what to do. In the end, the boy decided that it was not necessary for Leisel to play with him. He could find someone else to play with him. Lapel jumped up and deftly grabbed the door handle. The door opened and the baby looked out into the corridor. Lapel decided that the servants had hidden from him and he would now find them all. The boy ran down the corridor, skipping. The baby opened one door. Lapel entered the room, went to the window and looked out of it, but even there he saw no one. The boy returned to the corridor and began to check one room after another. Everywhere was quiet, clean and empty. There were so many open doors and checked rooms that he was already tired of searching and decided to just go back to Leisel. Suddenly, behind another door, the boy discovered a room full of wonderful treasures. There were stars on the shelf right in front of him. Nearby, a magnificent chandelier decorated with stars shone on the ceiling. Lapel was so fascinated by what he had discovered that he forgot that he had decided to return to Leisel's room. The Baroness was fast asleep. Suddenly, the girl felt a strange sensation, as if she had not fallen asleep, but had fallen into a coma. Leisel immediately remembered Lapel and discovered that he was not in the room. The girl saw that the door to the room was open. Where could the boy have gone? Leisel rushed to search. The boy could easily get lost in this huge mansion. The Baroness rushed through the corridors of the castle and called Lapel. The girl's only response was silence and stillness. Lapel had apparently gone very far away. The girl met Tia. The maid asked what she was doing there and why she was screaming so loudly. Leisel asked if Tia Lapel had seen him on her way here, and the maid replied that she had not. The girl explained that she had fallen asleep, and when she woke up, the boy was not in the room. Suddenly he got hurt or scared. Tia reassured Leisel, saying that the boy was okay, and suggested looking for him together. The maid ran to look at the kitchen. Suddenly the baby went there. Leisel blamed herself for falling asleep and leaving the baby alone. If something happened to him, it would be her fault. At this time, Chester was walking down the corridor of his own mansion, not in the best mood. The young man had just visited the doctor and remembered how the doctor had asked him if he had understood correctly that his lordship did not have such symptoms when he looked at other people, including women. The doctor concluded that Chester was absolutely healthy, and it was all about his feelings specifically for Lady Leisel. The doctor was actually glad that his duke had finally fallen in love, and that marriage was not far off. But the Duke had the feeling that the old man was laughing nastily at him. Chester thought for a moment and found himself standing right outside Lady Leisel's room. Why did his feet bring him here? The young man was indignant. The Duke decided that he was right and that there was something wrong with his head, and not all this that the doctor had hinted to him about. Chester decided that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, as far away as possible, and in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, Lady Leisel would blind him again. Suddenly, the Duke stopped dead in his tracks. At this time, Lady Leisel stood in the middle of the corridor and cried from despair and helplessness. The girl raised her eyes full of tears and with a pleading voice asked Roan for help. The butler readily asked for help to explain what had happened, and the girl replied that Lapel had disappeared. Leisel explained that she accidentally fell asleep, and when she woke up, the boy was no longer there. He never wandered around the mansion alone. Maybe something bad happened. Roan reassured Leisel. Now he would connect all the free servants. The boy could not go far. There were guards around. The mansion and estate were carefully guarded. The butler asked the girl to stand there and come to her senses. He would come soon with good news, but the girl decided to join the search. Leisel prayed that the boy would not get into trouble. At this time, the Duke of Chester began to get angry with his servants. Could it be that someone had disobeyed his order not to even go near this room without his permission? The door to the treasured room was wide open. The Duke was incredibly angry, who dared to disobey the order. Chester moved closer to the door and listened, but the room was silent. The Duke decided to enter the room. It was clear that the culprit was still there, and Chester was going to scold the offender. The Duke opened the door and loudly asked who dared to disobey his order. The Duke's answer was a delighted exclamation from Lapel, and his eyes wide open and full of admiration. The Duke never expected to see his potential or real nephew in this room. Chester couldn't understand how the boy ended up there. His room was far away, in another wing of the mansion. Lapel boasted that he had found the place where all the stars hide during the day. The boy said that all the stars were in this room and they were beautiful. Lapel hugged the biggest and most beautiful star tightly. The Duke had no choice but to agree with the guy. Chester couldn't decide what to do. This room was meant for the real Lapel, and this boy needed to be scolded and sent away. However, the Duke did not want to do this at all, and it was very strange. The boy fit perfectly into this room. Lapel asked Uncle Chester to play with him. The Duke wanted to object at first. However, Lapel knew how to persuade and was very convincing in his request. Chester gave in and agreed to play with him, but not for long. Lapel was delighted and invited Chester to admire the stars with him. The boy advised the Duke to lie down on the floor, then the stars on the ceiling would shine even brighter. Chester and Lapel lay on the floor and looked at the stars painted on the ceiling. The Duke asked the boy why he was alone and where Leisel was now. Lapel replied that Leisel had fallen asleep, and he thought that there was no need to wake her up, since he was her protector, so he didn't wake her up and played alone. The Duke warned Lapel that it was not at all that he wanted Leisel to be there. The boy clarified that it meant that his uncle was glad that Leisel was not with them, but it was a lot of fun to play with her. Chester replied that Leisel should know better. He communicates with ladies more often. The Duke thought that Lapel was the Baroness's little spy and that he had to be careful with him. Chester has already managed to screw up a few times because of her detrimental influence on her perception of the world. He just needs to not meet with Leisel and keep his distance. No matter how much the Duke trained during the day or how tired he was, this woman was always by his side at night, always right before his eyes. The doctor said that the Duke had no health problems, but he was concerned about his condition, so the only right decision was to try to avoid meeting this woman. Lapel suggested singing a song to the Duke so that he wouldn't miss Leisel. The Duke wanted to snap back, but there was only a child in front of him, and Chester restrained himself and allowed him to sing. The boy sang a song about a sweet night star. A gentle, clear voice floated around the room. He sang about how he didn't know where this star was and that it was very high in the sky. Chester listened, and the charm of the song brought him wonderful visions. The Duke saw Leisel's face. The girl was floating in the air. She was flying straight towards him, charming and beautiful like a real fairy. Chester felt like he wanted her to touch him. Shuddering and shaking off the spell, the Duke mentally asked the doctor whether this was, in his opinion, normal or something. Leisel, Roan, and the servants continued to search for the boy. Tia said that he was not in the kitchen, and the guards did not see him go outside. Roan concluded that Lapel had gone somewhere else, which meant he had to be looked for inside the mansion. The butler reassured Leisel. He said that the child would be found. It was only a matter of time. Roan gave orders to continue the search and divided the inspection area between the servants. Leisel was going to go alone, but Roan stated that she did not know the mansion and could also get lost, so he would go with her. The Baroness and the butler continued their search, examining the corridors and rooms they came across along the way and constantly calling for Lapel. Leisel was in complete despair. What would happen if they didn't find him in this wing? She had lost the child, and what if Lapel was wounded or unconscious and couldn't make a sound? The girl desperately wanted everything to be okay and for Lapel to be safe, but where could he be? Roan heard Lapel's voice from one of the rooms and pointed it out to Leisel. A happy and healthy boy was looking out of the door of some room, holding a huge star in his hands. Leisel's joy knew no bounds. She almost strangled the boy in her embrace. After hugging and carefully examining the boy's condition, Leisel scolded him for leaving the room without permission. And what if something happened to him? Lapel said that nothing had happened to him. Besides, he was not alone, and the star was with them. Leisel became interested in who else was with the boy. At this time, Chester came out of the room and asked what happened and why it was so noisy. The Duke saw Lady Leisel and tried to portray extreme indifference and apathy. The girl never expected to meet him here and now. The Duke looked at Leisel carefully. The words of the song Lapel had just sung came back to his mind, and Leisel appeared again as a beautiful fairy. The Duke became angry with himself and gave himself the command to clear his head of dissolute images and pull himself together. Chester asked the butler what was going on. Roan replied that Lapel was missing and they were all looking for him. Leisel apologized for the commotion, and Lapel also realized that he was to blame and asked everyone for forgiveness. Leisel explained that she couldn't find Lapel herself and therefore turned the whole house upside down. Leisel looked very scared. The Duke decided that Leisel looked like that because she was so worried. Chester tried to calm the girl down, saying that he was partly to blame for what happened. He didn't think that everyone would be upset by Lapel's absence. Leisel replied that the Duke was certainly not to blame for the commotion. Rather, she was grateful to Chester for being with the boy all this time. Suddenly, Leisel swayed. Her head began to spin, her knees weakened, and the light swam before the girl's eyes. The Duke rushed to the lady who was losing her balance and supported her. Leisel fell right into Chester's arms. Exhausted and tired, Leisel felt safe and secure in Chester's arms. The Duke was afraid for Leisel's health and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl apologized for the fact that her leg suddenly gave way. Roan concluded that the lady's nerves were getting on her nerves again. It was exactly the same with her last time. Leisel remembered that this body often let her down at crucial moments, and with this man it did so all the time. Chester asked the girl if she could walk. She replied that of course she could, but then almost fell again. The Duke ordered Rowan to make sure that the lady had a good rest and invited her to go into that very room. The Duke said goodbye to the girl, and Lapel hurried her, believing that the stars in this room would help her regain her strength and she would no longer be ill. Leisel stated that she didn't really feel sick, just a little tired from stress. Leisel walked into the room and was stunned by its stellar design. It was gorgeous and unexpected at the same time. Peace and quiet reigned in the mansion again. Leisel sat quietly drinking tea on the dining area. Nearby, Lapel and Tia were playing tag. The girl should have been happy. Her efforts were not in vain. In the mansion, everything calmed down and fell into place. This meant that today would also pass calmly. The potion would soon be delivered, and Leisel would be able to return home. The Baroness reasoned that Lapel should get used to the local people. Everything would be fine if she left him here. Leisel knew for sure that Lapel was the Duke's nephew, which meant that everything would work out for them very soon. To tell the truth, the girl didn't even expect such a quick, happy ending. Rohan said that all the furnishings of Lapel's room and all the toys were bought by the Duke himself. since even during his lifetime, Leon mentioned that Lapel loved the stars. That's why Mr. Chester chose the star design, especially for his nephew. Most likely he is tormented by a sense of guilt because he was unable to save his family. That's why he tries so hard for his nephew. Now Leisel understood why Chester was ready to do anything for that toy at the market. Although from his usual behavior, you wouldn't say that he was ready to do such a thing. Leisel decided that she could finally relax. All that was left was to collect her due reward and leave the hospitable mansion. A wave of sadness washed over the girl. As soon as she left the mansion from her life, everyone who had become close to her recently would leave forever. She will never see little Lapel again. All the kind and good people living and working in the mansion will remain only in her memory. And she will never see the Duke of Chester again either, unless she runs into him at a social event. Leisel hoped that no one would mind if she visited Lapel from time to time, but that was the maximum amount of interference that a minor character like her could allow. The girl reasoned that it would be bad if the whole story changed just because of her. She was sure that everyone had enough strength to overcome life's adversities. Oddly enough, Leisel suddenly began to feel a strange sense of loss, as if the whole world had turned its back on her. Where did this self-pity come from? Leisel shook herself and decided to distract herself with food. Only this could lift her mood in such a situation. The girl asked Tia if they had a piece of pie in the kitchen. The maid was going to go and check. The Baroness objected that she would go herself and let Tia play with Lapel. Leisel still had things to do on the way. The girl decided to take the magic bag from the room and make some goodies for Lapel. Leisel believed that she and the boy had very little time left to communicate, and therefore he should receive only positive emotions in Liesel's presence. The girl walked slowly along the path and thought about what kind of toy she would make first, a teddy bear, a puppy, or a star. Near one of the gazebos she heard the voices of servants. The maids and footmen said outrageous things about their master. They hissed at each other, afraid of being heard. Leisel listened indignantly as they said that the youngest son, Chester, was behind the accident of the Duke's eldest son's family. One of the maids whispered that they said that Chester wanted to inherit the title, and that's why he killed his brother and his entire family. The servants automatically concluded that all his actions to find Lapel and the criminals were just a pretense. Leisel was indignant. These people have completely lost their conscience. How dare they slander an innocent person? Liesel's fists clenched involuntarily, and she was so indignant that she couldn't just walk past silently. The girl came out of hiding and indignantly declared that it was impossible to spread such terrible gossip. As only those who spoke could bring themselves to do, the Duke was not capable of such things. The footman justified himself by saying that they were simply retelling gossip, but that they themselves in no way thought so. Leisel demanded that they name the source of this malicious slander. The Duke's study was one of the most comfortable and spacious rooms in the mansion. Chester studied the papers and extracts from them. The abundance of information did not fit into the Duke's head. There were so many documents that Chester's head was spinning. The Duke stood up and decided it was time for him to rest. Chester opened the window and breathed in the fresh air. His lordship's gaze immediately fell on the dining area in the park. There Chester saw Leisel and Lapel playing. The girl, as always, was beautiful and incredibly charming. The Duke looked at the girl. Rowan entered and invited the Duke to rest and have some tea. The Duke declined the tea and said that he did not feel like it yet. Rowan asked where the Duke was going. Chester said he was going for a walk and left. Chester wandered along the park paths for a long time. The guy breathed in the fresh air and enjoyed the peace and quiet. After a long walk, the Duke's head cleared and he felt better. Chester decided it was time for him to go back. There was still a lot of work to do. The Duke thought that if he continued to walk straight ahead, he would definitely run into Leisel. It was time to move in the opposite direction, otherwise he was unconsciously moving in her direction. The young man thought that this would make him go crazy. He could not calm these attacks of obsession, but there must be a cure for this. The Duke's thoughts were interrupted by the voices of the servants that reached him. The maid and footman were again discussing the Duke of Chester's involvement in the accident that had befallen his brother and his entire family. Evil tongues painfully wounded the Duke's already suffering soul. The young man was bitter to hear accusations of the murder of his beloved brother. The most annoying thing is that his servants were talking about this on his own estate. Chester decided, as always, to ignore it and just return to his office and get on with his business. Suddenly he heard a loud female voice demanding that the gossips name the source of the information. The Duke changed his mind about leaving and decided to watch what was happening. Chester witnessed Leisel scold the servants for baseless gossip. Leisel angrily demanded that the servants take responsibility for the words they spoke. The footmen and maids answered hesitantly that everyone said that. Leisel asked if all of these people had proof, and they told her that there was no proof. The Baroness became angry and declared that of course there was no such evidence and could not be, so they all had to protect the honour of their master, watch their language and not spread groundless rumours. Leisel declared that the Duke was not the kind of person who would act in such a vile manner, and everyone should remember this firmly. Chester listened with surprise and secret joy as this fragile woman, still almost a girl, defended his honour. The young man's heart fluttered. He had not felt so happy for a long time. Leisel continued to scold the servants, asking why they were all gathered here, or whether it was a day off in the mansion, and they had nothing to do at all. They should go to work and not chat about anything. Chester came out from behind the tree and addressed Lady Leisel. He informed her that the wind was getting stronger. It would rain soon, and she needed to return to the mansion with Lapel. The servants immediately retreated. Leisel did not understand where the Duke had come from. She felt embarrassed that he had caught her scolding his servants. The girl decided that it was time for her to get going too, especially since the Duke was right and it had become noticeably colder outside. The Duke said that he also had to go that way and offered to accompany Leisel. The young people walked silently along the forest path. Leisel thought that the Duke was certainly worried about the servants talking about such terrible things behind his back, but if so, then why follow her? Leisel felt she should have said something anyway. The girl stopped and told the Duke that she apologized. Chester did not understand what she was apologizing for. Leisel replied that she shouldn't have scolded his servants, but even though she was only a guest, she felt offended for the Duke himself. He probably felt terrible. It was obvious that things were not easy for him. Chester was struck by Leisel's sensitivity and good manners. The Duke replied that Leisel should not worry about anything, but the girl objected. She could not ignore injustice. The Duke was not guilty of anything. There should be a presumption of innocence. Leisel demanded that the Duke not remain silent, but answer her something. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep at night and would not calm down at all. The Duke asked where she got such confidence in his innocence. Leisel, of course, could not say that she had read about this, and that in the original novella, the Duke was not a criminal. According to the plot, he was simply Lapel's future puppet, ready to fulfill any whims of his nephew. Leisel answered out loud that she was confident in the Duke's integrity. Chester was surprised by the faith that a complete stranger had in him. Leisel explained her conclusions by the fact that if Chester had staged the accident, he would not have looked for Lapel, and most importantly, he would not have bothered with the stellar design of the room for his nephew, who had not yet been found. The Duke continued to wonder why Leisel was so confident in him, acting as if we had known each other for 100 years, and she knew him inside out. Her pure and trusting gaze sank straight into his soul. This green-eyed girl completely dismissed even the thought that he could be a criminal. Before the Duke stood a man who, for some unknown reason, was absolutely certain of his innocence. This girl surprised and amazed the Duke more and more. Chester looked at her carefully, his thoughts again caught up in romantic visions, and the Duke blushed deeply. Leisel was afraid that the Duke had become ill, and she asked how he was feeling, because his face was all red. The Duke answered that he was fine, but the girl was sure that His Highness was ill. In the storage room behind the barrels, two chatty maids hid from the world to gossip a little more. The girls were very scared. First Lady Leisel scolded them, and then the Duke appeared out of nowhere. It's good that only the lady scolded them. They would have died from the Duke's reprimand. Regina entered the pantry, and hearing the maid's conversation, she was indignant that the visiting swindler was scolding the local servants and behaving like the mistress of the house. The maids tried to protect Leisel and said that nothing was known, and calling her a fraud was rude and unfair. The girl's behaviour spoke of her honesty and integrity. Regina believed that Leisel was simply a good actress, but Regina was secretly in love with the Duke and therefore perceived Leisel as a rival and was going to use all available means to drive her out of the estate. In the kitchen, soup was boiling on the stove, especially for the sick Leisel. The head chef prepared it himself and the soup was ready. Moldus asked Tia if she was sure that the soup would help Leisel recover, and the Gonyochnaya replied that the doctor recommended drinking more liquids. Moldus was worried that Lady had suddenly fallen ill. She must have been overtired while playing with the young gentleman. Anything is possible, Tia answered, and yesterday it was still quite cool. Moldus hurried Tia and asked her to ask if Leisel could cook something special. The cook really wanted to feed the sick woman some tasty food. Tia hurried towards Leisel, but Regina came across her. The maids almost collided at the door. Tia apologized, and Regina responded rudely. Regina grumbled that Tia had asked to look after the guests, but all she knew was how to get in the way of all the other servants. Regina reported to Moldus that she had brought all the spices he had asked for. Regina was incredibly angry with Leisel. She believed that she was pretending to be sick. A few days ago, Regina watched as Leisel, with tears in her eyes, rushed around the mansion in search of Lapel, but decided that the lady was doing everything on purpose so that the Duke would hug her and feel sorry for her. Regina was so carried away by her thoughts that she didn't notice how furiously she was putting packets of spices on the table. The maid swore that her relationship with the Duke would not be ruined by Leisel's dirty intrigues. Regina believed that Chester had chosen her long ago and belonged only to her. The girl herself invented a relationship with the Duke and promised to destroy everyone who would interfere with them. Moldus watched Regina and decided that this maid had suddenly become possessed. Tia came to Leisel's room and knocked loudly. The girl said that she brought her the soup that the doctor recommended. The maid was amazed by what was happening in the ladies' room. Lapel sat on the bed next to Leisel, crying and asking her not to die. The girl insisted that she would be fine, but the boy said that she was lying because she couldn't even move. Tia asked Lapel not to worry. Tia would recover very soon. Leisel asked Tia to take the boy and play with him, otherwise he might get infected from her. Tia tried to distract the boy with a walk or toys, but Lapel was sure that he was needed here and now. He categorically refused to leave Leisel. The boy was capricious and protested against being taken away. However, patient Tia took him away from the sick woman almost by force. The maid took the boy away and advised the sick woman to have a good rest. Leisel was pleased that Tia was helping her. The traveller was worried that she had inherited a body with a weak immune system and that she would get sick from a simple walk. Leisel calculated that 3 weeks had already passed since she'd been living in the mansion, and very soon the potion would be delivered and she would have to say goodbye to Lapel. Leisel didn't want to lie in bed at all. She needed to get up on her feet as quickly as possible and spend as much time with the boy as possible. The Duke became engrossed in his reading. Another book was swallowed and digested. The Duke thought, before he thought that everything that was happening to him was the symptoms of some kind of illness. This had never happened before, but after breaking all the love affairs, he realized that everything that was happening to him meant only one thing. Everything suggests that he simply fell in love with Lady Leisel, but that is impossible. Something like that could not have happened to him. The Duke considered his love incredible and unthinkable. Leisel was not as extravagant as people said about her in society. She doted on the boy, and of course did not force him to say or do anything. But why the Duke was so blindly in love with her, Chester himself could not understand. Chester remembered her charming face and how delightfully she spoke. The guy felt hot again, then cold, and wanted to hug Leisel. His heart began to pound in his chest, and the Duke realized that he was in deep trouble. Chester complained to Rowan that he seemed to be losing his mind. Rowan couldn't understand why his master was studying romance novels instead of important matters. The butler asked if the Duke would soon return to work with documents, since he had forced him to sort out cases while he himself was reading novels. The Duke asked Rowan to wait a little longer. Chester compiled a list of love symptoms described in novels. At the same time, the young man noted which of them he experienced himself. The Duke looked up from his list and asked if he could ask a personal question. Rowan was all ears. Then the Duke asked him to tell him what he liked most about his wife, Melanie. The Duke asked to clarify what was so special about Rowan's wife that he decided to spend his whole life with her. Rowan was delighted. Finally, the young gentleman decided to turn to him with amorous questions. The butler suspected that Chester was not in vain being polite to the lady, and his intuition did not fail him. Rowan decided to tell everything frankly about love, and answered that the main reason was that one fine morning he woke up and realized that he loved his Melanie. The Duke replied that he had the impression that Rowan had fallen in love simply out of boredom. Rowan replied that Chester had misunderstood him, and that in love there was nothing impossible. You could just understand over a cup of tea that you were in love. The butler said that no matter what the first impression is, in the end it all comes down to people's feelings and their ability to compromise. The Duke listened to the butler and thought, it seemed that his behavior could not be explained by anything other than love. The conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Tia knocking and asking to come in. The maid came with Lapel and explained that the boy wanted to see the Duke. Chester became alarmed and asked what had happened. Lapel waited for permission and burst into the Duke's office like a whirlwind. The boy hung on his uncle's legs and lamented that Leisel was dying, and they had to somehow save her. Tia explained that the lady simply had a cold, but was afraid that she might infect Lapel and asked to take him away. The Duke asked how the lady was feeling. Tia replied that she was still feverish, so she was resting in her room. Rowan decided that he himself would use this chance to win the heart of his beloved. The butler tried to suggest to the Duke that he had an excellent opportunity to get closer to Leisel. Rowan told the master directly that this was the best time to court the lady. The Duke was clearly slow and couldn't understand all of Rowan's winks, hints and direct orders. Rowan finally managed to explain to Chester what exactly he was advising him to do, and now the young man was standing not far from Lady Leisel's room. The Duke stood like that for some time and did not dare to go further. Chester felt out of place and was about to leave. Suddenly, someone shoved a bouquet of flowers right in Chester's face. It was Rowan. He was angry that Chester didn't listen and was going to go to the lady without flowers, so he, as a loyal friend, brought a bouquet. Rowan said that now is the season of medicinal plants and flowers. He washed and dried all the flowers in the bouquet so they can be eaten and brewed into tea. Chester was still unsure about the necessity of his visit to Leisel. Rowan replied that this way Chester would help Leisel get better, faster, or the Duke was going to back out. But Chester resolutely walked towards the door to Leisel's room. The butler added that all ladies appreciate romantic gestures, and that was something Chester should remember. Now Rowan decided that his friend and master was completely ready for their first date. Duke Rowan had to be pushed towards the door of Leisel's room. Leisel was in a sick half-sleep. The girl tossed and turned in her spacious and soft bed. The fever had gone down, the temperature was normal, but Leisel still couldn't sleep. Her head ached so much that it seemed like it was about to explode. There was a knock at the door. It was the Duke of Chester. Leisel wasn't too happy about Chester's arrival, but the owner of the mansion couldn't be left out. Leisel greeted the Duke and tried to look as healthy as possible. Chester stood for a while near the door and was silent. Leisel waited for him to finally start talking. Rowan was worried about Chester. He was definitely not his best student. He didn't understand why he was standing there like a pillar and why he was silent. Chester remembered that ladies like romantic gestures. Leisel was shocked by what she saw. The Duke held a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The girl asked the Duke what kind of bouquet it was. Chester couldn't think of anything better to say than that he found this bouquet on his way to her room. Leisel almost burst out laughing. Rowan grabbed his head. What a romantic gesture. Could such a statement really touch anyone? Chester handed the bouquet to Leisel without approaching the bed. The girl just frowned. At this time, Tia entered the room with boiling water for the lady. Leisel said that she didn't seem to ask for this. The maid replied that extra boiling water would definitely not be a bad idea. Chester handed Leisel a mug of boiling water and said he had heard that these flowers were good for colds. Moreover, they are already clean and ready to eat. The Duke advised throwing a few petals into boiling water. Chester himself carried out this mission. The Duke stood silently and frantically tugged at the flowers. Leisel thought that Chester looked very cute, just like Lapel. His little gestures seemed special. If he continued to be so cute, women's hearts would not be able to resist him. Leisel caught herself in strange thoughts in which the Duke suddenly became sweet. The girl did not understand why the Duke came to her at all. Tia was looking after her, and very well, the girl felt a catch. The Duke suggested trying some medicinal tea. Leisel decided that everything that was happening was a subtle hint that Lapel should not catch the infection from her. The girl replied that she understood everything, but she herself was trying to be alone so as not to accidentally infect anyone, and the Duke could not worry about it. The Duke did not understand what she was talking about. Leisel pointed out that he didn't have to go to such lengths to warn her not to infect Lapel. He could have just told her. Rowan watched from the door and saw Chester freeze at the lady's sharp response. The butler pretended to have just arrived and found the Duke in the ladies' room. He said that Chester had mountains of paperwork waiting for him, and it was time for him to work, and they said goodbye to Leisel. It wasn't long before Chester and Rowan were back in the Duke's office. The Duke slammed his palm on the table in annoyance. Chester grumbled that he trusted Rowan, but the plan failed. Maybe he should explain to him why. The butler replied that this was a normal reaction of the lady to the way he presented everything. The Duke asked to explain what he had done wrong. Rowan explained that Chester had long believed Leisel was a fraud and had acted toward her accordingly. Naturally, she remembers this and will not immediately open up to you and react positively to gifts. This is, of course, logical, the Duke noted, but what should he do? Rowan advised him not to rush and gradually resolve the misunderstandings between him and Leisel. The Duke decided that he shouldn't have listened to Rowan. All we had to do was wait until the potion was delivered to the estate. Kay was urgently called to the commander, straight from the training ground. The creature in the knight's body reasoned that today he was supposed to look after the child, but it seemed they wanted to assign him something else. The commander said that they now needed people to reinvestigate the carriage crash site, so he invited Kay. Pseudo-Kay didn't want to investigate at all and replied that he wasn't good enough to do it. The commander asked why Kay was suddenly giving up on something he had previously been interested in. The commander noticed that Kay had changed a lot. He was different before, and he began to train with less diligence. Pseudo-Kay justified himself by saying that he had been feeling unwell for the last few days, was probably a little tired, and promised to try harder in training and participate in all the garrison's activities. Pseudo-Kay walked out from the commander, remembering his promise to keep a close eye on him. The spy in Kay's body knew that things would be bad for him if he started putting on a show for the knights at the arrival site and couldn't be near the target. And the commander's promise to look after him personally did not promise to make the task easier to complete. It was unclear whether the observers would notice anything, but the Pseudo-Kay was not going to take any risks. Pseudo-Kay went further into the forest. A little later, he climbed a tree and decided to change the carrier. The creature gathered itself and concentrated. A red stone appeared in his hands. The compression of the stone caused a red haze to appear, rushing towards the ground. The fog cleared, and the real Kay's body appeared at the roots of the tree. The creature decided that it would be strange if Kay disappeared, so it decided to leave the boy here. The real Kay would not be able to give away the spy since the stone had completely erased his memory of being in it, so there was nothing to worry about. Now the spy decided to try to solve the problem differently. A strange creature with cat-like eyes of different colors was thinking about another tricky plan. Casey and Leisel were chatting pleasantly at the candy table. Leisel was telling them that she had sold the magic bag as useless junk. Lapel showed Leisel 4 stones and said that he had given them names, and the boy named his stones Yui, Ri, Rui, and Siuli. Leisel began to admire Leisel's genius, but Casey cooled her ardor by saying that these were not names, but just a collection of letters. However, Leisel believed that Lapel's taste had its own special charm. Leisel sneezed loudly. Casey asked if her cold was still there. Leisel replied that it was over. Maybe it was just the chill in the room. The girl went to close the window so that there would be no draft coming from it. Suddenly, a dazzling white cat jumped straight at her through the window. Leisel screamed and Casey and Lapel were scared for her. The girl quickly came to her senses, but was surprised where the cat came from. In front of Leisel sat an amazing animal with different eyes and a collar with a red stone. Casey was touched by the animal's appearance. Lapel was as happy about the cat as the Countess. Lapel immediately began to ask Leisel to leave the cat with them, but the girl was in no hurry to make promises in case the cat would be against it. Casey noticed that the cat's eyes were different colors and wanted to scratch the cat behind the ear. The furry guest was not thrilled with Casey's desire, which she immediately demonstrated by hitting the girl with her paw. Casey tried to persuade the animal not to reject her. What if she was a rich lady who was able to love, cherish and feed a cat all her life and really wanted to pet her? The cat hit Casey with her paw again, but this time she released her claws. Leisel pointed out to Lapel that Casey was scratched and crying and explained that cats can only be petted with their permission. Leisel suggested leaving the cat alone and having some more tea and chatting. At first, the cat sat quietly on the windowsill. Lapel looked at the animal as if enchanted and whispered that the cat was looking at him. Maybe she wanted him to pet her. The cat jumped off the windowsill and headed towards Lapel. The animal demonstratively walked around the boy and Casey and jumped into Leisel's lap. Casey cooed that the cat was very smart, and Leisel apparently liked her right away. Lapel insisted that Leisel pet the cat, which seemed safe to the girl. The furry guest stretched out on Leisel's lap, calmly accepting the girl's caresses and even purring. Casey and Lapel really wanted to pet the cat and called her over to them. The spy cat, and that was it, decided that she had come up with a great idea. This was her first step to success. The Duke was slightly annoyed. His adopted sister Casey came to his house, but did not even stop by to say hello to him. Chester was worried that he and Leisel might be sitting there and gossiping about him. The Duke hoped that Leisel didn't like to gossip, and Casey hadn't been noticed doing so. She was still more his friend than Leisel, but she could still blab too much. The Duke decided to send his little sister home to be on the safe side. At the door, he ran into Roan. The butler had come to report something very important to him. Chester waved the servant away, saying that he had urgent business to attend to, but paused and asked what had happened. Roan replied that the potion had finally arrived. The Duke stopped. All his plans immediately changed. Roan reported that one of the country's magicians found a portion of the finished potion and sent it to the Duke. The bottle is small, but it will be enough to test one small child, as was written in the magician's recommendations. Roan asked the delighted Chester if he needed to invite Lady Leisel and Lapel right away. The Duke stopped the butler. He thought that by using the potion right now and resolving all the misunderstandings, he would lose the opportunity to see Leisel. The outcome was obvious. Chester and Lapel would remain in the family mansion, sad and unhappy. Leisel, no less unhappy, will leave, and perhaps they will never meet again. To avoid this development, Chester forbade Rowan from telling the lady that the potion had arrived. The Duke asked when the potion they had ordered would arrive, and Rowan answered that it would be in about 5 days. Chester decided that he would then tell the lady that everything was ready for testing. Leisel was going to stay with him at the estate for a month anyway, so why shorten that time? Chester decided. Rowan realised that the Duke simply did not want to let Lady Leisel go home and was looking for an excuse to prolong her stay at the estate. The butler was glad that his master had finally taken an interest in the woman and apologised for his lack of foresight. Rowan asked if he should return the bottle. The Duke decided to do something different. He decided that he would not tell Leisel anything, but he would conduct a check. Chester ordered Rowan to prepare the drink and went to fetch Lapel. Leisel's room was filled with laughter and joy. Lapel tried to persuade Leisel to do a boop. He assured her that it would be easy for her. Casey kept up with her adopted relative and encouraged her friend, convincing her that she would succeed. Leisel gathered her courage and very carefully and tenderly touched the cat's paw, to the place where the cat had a little cushion, which Lapel called jelly. Leisel felt a tremendous thrill from this touch, which was shared by Casey and Lapel. The boy envied Leisel and wanted to touch the jelly too. Casey was also envious. The Countess was interested in why the cat disliked her and Lapel, but at the same time doted on Leisel. Maybe she wanted Leisel to become her mistress. The Baroness objected. The The cat already had a collar, which meant the owner was already there. Most likely she just went out for a walk and got lost. The fuss with the cat was interrupted by a loud and powerful knock on the door. Having received permission, the Duke entered the room. Lapel immediately rushed to Chester. The boy was incredibly happy about his arrival. The Duke asked Leisel to allow him to take Lapel with him for a short walk. Suddenly, Chester discovered a white cat with different eyes in Leisel's room. Chester didn't like the presence of the cat in Leisel's room at all. The creature in the cat's body initially thought that its perfect disguise had been seen through. The Duke mentally called the cat a furry monster and asked out loud what kind of cat it was and where it came from. The creature realized that the Duke was actually very suspicious, and it was necessary to show him that it was a real cat and the most harmless in the world. Leisel decided that the Duke had scared the cat and defended her, saying that Chester was angry because they had let the cat into the room without his permission, but it had happened by accident, and so she was asking for forgiveness. In fact, the Duke was jealous of Leisel even towards this cat, especially since she was sitting on the girl's lap and she was hugging her very tenderly. To avoid any incident, the cat pretended to be asleep. Leisel reported that the cat had climbed into the room through the balcony. Most likely it had gotten lost and was wandering around the estate looking for its owner. The Duke asked where the cat came from. Chester went out onto the balcony and looked around. The appearance of the animal seemed even more mysterious to him. There was not a single tree close to the balcony, and the cat must be very jumpy to get from the nearest tree to the balcony. Leisel assumed that the cat's owner lived somewhere on the estate, or not far from it, but the Duke knew for sure that no one in the area had a white cat. The Baroness decided that she had to take care of the baby until her owner was found, but the Duke was categorically against it. Casey, Leisel and Lapel were very upset by Chester's decision and asked him to explain the reason for his refusal. Chester could only come up with one reason. He said that Roan was allergic to cats. Roan, hearing this, almost dropped the coffee pot in surprise. Casey wondered why they had never heard of this. Leisel decided that in that case she would take the cat home with her. The Duke's jealousy went through the roof. He could not allow Leisel and this creature to be alone. Leisel will cuddle with the cat, sleep with her in the same bed, hug the fluffy one and confess your love to her. All these visions flashed through the Duke's head and caused a storm of anger. No one dared to attempt Leisel's heart before him, and he declared that he forbade Leisel to take the cat into her home. The Baroness asked what he thought they should do with the animal then. The Duke said he would hand her over to Roan and he would find her an owner. Leisel countered that Roan was allergic to cats. Chester replied that everything would be fine as long as the butler didn't touch the cat. The Duke demanded that Zellion trust the cat to Roan and not ask unnecessary questions. Chester got tired of arguing, quickly took Lapel and hurried away, promising that he would return soon. Casey and Leisel were left alone, stunned by the Duke's strange reaction to what they thought was an ordinary cat. Casey was very surprised. Such passions had not flared up before her eyes for a very long time. Besides, she realized that she had not misheard the last time, and that the Duke really did consider Zelly a beauty. The last time Casey and Chester talked about Leisel, his comments about her beauty were not a slip of the tongue. Casey decided to ask how Leisel felt about her brother, how he seemed to her. The Countess asked the Baroness and asked her to be honest with her. Leisel laughed and replied that the Duke seemed obscenely rich to her. Casey saw this statement as a big problem for her brother, and she mentally wished him luck. Chester, with Lapelian in his arms, quickly walked down the corridor and thought about the awkward situation he had just found himself in. The Duke must now be prepared to listen to Casey's ridicule for the next 5 years. There was nothing that could be done about it, and it threw Chester off balance. Lapelian saw that his uncle had turned red and asked him solicitously if he was ill, but Chester said that it was because it was very hot. The boy asked where they were going. The Duke replied that they were going to the room with the stars. The Duke explained that he had acquired a new star toy and wanted to show it to Lapelian, but he could not tell the child the real reason. The boy was very happy and asked to hurry. He really liked the stars. Lapelian said that he liked the stars very much, but he liked his uncle as much as he liked the stars. The baby pressed himself tightly against the Duke's chest and wrapped his tender baby arms around him. The Duke looked at his nephew and remembered the words of his older brother. Leon said that children are not only fragile and vulnerable creatures, they also have an incredible ability to make adults smile just by looking at them. At the time, Chester didn't understand what his brother meant, but Leon promised him that someday the day would come when his younger brother would understand. The Duke heard the boy taking a deep breath. Chester asked what Lapel was doing. The boy replied that he was smelling the Duke. Chester was surprised and asked what he smelled like. Lapel replied that he didn't know what to compare this smell to, but it was very different from Leisel's smell. The boy concentrated and said that the smell seemed very familiar to him. In Lapel's head, the image of a man and a woman, previously blurred, appeared. It acquired clear outlines. These were people who were very familiar and close to him. The man stretched out his hands to him and called him. Who it was, Lapel thought he was about to remember. The images that flooded the boy from the depths of his subconscious caused a painful headache. The Duke was very frightened when the child grabbed his head with his hands and began to complain of a headache. Just now, the cheerful and strong boy, like a limp rag, wrapped Chester in his arms and moaned. Fortunately, the Duke had already reached the right room and was met by Roan with a potion ready for use. The Duke forgot about the check and immediately ordered the doctor to be called. Lapel was put to bed right in the room with the stars. The doctor had already arrived and brought with him several bottles of medicine. Chester asked to clarify why the boy suddenly became ill. The doctor replied that the child's body was completely fine. Chester asked why Lapel was shaking like he had a fever and kept complaining that he had a headache. Roan assumed that this was most likely how his memory was returning. The doctor looked at those around him in surprise and asked if this child really had memory loss. The Duke replied that, unfortunately, this was true, and the boy remembered practically nothing of what had happened to him before Leisel found him. But could the return of memory be connected with headaches? The doctor replied that it was quite possible that memory could return painlessly. But there were cases when the return of memory after temporary amnesia was accompanied by incredible headaches. Apparently, this is what is happening to Lapelian now. The Duke asked what they should do about it and how to make the process easier for the child. The doctor replied that we could only observe. The doctor advised to ease the child's condition with the help of a painkiller, but very carefully. The doctor left, and Rowan and Chester remained with the boy. The Duke could not watch the child shaking and moaning for long. One glance at Lapelian made the Duke's heart clench with compassion. The Duke lifted the boy up and asked him to drink the medicine, promising that it would make him feel better. Lapel refused, saying that the medicine had a terrible smell. The young man resorted to trickery, promising that if Lapel took the medicine, he would be shown a new star. Lapel asked whether the Duke was deceiving him and whether he could take Leisel with him. The Duke imagined how wonderful it would be for the three of them to walk under the stars and agreed. Now Chester could promise Lapel anything, just so that he would take the medicine and not suffer so much. Chester hugged the boy and held him close to him, promising Lapel that he would get better very soon. The boy agreed to take the medicine and bravely swallowed a whole spoonful. Lapel began to cry from grief. The medicine was very bitter, but Roan brought the boy's favorite juice and offered him a drink, promising that it would help him get rid of the unpleasant aftertaste of the medicine. While the boy was drinking juice, Chester asked Roan if he had called Lady Leisel. The butler replied that she would come very soon. After the medicine, the boy felt better and said that he wanted to sleep. Lapelian slept like a little angel, moaning a little in his sleep, but it was clear that he felt much better. Roan admired the child. The Duke suggested leaving the child alone so that he could get a good rest. Roan addressed the Duke with congratulations. The butler announced that Sir Chester had found his nephew. Roan noticed that in their haste, they had given the child some juice to wash down the medicine, in which the potion had been mixed, and Lapel's appearance had not changed. Chester realized that, as expected, this child was his nephew. The Duke was overwhelmed with joy. The identity of his brother Leon's son, Lapelian Yahello, was finally confirmed. Leisel saw Casey off. The Countess decided to leave without saying goodbye to the Duke. She did not want unnecessary ceremonies and was for simplicity in the relationship. Moreover, Casey thought that Chester himself wouldn't really want to see her right now. The girls said goodbye sweetly and agreed to meet soon. Leisel thought that Casey had been acting very strange after the Duke had entered the room, or that she was misunderstanding something. Tia came running and said that Lapelian was unwell and the Duke was calling Leisel to come to him immediately. Leisel asked Tia to take care of the cat, and she rushed to Lapelian. The girl was very worried. Chester left with an absolutely healthy and happy child, and suddenly such a message. The cat immediately followed Leisel. The spy needed to seize the moment and not miss the most important things. Leisel flew into the room with the stars. The Duke reported that he had already given Lapel the medicine and he had fallen asleep. Chester explained that the boy was most likely regaining his memory, which was what was causing the headache. Leisel was glad that it was not a complicated disease, but rather a practically healing process. The girl was very surprised by the picture of incredible care that Chester showed towards the boy. The Duke held the little hand in his and carefully adjusted the baby's blanket. Leisel realized that the Duke's relationship with the boy had changed dramatically. The Baroness could not imagine what exactly could have happened in such a short time, but Chester had a very serious and gloomy face. Leisel asked if everything was all right with his lordship. Chester was simply silent for a moment. Leisel looked at the Duke in surprise, waiting for what he would say. Chester raised his amazing eyes to Leisel and asked the girl for forgiveness. The Baroness was speechless with surprise. The Duke continued to say that he asked her to forgive him for having been disrespectful to her all this time and for doubting her, although she had given no reason for this at all. Leisel didn't know what to answer. The girl thought that the Duke of Chester might also be ill. Maybe he has some other problems. This didn't look like the old Chester at all. Maybe he hit his head on a cobblestone and needed to call a doctor. Leisel had never experienced greater surprise in her life, either past or present. The Duke sat right in front of Leisel at the head of Lapel's bed and sincerely asked her for forgiveness. Leisel couldn't figure out what to say to these words. Lapel came to the rescue. The boy came to his senses and smiled weakly at Leisel. The girl gently took the baby by the hand and asked how he felt. He replied that he was already better and was in almost no pain. Leisel praised the baby for his quick recovery. The Duke smiled at the boy. Lapel was glad to see around him his beloved and already familiar faces. The boy asked Leisel to lie down in bed with him. The girl knew that Chester was preparing this room for his nephew and would definitely not allow Lapel to stay here. So Leisel asked the boy to go back to their common room and go to bed there, but the little boy became capricious and didn't want to leave the room with the stars. Leisel tried to explain to the boy that this was not their room. The Duke interrupted the girl and said that everything was fine. The boy had suffered enough and therefore should stay here. Chester allowed Lapel to come into this room at any time and play as much as he wanted and with whatever he wanted. Leisel couldn't understand anything at all. The Duke was about to leave and had even said goodbye to Leisel. Suddenly Lapel sat up in his crib and asked Chester to stay. The rascal suggested that his uncle lie down on the other side of him. Chester was a little confused. Lapel asked that the three of them sleep together tonight, he, Leisel, and Uncle Chester. This was his nephew's wish, and Chester could not refuse under any pretext. It got dark outside and the first stars were appearing. Lapel fell asleep and snored sweetly in his sleep. Leisel was surprised. It was the first time the baby talked so much before going to bed. It was probably because his uncle was nearby. The girl asked the Duke if they had distracted him from important matters. Chester replied that everything was fine, and he stayed there of his own free will. The guy certainly didn't feel very comfortable being in bed with the girl he liked. Leisel sincerely thanked Chester for taking care of Lapel today. Chester replied that he was his uncle, so everything was fine, but his heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. The Duke forced himself to calm down and decided to change the subject. The guy had just thought of what question to ask when he discovered that the lady was fast asleep. Chester looked at the girl with loving eyes. The guy was surprised that the Baroness could sleep calmly and peacefully even in such a situation. It was simply wonderful. Chester admired the girl's chiseled profile, upturned nose and soft features for a long time. The young man's hand came out from under his clothes on its own. Chester touched Liesel's hair and immediately removed his hand. The guy got scared and began to scold his hand for acting without his consent and trying to touch the sleeping lady. The Duke ordered himself to fall asleep immediately and not think about anything strange. Nobody noticed the silhouette of a cat in the window. The spy crept up to the window on soft paws and watched what was happening in the room. After some time, the spy decided that everything was very confusing and he should continue surveillance. Leisel and the young Duke of Lapel were playing tag. Lapel recovered from all his misfortunes and was cheerful and healthy. The Duke of Chester watched this scene from the window of his study. The butler Rowan knocked on the door. Rowan saw his lordship's frown and asked if something had happened or if Chester was unhappy with one of the servants. The Duke replied that things were much worse than he thought. Rowan asked to tell him everything that happened to the Duke. Chester was confused and didn't know where to start. Rowan suggested starting over. The butler looked out of the window and saw Lady Leisel playing with Lapel. Rowan asked if she was the reason for Chester's bad mood. In that case, Rowan couldn't understand the problem. The Duke asked her for forgiveness, and she responded quite normally. "All this is true," replied the Duke, "but the trouble is that she is not interested in him as a man." Chester was convinced of this quite recently, on the day when Lapel's memory returned, and Leisel and Chester had to lie down with him in the same bed to comfort the boy. The Duke was so nervous that he couldn't sleep, but Leisel slept quite peacefully and didn't attach any significance to the event at all. The Duke went to the window and admired the merry bustle in the palace courtyard. Chester confessed to Rowan that it hurt him a lot that Leisel only saw Lapel in front of her and cared only for him. The Duke was quite right in believing that there was no place for him in Liesel's heart. Rowan was surprised by how much Chester had changed, that he began to notice even such little things and asked if he was really going to give up. Chester was indignant. He was not a weakling and was not going to give up. He would seek Lady Liesel's attention in every possible way. The Duke got tired of this futile conversation and asked why Rowan had come. The butler replied that he had come to report on the visitor. Chester was surprised. He hadn't scheduled any meetings for today. Rowan noticed that this guest himself decided to come and visit the Duke. So to speak spontaneously, Count Cedric Jericho was waiting in the Duke's living room. The Duke almost burst into foul language. He couldn't stand this guy. Rowan served tea. The Duke had no intention of giving this guest stronger drinks. Cedric was gushing about the last performance at the theatre, saying it was great, but he wished Chester had been there. Rowan asked if the gentleman wanted anything else. Cedric sent him away, saying that he and the Duke, as best friends, needed to talk alone. Rowan left, knowing full well that Chester did not agree with that definition. Cedric conveyed his father's greetings to Chester and his gratitude for the increase in sales with the imperial court. The Duke understood everything. He graciously accepted the gratitude and conveyed his greetings to Cedric's father. Chester hoped that this was the end of the exchange of pleasantries and allowed Cedric to leave. Jericho did not want to understand the direct order to leave, and he continued his annoying chatter. Cedric complained to Chester that he was so busy that he couldn't even talk to his friend. At that moment, Cedric looked out the window and saw a girl there. Count Jericho recognized Leisel frozen and told Chester about it. Cedric clarified that he does not personally know the girl, but has seen her several times at social events. Jericho noted that Lady Leisel was famous for her extravagant manners and was popular in some not entirely decent circles. The Earl wanted to know what she was doing at Chester's estate, but the Duke replied that it was none of his business. Cedric absolutely had to find out what kind of child was playing with Leisel. Maybe she was manipulating the Duke with his help. The Duke became quite angry and asked what kind of nonsense Cedric was talking about. The Count replied that he was worried about Chester. He had heard that Frozen had gone bankrupt because of his daughter. Jericho predicted that Lady Frozen, as a girl who had only her pretty face left, had only one path: to profitably marry a rich old man. The Duke simply seethed with indignation. Cedric laughed and asked Chester not to take everything so seriously. The Duke had both a title and money, and besides, he was young and handsome, which was why Lady Frozen had become close to him. Jericho's words threw the Duke off balance. Cedric, not paying attention to the Duke's mood, continued to say that this woman was a real fox, and that she only wanted money from Chester. The Duke could not stand such slander against Lady Frozen and grabbed the impudent fellow by the lapels. Chester gave Cedric a good shake and told him that if he dared to use his foul tongue and say nasty things about Lady Frozen again, he would regret it. Chester stated that Lady Leisel was a beautiful girl and not at all what Cedric wanted her to be. Count Durico sat down on the floor in fear and was ready to agree with any statement the Duke made. The angry Duke kicked out Count Durico and specified that he should not dare to appear on his estate again. Durico asked again what was going on with Chester. Maybe he was just in a bad mood. What did he do wrong? Was Chester really angry just because of Cedric's words about Lady Leisel? The Duke was incredibly angry with the Earl and advised him to get lost immediately before Chester wrung Cedric's neck. Durico hastened to retreat. Cedric held a grudge, believing that they were both nobles, and Chester had no right to speak to him like that. The Earl promised to take revenge on the Duke for such a cold reception. Rowan came in and asked Chester what happened. The Duke announced that they were breaking all contracts with the Durico family. Rowan knew that they would not suffer great losses, but why everything so abruptly and spontaneously? Chester replied that he would have broken off relations with these scoundrels in any case. The Duke looked at Leisel and remembered Cedric's words that such a girl, who only had a pretty face, had only one way out, to marry profitably. Chester ordered Rowan to find out who owed Leisel's family and how much. Chester decided that if Leisel did not choose him, he would still not allow her to marry because of his need for money. Little Lapel noticed that Uncle Chester was looking intently in his direction and began waving his hand vigorously at him. Multicolored soap bubbles flew over the warm, fragrant water. Lapel, with the help of Lady Leisel, was taking a bath and humming a song about bubbles. The boy really enjoyed washing himself. It was one of his favorite activities. The little boy blew bubbles for himself and for Leisel. Bubbles flew all over the bathroom and landed on the girl's face. Leisel was very happy that Lapel was no longer afraid of water. In gratitude for the beautiful bubbles, Leisel made Lapel taller, that is, she whipped up a large cap of foam on his head. The boy looked at his reflection in the window. With such a large column of foam on his head, he really seemed taller than he was. Now, Lapel pestered Leisel with a request to make her taller, but the girl replied that she was already happy with her height and had no intention of becoming taller. Leisel suggested that Lapel dry her hair. The boy flatly refused to dry his hair unless Leisel caught him, and the little brat ran in circles all over the room. Tia brought warm milk for the boy. She joked that if he continued to run like this, his hair would dry on its own. Tia wished Lady Leisel good night and prepared to leave. The maid remembered something important. Tia didn't really say anything. She just mumbled something about tomorrow. Leisel didn't understand what was supposed to happen tomorrow. Tia didn't ask any questions, wished everyone good night and left. Leisel couldn't figure out why Tia was acting so strangely and what she wanted to remind him of, but then didn't. Lapel asked if he could drink the milk already. The girl replied that, of course, he should drink it quickly so that the milk would not cool down. Lapel drank milk with pleasure. Looking at the boy, Leisel remembered what exactly awaited her tomorrow. The potion will arrive tomorrow. The girl didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The potion will confirm Lapel's identity, but will also separate Leisel from him forever. The milk was drunk, the star ball was examined and studied. Leisel asked Lapel why he sighed so joyfully and loudly when he finished drinking milk, and who taught him that. The boy replied that Moldus does this, and the girl was surprised that the head chef also drinks milk. Lapel replied that he didn't know, but Moldus had something yellow in his mug, and when he drank it, he sighed with relief and said that life had become easier. The boy liked it, and now he does it that way. Leisel asked the baby not to do that anymore. In fact, he would grow up among a bunch of nobles who would constantly look for dirt under each other's fingernails. Leisel explained to the boy that people would be jealous of his new cool habit, so he shouldn't show it to others. Lapel started laughing and promised not to do it again and began to fall asleep. Suddenly, the young rascal opened his eyes and said that he had one request. The child wanted to sleep with Uncle Chester just like that day. Leisel remembered the sleepover that day. Leisel felt uneasy that time too and could not voluntarily sign up for another such event. The girl made an excuse that it was already late and they would definitely sleep like that next time. Lapel did not back down and kept asking when this would happen. Leisel wondered how best to answer. After some thought, she decided to schedule the event for the day after tomorrow. Lapel agreed, but made the girl promise to keep her word. Leisel felt sad. Her promise was impossible to fulfill. After tomorrow, she would no longer be here. The girl searched for and found Lapel to receive a reward and pay off her debts. But in the short period of communication, the boy became the most valuable thing in her life. Leisel fell asleep hugging the child. She was really sad to part. Tears quietly dripped from her eyes. Morning came, and Roan, having prepared the potion, together with the Duke, went to the room where Leisel and Lapel lived. Roan clarified that maybe they should delay the delivery of the potion for a few more days. Chester forbade this, since he had already promised the lady that the inspection would take place today. The Duke knocked on Lady Leisel's room, and it seemed to Roan that his lordship was very worried, although why should he? The outcome of the test was known to both of them. The Duke asked permission to enter. The room was silent. Leisel was sitting on the chair, and Lapel was peacefully snoring on her lap. The girl noticed the glass with liquid and asked if it was a potion and if it had any side effects. The Duke replied that the potion had no side effects. Leisel didn't believe him. She was very worried about the baby. The girl woke up Lapel so that he could greet his uncle. Rowan asked if Lapel was thirsty and offered him juice. Lapel replied that he was very thirsty. The boy reached for the glass of juice and the Duke watched with icy indifference. This can't be done, thought the Duke. Chester asked the boy to wait. Leisel asked what happened. Maybe Chester remembered something. Chester mechanically said what was on his mind, but the matter could not be delayed any longer. Leisel swooped down on Chester like a hawk. The girl asked if he was absolutely sure that the potion had no side effects. Leisel accused the Duke of lying to her, but in reality this was not true. The potion did have side effects. The Duke tried to justify himself, but Leisel asked why he had suddenly banned her from drinking it. The Duke didn't want to answer this question, and this infuriated Leisel. The girl decided that the Duke still did not trust her, but the Duke said that this was not the case at all. The Duke simply wanted Leisel to stay with him for a long time, preferably forever, but he couldn't say it out loud. Chester gathered his courage and was ready to confess out loud. The Duke turned solemnly to Leisel, about to express his cherished wish. But Lapel interrupted him, informing everyone around him that he had finished his juice. The boy immediately became embarrassed. Remember that he was taught not to interrupt adults when they spoke. The kid immediately covered his mouth with his hands and apologized. Leisel rushed to Lapel, finding out if everything was okay with him and if he was in pain anywhere. Lapel replied with confidence that he was fine, but Leisel still carefully examined the boy from head to toe. The Duke reassured her. He knew perfectly well that everything would be fine with the child. Leisel asked what would happen next. She thought the potion would manifest itself somehow. There would be a magical glow or something like that. The Duke replied that now everyone would know for sure that Lapel was his nephew, and no one would be able to dispute the rights of the young Duke Lapelian Yahellos. Meanwhile, the Duke reflected that he had known for a long time that the boy was a real Lapel. However, Chester's heart does not stop convulsing at the thought that he has finally found his brother Leon's son. Now the eldest Duke Leon Hylos could rest in peace, his son was at home, and all his misadventures were over. Leisel was glad that the Duke had verified everything, which she immediately reported to His Highness. The Duke was grateful to Lady Leisel for her efforts to save the baby. The Baroness thought that the Duke was being too reserved and should have embraced Lapel. Leisel advised Lapel to embrace his uncle immediately. The young Duke loved hugs and his uncle, so he ran and threw himself on his neck. Chester picked up the child and hugged him tightly. They were the only relatives in the whole world, and it was cool that they were able to find each other. The Duke looked at the boy with incredible tenderness. Chester's nephew's hugs made him one of the happiest people in the world. Roan turned to Lady Leisel and expressed his boundless gratitude to her. Leisel replied that she was very glad that her uncle and nephew had found each other, and that everything would be wonderful for them now. Leisel wanted to smile happily, but suddenly tears began to flow from her eyes like a river. The Duke saw Leisel's tears first. He didn't expect her to cry. Lapel was surprised by Leisel's sudden change of mood. The boy did not know that they would have to part. Leisel tried to contain her emotions. She planned to leave this house with a smile on her face. Now all her efforts to make the last moments of communication with Lapel happy and carefree were in vain. But she tried to pretend that she just had a speck of dust in her eye. The Duke handed her a handkerchief of the finest blue silk. Leisel turned away and wiped away her tears. It was the last thing she wanted to show Chester, but she didn't have the strength to hold back. The girl ordered herself to pull herself together and stop crying, but tears flowed from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. It was time to leave. Leisel knelt down in front of the baby. The girl told her young friend to listen to his uncle, eat carrots and bathe every day. Leisel advised Lapel to sleep alone, but if he was too scared, he could ask his uncle to let them sleep together for a while. Trying to smile through her tears, the girl said that Lapel should grow up to be a big, healthy and well-mannered boy. Lapel realized that Leisel was about to leave somewhere and declared that he would go with her. Leisel replied that now his home was here, in the Duke's mansion, and she had to return to her home, to her parents. Lapel protested and reminded Leisel of her promise to always be by his side. The little Duke declared that he would go with Leisel because he wanted to live in the same house with her. The Duke, the butler and the Baroness could not look at the boy without sympathy. It seemed that the child had never been so desperate. Leisel asked Chester to give the order for the child to be taken to his room. Herzen asked Roan to fulfill the Baroness's request. Roan tore the boy away from Leisel's arms with difficulty. Lapel grabbed the girl with all his might and did not listen to any arguments. The boy was only torn away from Leisel after the bow on his sleeve, which he was clinging to, gave way. But even then Lapel continued to demand that Leisel take him with her. Lapel's scream, which resounded throughout the mansion, caused Leisel great pain. The boy asked her not to leave him. He wanted to be only with her, but the girl was powerless to fulfill his desire. Leisel sobbed and asked Chester when she could receive the promised reward, and Chester promised to write a check immediately. Leisel apologized and said that she wanted to return home as soon as possible and asked that arrangements be made for her luggage to be sent home. Now everything had been said, and Leisel, having thanked the Duke for his hospitality, asked permission to leave. The Duke tried to detain the girl. Leisel looked at his lordship with eyes full of tears. Chester apologized again for his initial behavior and for being suspicious of her. Leisel replied that the Duke shouldn't worry, it was expected. She was glad that everything had become clear today. The Duke couldn't find the right words, they just stuck in his throat. In the hallway, in Roan's arms, little Lapel was crying desperately and calling for Leisel. The girl said goodbye again and rushed out of the room, leaving the Duke in indecision. The heels of the Baroness's boots quickly clicked along the corridor of the mansion. The girl ran as fast as she could. The Duke felt a pain in his chest and thought that he would never forgive himself if she disappeared from his life like this now. Chester ordered Roan to keep an eye on Lapel while he rushed to catch up with Lady Leisel. Catching up with the desperate girl turned out to be not the easiest task. However, the Duke caught up with Leisel and grabbed her hand. With annoyance and despair, Chester demanded that Lady Leisel stop. Chester asked Lady Leisel pleadingly for a moment of her time. The Baroness stopped and stared at the Duke in bewilderment. The Duke feverishly thought about what he should do and how to justify the delay. Chester noticed a bloody stain on the sleeve of the girl's dress and realized that she had injured herself by hitting the door. Chester was determined to stop Leisel at any cost. The Count suggested that the Baroness first examine her wounds and then have a serious talk. Chester asked Leisel if she had calmed down. The girl replied that she had not yet completely. Chester went off to get the first aid kit. The door closed behind the Duke and Leisel was left completely alone in the office. The girl sat sadly on the chair, clutching the Duke's silk handkerchief in her hands. Leisel remembered how tenderly the Duke had handed her this handkerchief. This excited the girl so much that she began to cry even more. Leisel started crying again, even though she tried to calm herself down and to scare herself that Chester would later make fun of her because of these tears. The girl caught herself thinking about later, but she smiled. There was no later for her and the Duke, and there never would be. It was all absolutely true. Today was the last time she saw Lapel. For the last time, she smiled at Tia and joked with Kai and Moldus. She will never see sweet Countess Casey again or hear her funny stories. These thoughts made Leisel feel very sad and bitter. The Duke, like everyone else, popped up in her memories, and although Leisel didn't admit it to herself, she was actually very sad to part with him. The girl remembered that she had come to this very room to ask the Duke for a favour, and such a situation would not happen again, the Baroness worried. Tears began to flow from her eyes again, but she only calmed down. The girl was annoyed. The Duke returned to the room and asked to be excused for the delay. Chester brought Leisel some water, and the girl thought that in fact she should be glad that she wouldn't see his sullen and irritated face. What's wrong with her? Leisel was annoyed. She could pay off the family's debts. It was a great day. She needed to smile. She demanded of herself. The Duke looked closely at the Baroness. Chester suggested that the girl was still unwell and that he should leave her alone for a while longer, but Leisel replied that everything was fine. Chester asked Leisel to show him where she was hurt, but the girl said that she would treat the wound herself. The Duke did not insist and placed the first aid kit in front of Leisel. The girl's sleeve was in the way, so she simply tore it off, exposing her arm. Chester was embarrassed at the sight of Liesel's hand. The young man thought that he shouldn't have seen this. The girl's thin and beautiful hand inspired romantic dreams in the Duke, but he tried to control himself. The Duke swallowed and came to his senses. Leisel treated the wound and asked what Chester wanted to talk to her about. Chester knew he was in trouble. All this time he kept Leisel away for no apparent reason. At this point, it was necessary to come up with this reason immediately. For the first time in his life, the Duke regretted that he was not Cedric and could not quickly come up with something stupid. Here his lordship remembered what Cedric had said about Leisel, that she was a girl who had nothing but a pretty face, and that she would only be able to get money if she sold herself profitably, that is, if she married profitably. Chester decided that he couldn't let the lady go, otherwise Cedric's words might come true. There was only one way out, to lie to Leisel. It was not Chester's method, but he saw no other way out. Leisel didn't understand why Duke Chester had gone silent again. For some time, the Duke could not think of anything. Leisel watched his lordship in silence. It only occurred to the Duke of Chester to propose to Leisel to marry him, which he immediately told the girl. The Duke's proposal caused a state of shock in Lady Leisel. The pause between the young people dragged on. After some time, Leisel asked again what they should do. The Duke replied that she should become his wife. Leisel was indignant. What was his lordship saying? Why did he suddenly start talking about this? Maybe Chester was ill or drunk. But the Duke replied that he was of sound mind and memory. Leisel thought that the Duke clearly had some problems with his head. Leisel refused Chester's proposal. The Duke asked again if she really didn't like the idea of marrying him that much. The girl wondered why she should want to become the Duke's wife. They were not in love with each other. Leisel's last words struck the Duke painfully in the heart. The Duke began to ask her to fulfill his request for Lapel's sake, but he himself kept remembering how she said that they were not in love. Chester reminded Leisel that Lapel was in a very bad way without her, and the Duke was worried that the baby would not be able to cope on his own. Leisel replied that she knew that she was necessary for Lapel, but why did the Duke need her? Chester suggested that maybe he should confess his feelings to her right now. The young man had already gathered his courage, but then the girl sneezed loudly, and the Duke's determination left him again. Leisel apologized. She felt a little cold and asked what else Chester wanted to tell her. The Duke blushed deeply, but he was no longer able to confess to Leisel. The Duke explained that he needed Leisel to raise Lapel, and Chester alone could not do it. Leisel assumed that the Duke was planning a contract marriage for Lapel's sake, since a man and a woman cannot live under the same roof for long unless they have a formal relationship. Leisel understood perfectly well the Count's reasons for wanting to enter into a marriage contract with her, but she was forced to refuse because she wanted to arrange her personal life, and she had some plans that needed to be implemented. The main reason for the refusal was that Leisel did not want to enter into a marriage without love. The Duke stopped Leisel and asked her to think about the possible prospects of an alliance with him. Leisel rejected all his offers and decided to leave the Duke's office. Chester, in desperation, offered the girl a one-year contract and promised to increase today's reward 100-fold. Leisel stopped and thought for a moment. Chester was in despair. He decided that this didn't work either. However, Leisel looked back at him and asked in a completely businesslike tone whether she should call the Duke darling. Chester never expected such business acumen from this gentle-looking girl. The baby was brought into a room with stars. After crying his fill, Lapel finally fell asleep. Rowan sighed. "It's good that they have Tia. She will look after the boy for now," the maid agreed. "Of course she will be with Lapel." The butler left Lapel in the care of the girl, and he himself was going to take care of his things and move them to this room. Tia clarified that this meant that the baby was recognized as the true heir of the House of Hylos. The girl was glad that this had finally happened. Rowan considered them incredibly lucky. The maid asked, "But this means that Lady Leisel will leave the estate very soon. Maybe they won't even have time to say goodbye." The butler did not know what to answer to this. Rowan remembered that the Duke had stayed behind to see the lady off, but for some reason he had not returned yet. The butler wondered if Chester would do something wrong again. In a pink negligee, Leisel floated to the window and opened the curtains, bright light of the morning sun flooding the room. The girl turned around and said in a charming voice that the sleeping beauty needed to wake up. Leisel reminded that they wanted to have breakfast together. Leisel had a cute baby sleeping in her arms, and she asked to look at his smile. The Duke embraced Leisel, pressing her to his heart, and she whispered words of love to him. The reality was much more cruel. Leisel was shaking the Duke and asking if he was even listening to her. The Baroness was angry. Chester was in the clouds all the time and could not finish the contract. The Duke replied that he was almost finished. Chester tried to push the happy thoughts away. It was just a marriage by contact. The wedding was supposed to be fake. Leisel wondered what was going on with the Duke, or if he was disappointed with her greedy nature. But 1 billion shillings is a huge sum. For that kind of money, anyone would agree to a fictitious marriage. But after a year, she would be able to live comfortably on it for the rest of her life with her parents. Leisel dreamed that in a year she would become a divorced woman in the Middle Ages. She would never marry again, and she would be so rich that she would not care what people gossiped about. Leisel actually had a bad reputation, so the Duke would have to deal with gossip much earlier than she did. And she was surprised that Chester was going to spend so much money to end up as a divorced man. The Baroness looked at Chester and reasoned that he was truly ready to do anything for Lapel. Leisel had no doubt that this was how it would be. Chester handed Leisel a copy of the contract and suggested making changes to it. The Baroness delved into the contract, which stated that the sham marriage was to last for a year, and that both parties were to fulfill their obligations in good faith. The fourth clause stated that upon expiration of the contract, Chester Hielos would pay Leisel frozen 1 billion shillings. Leisel asked the Duke the money was big and whether he would want to change his mind after the contract expired. Chester replied that it wasn't much money for him, but he could earn it even if he just breathed. The fifth point stated that information about the contract could not be disseminated, and the sixth proclaimed the possibility of extending the contract for an unlimited period with the consent of both parties. Leisel suggested removing the sixth point. In her opinion, it was unrealistic. It couldn't be that both would want to be married after a year of family life. Chester really hoped that Leisel would change her mind much sooner than a year later. The Duke categorically refused to agree to the deletion of the sixth point. Leisel thought that Chester was wrong to be angry, since he himself had asked her to say if she didn't agree with something, but she didn't insist on deleting the sixth point. The girl asked what would happen if someone found out about this contract due to an accidental mistake by one of the parties. Then we would automatically cancel it, or the culprit would have to pay compensation. Chester thought that he had almost got Leisel as his wife, so he couldn't let a contract ruin it all. So Chester suggested adding a clause that the offender must fulfill any demand of the other party. The Duke suggested to the Baroness that if she agreed with all the points, she could sign. Perhaps she needed a little more time to think it over. Leisel said that there was nothing to think about. Things had already gone too far. Chester warned that important decisions should not be made hastily. After all, it is a magical contract. If it is broken, the culprit may even die. Leisel understood why she saw a magic symbol on the contract. The girl decided that under this contract, she would remain in the black in any case, and asked where to sign. Leisel handed the paper to the Duke so that he could sign it in turn. The Duke took the document and certified it with his signature. At this point, the agreement between the Duke and the Baroness was concluded. The Duke ceremoniously shook the Baroness's hand and said that he hoped for their long and fruitful cooperation. Leisel replied that this was all wonderful, but she still needed to go home first, and the Duke asked when she planned to return. The girl clarified that as for the Duke himself, he was going to visit her at her parents' house. Leisel explained that if they did not want to appear suspicious, then after her departure the Duke should come to visit her, and not she to visit him. Chester couldn't understand what Leisel meant. The girl replied that the Duke would have a serious conversation with her parents, and by the way, in order to comply with all the rules, he must ask for her hand. The Duke experienced culture shock and completely forgot about all the wedding paraphernalia. Leisel wondered if Chester was planning on doing without all of this. At this time, the young Countess Salome Humphrey ran into her father's office. Count Humphrey was busy reading the evening press. Salome burst into the room like a hurricane, but her father immediately scolded her for forgetting her manners again. The girl stopped and made a ceremonial curtsy. She greeted her father as His Grace Earl Humphrey. Pleased with his daughter, the Count asked why she was in such a hurry to see him. Salome replied that she had finally thought of the most important gift for her 19th birthday. The father replied that he had expected that all the questions regarding gifts had already been resolved, and that his restless daughter had come up with something else. Salome replied that it was something very, very important. The girl asked to invite a very distinguished young man to her birthday party. The father looked at his daughter with interest and asked who exactly she wanted to see at her party. Salome suggested inviting the Duke of Chester Yahellos. At the estate of Duke Helos, the dialogue between Leisel and Chester continued. Leisel told the Duke that he should come and meet her parents. The Duke was confused. Leisel realized that Chester hadn't expected the conversation to go about this. The Baroness thought that the Duke had decided not to worry about his parents since the marriage was supposed to be fictitious. The girl did not want to hurt the parents, who put their hearts into raising their child. Leisel's parents were very kind people, and they experienced separation from Lapel very violently, although they had known the boy for no more than a month. The girl understood that if her parents found out that she was getting married fictitiously for money, they would definitely be on the verge of despair. The young Baroness could not allow this to happen. Leisel told the Duke that she did not want to hurt her parents with the news of a fictitious marriage, so he must do everything as usual so that they would not suspect anything. Leisel suggested that Chester simply have dinner with them and show that he loved her. That should be enough. Chester was upset by her words about him supposedly loving her. The Duke thought that he was very sorry not to receive a response to his feelings from Leisel. Chester agreed to the girl's demands. The Duke wanted to get to know Leisel's parents as well as possible and asked her to tell him about them. The girl asked if this was to give them something, then something small and cute, chosen with love, would be enough. The Duke decided to consult with Roan about the gifts and promised Leisel that he would come to her parents tomorrow, the sooner the better. Leisel decided that the conversation was over and went to visit Lapel, asking the Duke to give orders for a carriage to be brought. Chester replied that he would immediately take care of organising her departure. The Duke asked Leisel to stay for another minute. The girl stopped right at the threshold. Chester was worried that it was chilly outside, and Leisel didn't have a warm coat with her, so he threw his over her shoulders. The Duke looked tenderly at his future wife and wished her a good journey. The unexpected gesture of care made a pleasant impression on Leisel. Leisel noticed how the Duke's expression changed, as if he didn't want to let her go. At this time, Roan entered the office and was surprised that the lady was still there. The girl said that she was going to visit Lapel. Roan replied that the boy was currently in his room. Leisel said goodbye to the men and went into the baby's room. Before leaving, Leisel thanked his lordship for the coat and promised to return it the next time they met. The Duke replied that everything was fine and they would see each other very soon. Roan looked after Leisel. Her words about the next meeting surprised the butler. Roan asked the Duke if he had really talked Leisel into going on a date. Dvoraki immediately offered his lordship help and any advice in love affairs. Chester replied that if he was so experienced and knowledgeable, he should quickly find him the perfect place for the wedding. This message left Roan in a state of shock. The butler was surprised that the Duke would really lead the girl down the aisle on the first date. Chester replied that he hadn't said anything about a date and that Rowan had made it all up. Rowan decided that the Duke was asking to choose a place for the wedding, not for himself, but for someone he knew, and asked to clarify for whom exactly. Chester replied that it was he who was getting married. The butler was surprised that his lordship was really going to marry Lady Leisel, and the Duke confirmed his words. Rowan suspected that the Duke was deeply in love with the lady, but he must know that the marriage required the consent of both parties. The Duke called Rowan to calm down and informed him that the lady agreed to marry him. Rowan clarified how he forced her into marriage. Chester became furious and threatened Rowan that if he asked such questions, he would end up in the position of a corpse. Rowan agreed that the Duke was a good man, so amazing that he instantly persuaded the lady to marry him. But there were pitfalls in this situation. Chester frowned and said nothing. Rowan realized that he was absolutely right. The butler realized that the wedding was a done deal and that he would now have a lot of work and problems, but since the lady agreed, Rowan would do everything to please the Duke and his chosen one. Rowan suggested that things would be much easier if the Duke offered her the position of Lapel's nanny. The Duke thought about this option too. However, in this case, Chester would not be able to prevent Leisel's possible marriage. He could not even allow the thought that Leisel would be with another man. Rowan understood perfectly well that Chester was going crazy with love. Leisel went into Lapel's room. The boy was fast asleep, and Tia assumed that he would sleep until the morning. Leisel wanted to talk to the baby before leaving, but she didn't wake him up. The girl kissed the boy and quietly said that she would be back very soon. Lapel dreamed of Leisel and how he asked her not to leave him. Despair overwhelmed the boy with renewed vigor, and he woke up. The room was pleasantly dark, but Lapel was alone. The boy called out to Leisel, but no one answered. Lapel sat up on the huge bed, the stars around him having a calming effect on him. The boy got out of bed. He walked to the window, his bare feet slapping the floor, and called out to Leisel, but silence answered him. The boy looked out the window with eyes full of tears. His old friend, a white cat with eyes of different colors, was walking along the ledge. Leisel returned home, her hands full of gifts and her eyes full of tears from the joy of seeing her family. The mother and father joyfully greeted their beloved daughter, and the old butler was delighted at the return of his favourite. The Baroness carefully inquired if everything was okay with her daughter. She was very worried. Leisel brought with her small gifts for all her family and friends. The gifts were modest, of course, but the girl tried very hard. The relatives were very touched, even shed tears, and the old servant John was especially touched. Leisel told her family that she was tired from the journey and wanted to rest, and promised to talk to her family in the morning. The Baroness mother asked her daughter how Lapel was doing, how she said goodbye to him, and how hard it would be for this child without the girl's care. Leisel admired her parents' kindness and convinced them that the Duke was a good man and that Lapel would be happy with him. The Baroness mother agreed that the Duke was Lapel's uncle and the boy would be better off with him, but the Baron father regretted that they would not be able to see little Lapel anymore. Leisel objected that this was not at all the case. If they wanted to meet with the young Duke of Lapel, it was always possible to arrange it. The parents were surprised by their daughter's confidence. Leisel just smiled back. The girl hurried to her room, citing incredible fatigue. She didn't even have the strength to move her tongue and promised to tell a lot of new things tomorrow morning. Leisel collapsed onto her favourite bed. Exhausted, she was very happy to be home and in her room. The girl relaxed and tried to fall asleep. In the morning, Leisel had a difficult conversation with her parents. There was one very big plus in the current situation: she would be able to see Lapel every day, since she would marry the Duke. Leisel felt guilty towards her parents for not telling them about her upcoming marriage right away, as if she really were a spoiled daughter. The spy cat quietly made her way along the path of the Duke of Helos's palace park. The creature was looking for a secluded place to communicate with its owner. The spy thought he had found a secluded corner in the park and clutched a red stone in his paw. The cat turned into a blonde with cat eyes of different colors. The man activated the communication device and said that he had been unable to get in touch earlier because of the security, and that this had irritated him greatly. He demanded that he be immediately connected with the owner. The spy checked the connection and introduced himself. His name was Hazen. They answered from the ball that they could hear him perfectly well and asked how he was doing. The owner wondered if this boy was really the child they needed. Hazen replied that this was indeed the case and asked what he should do now. Hazen's owner was unsure what to do with the boy. The unknown villain doubted what to do now: kidnap the guy alive or kill him right in the Duke's house. Hazel asked the master to give the order for further actions. The spy promised to fulfill any wish of the owner. Suddenly, Lapel looked for the cat and called to her. Hazen hastened to turn into an animal again. The boy really wanted to find the cat. He soon came across a spy who had already managed to turn into a spy. Hazen was very glad that he was not exposed. Lapel was delighted and rushed to the cat. Hazen was very interested in why the child was wandering around the park at night and not lying in bed. The spy cat turned away from the boy, showing with all her appearance that she didn't like him. Hazen decided that he would just leave, and that would be the end of it. However, Lapel stubbornly pursued the animal, wanting to play with his old friend. The boy was wearing slippers, and that's why he tripped. The child fell and hurt himself badly. Hazel turned around and thought that the boy was too clumsy to be the offspring of a duke. Lapel was in complete despair and thought that the cat would now leave him completely. The boy began to cry loudly. Hazel looked at him with her cat eyes, and sympathy for the child awoke in the spy's heart. The spy decided to leave the child alone and find a quiet place and finally finish his report. Lapel cried and asked the cat not to go away and not to leave him, comparing the cat with Leisel, who left him. The boy turned to the cat and begged her not to leave him. He didn't want to be alone at all. The child's pleas penetrated Hazel's heart. The cat returned to the boy. This event dried up the children's tears almost immediately. Hazel the cat rubbed her head against the boy's face, encouraging him. Lapel sat up and hugged the animal tightly, grateful to the cat for not leaving him. Hazel justified his actions by saying that he was very irritated by the baby's crying. The spy denied having any sympathy for the child. Allowing himself to be hugged, Hazel decided that such close contact with the object of observation would not prevent him from fulfilling his task. Suddenly, from the direction of the mansion, the voices of the Duke of Chester and the butler Roan were heard. They were looking for Lapel. Hazel the cat tried to break free from the child's embrace and run away, but he failed. An anxious Chester searched for his little nephew. Roan and Tia, who accompanied him, made every effort to find the boy. Lapel saw the Duke and was delighted at his uncle's appearance. Chester was surprised to see his nephew cuddling the cat. Hazel looked at the Duke and was tormented by a bad feeling. Tia asked the Duke of Chester for forgiveness for not keeping an eye on the young master. The Duke reassured the maid. Everything ended well, and they found him. Now Tia had to put him to bed again. Chester asked to warm the boy up since he had been outside for a long time and was cold. Tia offered to bring him some warm milk. The maid tried to take the boy away from the Duke. Tia noticed the cat that Lapel was holding in his hands. The girl remembered how and where they met this strange cat. The animal seemed too strange to her. Tia asked Lapel why he had this cat in his hands. The boy categorically stated that the cat would stay to live with him. The boy said that if Leisel was not with him, he wanted the cat to live in his room, but the animal showed with all its appearance that it did not want to stay in the mansion at all. Tia turned to the Duke for instructions. Chester decided they had no choice and ordered the cat to be left in the mansion until its owner was found. Hazel was shocked. Were they really going to leave him with the child? The spy shuddered as he recalled the Duke's look when he saw his nephew hugging a suspicious cat. That look did not bode well for him. Lapel, pleased that the cat was left for him, declared that he was responsible for it and obediently covered himself with a blanket as Tia had asked. The maid told the boy that Lady Leisel would return to him very soon. Lapel was incredibly happy with this news. The boy asked Uncle Chester if Tia was telling the truth. Gaetsog confirmed that Leisel had gone home for only a short time, so Lapel could not worry about her long absence and calmly go to bed. Roan returned and said that he had brought that very thing. It was a magical ring of control that could restrict the movements of a living being. Roan informed the Duke that this ring would not allow the cat to leave even this room. Chester ordered Roan to do what they had planned. Roan firmly clutched the ring in his hand and resolutely moved towards Lapel's bed. Tia said that she would go for milk. Roan promised to look after the young master. The butler had thought everything through long ago. Roan distracted Lapel by pointing out a toy on the shelf above. At this time, the butler placed a control ring on the stone hanging around the animal's neck. Hazel was horrified. He recognized the artifact. The spy realized that he would not be able to take human form while the ring was hanging around his neck. The cat began to rush around Lapel's room and demonstrated its unwillingness to wear the ring. But Roan was adamant. He explained to Lapel that this way they could wait for the cat's owner to arrive. Now she would definitely not run away. Chester decided that the only place the animal would be safe was in the house. Hazel was indignant, but it was all in vain. He was doomed to exist in the body of a cat. The loss of vigilance costs dearly. Tia brought milk to the boy. The butler asked the Duke if it was time for them to leave. Chester and Rowan said goodbye to the maid and the boy and left. The Duke found the cat very suspicious and ordered Rowan to keep a close eye on her and report to him if anything happened. Before letting Rowan go, the Duke ordered a swing to be installed in the garden. Chester decided that Lapel would be less lonely if he had something to play with. Rowan promised to ensure that the Duke's order was carried out. Chester only seemed rude, but in reality he was very attentive to details. Guests arrived at the Duke of Chester's mansion. A pretty little girl was introduced to his lordship. It was Aisha Henneron. The Duke replied that he was very glad to meet her. She had grown so much since the last time he saw her. Aisha's father, Count Erte, reported that his daughter was already 5 years old. The Duke was surprised that he hadn't seen his friend for 5 years. Erte asked for forgiveness for not visiting his friend for so long, but the Duke did not reproach him. He said that he knew what a difficult situation Count Henneron was in. Thanked the Duke for his understanding and help. The guest asked about the progress of the search for the Duke's nephew, and Chester boasted that he had finally found the boy. Was very happy and told his daughter that the boy his uncle was looking for had been found, and that was very wonderful. The young lady said that she was very happy for the Duke, who thanked the girl. Chester was surprised by Aisha's beauty and assumed that she looked like her mother Sylvia. Aisha's father was not as handsome as a child. Asked Chester to allow Aisha to look around the mansion. The Duke instructed Roan to give the girl a tour of the house and park. Aisha also liked the magnificent statues in the park. The girl admired the beauty of the fountains. Roan showed the girl both the greenhouses and the plants that grew in them. Aisha admired the beauty of the garden and park and suddenly saw a swing. Roan invited the girl to swing. Aisha became embarrassed and refused to ride. The girl explained that the swing was only for children and she was already an adult. The butler thought that the girl had to grow up quickly because of her mother's death, but Aisha Roan said that adults swing on swings too. In that case, Aisha replied, she would allow herself to swing for a few minutes. Aisha settled comfortably on the swing and grabbed the ropes with her hands. The butler asked the girl to hold on tightly and rocked her a little. Aisha smiled with delight as she flew up. She really enjoyed swinging. Lapel suddenly appeared. The boy menacingly asked the girl who she was and why she was swinging on his swing. The morning in the Frozen family began with a delicious breakfast. Leisel reported that they now had money to pay off Murfin's debt and asked if they had any other debts. The Baron replied that he didn't owe anyone anything anymore and that he would have liked to pay off the debt himself, but his daughter had helped his parents out a lot. Leisel was going to go to the bank, but her mother decided that the girl was already very tired and needed to be given a good rest. Leisel objected, claiming that she had already rested, but the Baroness insisted on her daughter's rest. Since she had worked very hard lately, her father agreed with his wife. It would be very useful for Leisel to laze around. Leisel agreed with her parents. They were so caring. The Baron and Baroness left their daughter at home and went to the bank to settle their financial affairs. Leisel was left alone, and for the first time in a long time, the girl could sort out her thoughts. The biggest problem was the wedding with Duke Yahello's, but she did not find the strength to tell her parents about it. Leisel really wanted to tell her mum and dad everything, but it was all very difficult. The girl decided that she would tell her parents everything as soon as they returned. Leisel remembered Lapel. The girl was very interested in how the boy was feeling. Roan urged Lapel not to be so aggressive and not to take the swing away from the young lady, she might fall. Lapel grabbed the rope of the swing and shouted that he didn't care. Tia made this swing for him. The little lady looked at the young duke in surprise. The boy was making a fuss and shouting that he hadn't swung yet, but the girl had already done so, and he wouldn't give her his swing. Roan tried unsuccessfully to calm Lapel down. Tia saw what was happening near the swing and rushed to calm the noisy boy. The maid pulled the guy away from the swing and said that he was greeting guests very poorly. He could swing himself later, but Lapel continued to make a fuss and shout that he hated everyone. Aisha took a deep breath and agreed to leave the swing to the boy. The girl asked Roan to hold the ropes so that it would be easier for her to stand up. Rowan tried to convince the girl that she didn't have to get up from the swing. Aisha replied that if the child wants to ride, then let him ride. Lapelian shouted even louder. Now the boy was indignant that he was called a child and claimed that he was not a child at all. Aisha replied that his behavior was definitely that of a child. Moreover, Aisha clarified, the boy is shorter than her. Roan and Tia were worried that the children were about to fight, and Tia decided to take Lapel into his room. The maid tried to persuade the boy not to swear and to go have a snack or play in the room. Tia suggested that Lapel play with the magic balls and sing. Aisha, hearing the maid's words, said that only children play with magic balls. Lapel was incredibly outraged by the girl's fame. The boy got angry, declared that his magic balls were not children's toys, and stamped his foot in frustration, causing dirt from under his sandal to fly in all directions. Aisha looked at the boy with surprise and contempt. The mud got on her pretty shoes and the hem of her charming dress. Tia and Roan were outraged by Lapel's behavior. The boy became more and more angry. Aisha almost cried. She felt so sorry for the shoes and dress. The girl frowned and became angry. Aisha screamed at Lapel to apologize and threw dirt at him. The maid and butler were at a loss and did not know what to do. The children were clearly ready to attack each other. A few seconds later, that's exactly what happened. Lapel grabbed Aisha by the hair and the girl grabbed the boy's shirt, both demanding that the other side apologize. And Chester were outraged and upset by the behavior of their children. The fathers looked at their battered and still angry offspring and could not understand what could have happened to their little angels. Roan apologized for not preventing the fight in time. Etra asked his daughter what happened. This behavior was not typical of his daughter. Aisha complained that Lapel had dirty her shoes. Her mother had taken such good care of all the girls' clothes even though she was sick, and this fool had ruined them. Chester heard and looked at Lapel in bewilderment. The Duke was very dissatisfied with his nephew's behavior. Chester asked the boy to explain why he did this. Lapel looked at his uncle with eyes full of tears. The guy indignantly replied that he had done nothing wrong. He just wanted to be the first to swing on the swing that Tia had made for him. Lapel complained that the girl called Leisel's gifts childish. The boy treasured Leisel's gifts very much and was offended when they were insulted. Chester liked that the boy was so sensitive about the gifts of his beloved girl. The Duke asked Lapel not to cry. Chester picked up his nephew and hugged the boy tenderly. The guests left. Chester and Etre apologized to each other for the children's behavior. Etre said that since Lapel fell asleep, they would go and they would apologize and make peace next time. Aisha asked the Duke for forgiveness for her behavior. Chester replied that the young lady had no need to apologize. Lapel was more guilty than she. Etre helped his daughter into the carriage and said goodbye to Chester. The Duke wished them a good journey. Etre remembered that with all the fuss with the children, he had forgotten to congratulate his friend on his imminent marriage. The Count invited Chester to visit him together with his bride. The Duke watched the carriage as it departed in silence for a long time, until Roan asked what had happened to the gentleman. Chester didn't answer, but he blushed deeply. He hadn't yet fully realized all the consequences of his decision to marry Leisel. 2 realtors offered the Duke to buy a house with 1.5 centuries of history on the seashore. The Duke regarded this proposal with distrust. two entrepreneurs drew the attention of a potential buyer to a distillery whose wine had already gained popularity and promised large profits from the sale of this wine. A middle-aged fashion designer offered to buy her workshop for creating fashionable clothes, and a businessman offered to buy a mine for mining gemstones. Each seller praised his product, explaining its advantages over others, and the winemakers also offered a cheese factory. The sellers saw that the Duke was hesitating and almost began to fight among themselves. Chester asked the butler what he thought would be the most rational thing to buy from everything offered, and Rowan asked for what purpose his lordship wanted to make the purchase. The Duke explained that he wanted to make a small gift for his future wife's parents. Rowan will show all the sellers the door, promising to discuss their proposals and report a decision later. Chester asked why Rowan was sending everyone away. He hadn't decided what to buy yet. The butler declared that this was not the way to act. The Duke had to buy something completely ordinary. For His Highness, it was just money, and for Leisel's parents, it was a burden of responsibility. Rowan stunned the Duke by declaring that his sudden marriage would already cause a lot of gossip, and if he began to shower the baronial family with expensive gifts, they would decide that he was buying Lady Leisel with money. Chester was at a loss as to what to give him then. Everyone said something not very expensive and not very flashy, but they didn't know what exactly. The Duke thought about it. The question of the gift remained open. Chester ate and thought about the gift. He went to bed and thought about the gift. And then it occurred to him that if he gave a bad gift, Leisel's parents would hate him. The dream ended completely when doubts began to creep into Chester's head that Leisel's parents might not like him, and they would simply refuse him. The sun illuminated the Duke of Chester's bedroom. Rowan entered the room to wake his lordship and wish him good morning. The butler was surprised at what he saw. Chester was already up and fully dressed. Only the dark circles under his eyes betrayed his anxiety and probably a sleepless night. Rowan asked with concern and worry if his master had slept at all. Chester announced that he had decided what to buy and was about to leave. The butler guessed that Chester was worried about meeting Lady Leisel's parents. The Duke expressed his respect for Rowan since he was already married, since marriage turned out to be an incredible hassle. Rowan was confident that the Duke could handle any difficulties. The Duke was ready to go out. He decided that he would take a little walk, buy a gift, and go to Leisel's parents' house to propose. The final touches of preparation were completed. The Duke asked the butler how he looked today. Rowan replied that the Duke looked stunning as always, and that today he was dressed with particular care. Leisel's parents would be charmed. Chester relied on his natural charm and ability to get along with people. Rowan reminded that Lady Leisel would be there too, and she would help Chester deal with all his problems. The butler was sure that Leisel had already told her parents everything, that they would welcome Chester with open arms, and these words made the Duke feel a little better. The house of the Baron's Frozer was shaking from the screams of Leisel's father. He did not want to hear about any wedding. The Baron was furious, and his mother, the Baroness, echoed him. No one would allow Leisel to leave her father's house so early. The parents' reaction was much worse than Leisel expected. The Duke was supposed to arrive very soon, but the parents still didn't know anything about him. They had to tell them everything on the first day. Leisel tried to calm her parents down. The Baron lamented that his daughter had not even dated anyone, and suddenly decided to get married. This was impossible. Her mother thought that her daughter was joking and asked her to spare their weak nerves. Leisel said that this was not a joke. She really liked a man, and she was going to marry him. The mother asked if she had thought everything through carefully. My father echoed that marriage is a very important decision, and one needs to think carefully. Leisel replied that she had thought about it very well, and that her chosen one was a great guy, and they would be happy with him. The girl promised her parents that when they met, they would be pleased with their future son-in-law. The Baron raged that he did not need a son-in-law, and his daughter was still too young to marry. Leisel was surprised. Before this, her parents had done everything for her, even gone bankrupt because of her whims. But suddenly they were so categorically opposed to her marriage. The girl objected that she was no longer a child, but had already made her debut and was quite capable of getting married. Leisel's father could not accept the possibility of his daughter's marriage because he loved her with all his heart. Leisel said that she truly loved her chosen one, and it seems she wasn't even lying. To all the persuasion, the girl replied that she had already decided everything, and that her chosen one would soon come to visit them. The girl's last argument towards her father was that he himself got married at 20 years old, and that this was not at all different, as the Baron claims, but the same thing. The old butler looked into the room in the midst of the argument. The servant announced to the family that Duke Yahello had arrived. The Baron was puzzled as to why the Duke had come to visit them, but the Baroness began to guess about the candidacy of her own future son-in-law. Leisel rushed to greet the Duke ahead of her parents, and her mother finally made up her mind. The girl was indignant that the Duke arrived 2 hours early and she didn't have time to do anything. Chester stood behind the door in all his glory. Leisel decided that the Duke had decided to seduce her parents with his charisma and beauty. The girl hadn't seen Chester for a few days, but how could she become even more beautiful in a few days? It was not the time to admire the beauty of this man. Leisel was about to ask Chester to come later, but the Baroness appeared behind her and kindly asked the Duke to come into the house. The Baroness' mother radiated goodwill and charm. Leisel didn't expect such kindness from her. Something is going to happen now, the girl thought. The atmosphere in the house of the Frozen Barons was tense. The Baroness invited the Duke of Chester to enter, but seeing that he had arrived with an escort, she hesitated. The Duke reassured her, stating that the servants would wait for him outside. The Baroness said that she was very pleased to meet the Duke. She was Leisel's mother, and the Duke could call her Rosalia. Chester replied that he was glad to meet her. The Baroness told Leisel to take Chester to the living room, and she went to talk to her father. Leisel escorted the Duke into the living room. On the way, she admired the guy's graceful profile. However, she decided to reprimand him out loud and announced that they had not agreed on this and that the Duke had arrived too early. Chester remembered that he left home quite early. Then I went shopping and bought gifts for Leisel's parents. Since Chester left home too early, he arrived earlier than agreed. Actually, Chester was waiting for the appointed time in the carriage at the entrance. The butler came out, saw him, and ran to report. This was true, but if he told Leisel about it, the Duke decided, she would think that he did it all out of boredom. So Chester simply apologized and explained his early arrival by saying that his previous meeting had been cancelled. Leisel explained to the Duke in fear that now was not the best time to visit. The girl said that she told her parents only today, and they are still against her marriage. The Duke was upset, but had no intention of retreating. Leisel said that it would be difficult to persuade his parents, especially his father. The girl reasoned that, in fact, today was only the Duke's first visit to her parents, and nothing was lost yet. Chester looked at Leisel carefully. The young man leaned right towards her face and touched his finger to her lips. Leisel tensed and trembled, not understanding what the Duke wanted to do. The girl did not understand why he suddenly approached her. Maybe he wanted to kiss her. Chester just ran his finger over the girl's lips. Leisel only had time to blush, and the young man had already moved his hand to the side and moved away from her. The young man reported that there was a speck of dust on her lips, and he removed it. Leisel muttered something unintelligible, continuing to blush prettily. The girl was ashamed of her reaction. She had already prepared her lips for a kiss. But maybe he didn't notice. They would have a fictitious marriage. But if the Duke came so close to her, it could become a test for her. Leisel admired the Duke. He was unusually handsome. Such a man simply cannot be disliked, the girl thought. Chester asked why she was looking at him so intently. Leisel replied that he looked very good today, and his outfit suited him very well. But in general, Leisel clarified, Chester is always handsome and courageous in everything. Chester was pleasantly surprised by the compliment he received from Leisel. The young man even blushed with pleasure and embarrassment, and thanked the girl for her flattering words. Leisel noted that the formidable Duke seemed to know how to be embarrassed. At this time, Leisel's parents entered the living room, and the Baron greeted the Duke. The young people and Leisel's parents sat around the large dining table, and there was silence for a while. Leisel thought she had never seen her father so angry. It seemed that every cell in the Baron's body was so tense that it was about to explode. Tensely but politely, the Baron asked if the Duke had been tired by the trip. The Duke replied that he was not tired at all and looked intently at the Baron, which made Leisel incredibly worried. Lightning flashed between the men. The Baron thought that he would never forgive the Duke for seducing his daughter, and Chester was tense to the limit, but did not want to show it, and did not avoid the Baron's gaze, demonstrating by this that he was a strong man and a reliable partner. Leisel and the Baroness mother looked at the men with concern. They both did not want them to become enemies. Leisel decided to defuse the situation. She addressed the Duke with words of gratitude for the visit and asked if he had any message for her parents. The girl whispered to Chester that he had to start a conversation and get to know each other. Otherwise, they would not be able to persuade their parents to give them permission to marry. The Duke cleared his throat and said that this was his first meeting with the esteemed Baron and Baroness, and he had not come to it empty-handed. The Duke's servants entered the room with small wooden boxes in their hands, and Chester ordered them to place them on the table. In front of Leisel's astonished parents, the servants placed the boxes on the table. Chester declared that this gift was only a sign of respect for the Baron and Baroness. The young man hoped that they would like it. The boxes were opened, and the Baron and Baroness froze in amazement. Leisel herself was shocked by what she saw. There were precious stones in the boxes. There was also a blue diamond, also called the Tear of the Ocean, a pink diamond, and a stone called the Blessing of Sinesia. It was a collection of the most expensive stones in the world of this novel, and in real life the girl had never seen such stones. Leisel looked at this small, according to the Duke, gift and understood what it means to think like a rich person. The gift was indeed small, but it cost a lot of money. The Baron angrily slammed the lid of the box. Leisel's father declared that he did not need such a gift and demanded that the Duke take it back. The Baron proudly declared that they were certainly not rich, but they would not accept such gifts from the Duke. Chester did not understand what the Baron did not like and asked to accept the collection as a sign of respect. The Baron could not resist and said directly and clearly that he would not sell his daughter. Chester looked at his future father-in-law with bewilderment, and Leisel grinned. She wouldn't mind selling herself to such a man for such money. The Duke was stunned by the Baron's statement. His gift only angered Leisel's father. The young man didn't know what to do now. Chester couldn't understand why the Baron didn't like him as a groom. If he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have asked Roan to choose a gift. The young man asked the Baron to tell him what he would like to receive as a gift. The Duke ordered the boxes with precious stones to be removed from the room. However, the Baron was adamant and declared that he had nothing to say to the Duke. Chester was completely confused and couldn't figure out how to behave. Leisel realized that Chester had never experienced such fierce opposition to his desires before. The girl decided to take matters into her own hands, otherwise she would end up without a groom and without money. Leisel turned to her parents and said that his lordship did not look down on them and that his gift was a sign of respect and esteem. The girl showed with her whole appearance that Chester should play along with her. Leisel placed her hand on the Duke's hand. Chester felt supported by Leisel and his spirits were lifted. The girl asked the Duke to confirm her words. The young man blushed, nodded and said that everything was exactly as Leisel said. Chester intertwined his fingers with the girl's. This movement of the Duke caused Leisel to tremble and bewilderment. The girl noted that Chester was holding her hand tightly and looking at her with loving eyes. Leisel decided that Chester was playing a man who was head over heels in love with her and mentally praised him for his artistry. The Baron was still angry, but the Baroness noted all the gestures and movements of the young man and gave him an A for his behavior. This handsome, rich man in love with her daughter suited her perfectly as a son-in-law. A plan was born in the woman's head on how to persuade her husband to allow his daughter to marry the Duke. The Baroness asked her daughter to leave them for a while. Leisel's mother's request came as a big surprise. The Baroness smiled at her daughter and said that she should do this for just a short time. Leisel was very worried that Chester wouldn't be able to cope without her. The girl looked questioningly at the Duke. Chester said that everything would be fine and that she shouldn't worry. Leisel had no choice but to leave the Duke alone with his parents and leave. The Baron did not understand why his wife sent their daughter away. They had already decided everything. But the Baroness asked him to sit down and talk and not to be so categorical. The Baron stated that he had already decided everything for himself. The Baroness became angry and ordered her husband to sit down in a commanding tone. The Baron sat down and, after a short consultation with his wife, asked the Duke to outline the reason why he wanted to marry Leisel. The Baroness asked the young man to speak honestly and openly. Chester realized that he had been given a chance, and he could not miss it. The young man decided to tell it like it is, and told Leisel's parents that he simply loved their daughter. The Baroness liked this answer very much, and the Baron asked how long he and Leisel had known each other. Chester thought about it, but decided to continue telling everything as it happened. The Duke recognized Leisel just over a month ago when she came to his house with Lapel. At first, the young people couldn't even speak normally, they only swore. The Duke was prejudiced against Leisel because of the rumors that circulated about the girl in society. Over time, Chester got to know the girl and became convinced of her brave and kind character. The Duke saw how kind and friendly she was with Lapel. Eventually, the young man realized that he had fallen deeply in love with her, and Chester said that Leisel is not like him at all. She is strong and independent, easily finds common ground with people, and he himself is not strong in this. Leisel's parents listened attentively to the Duke of Chester. The Duke could only tell them one thing: he loved their daughter very much. For Chester, she is the best girl in the world, and he cannot live without her. The Baroness sided entirely with the Duke of Chester. The Baron began to trust the young man, but he still had doubts. Leisel's father said that it was too early for his daughter to get married, she was too young, and such issues could not be decided in a hurry. The Duke asked for forgiveness and explained that his greed was to blame for everything. He was sure that every man who was lucky enough to get to know her better would fall in love with the lady. So the Duke wanted to become her husband and protector as soon as possible. The Baroness laughed merrily and said that she knew another such greedy person. The Baron clarified what she meant. The Baroness reminded her husband that they got married 2 months after they met. The Baron remembered this, but considered that it was inappropriate to recall this fact now. Leisel's mother had an idea and asked the Duke of Chester to help her realize it. Chester was ready to do anything just to be allowed to marry Leisel. At this time, the young Baroness was restless. Leisel was worried that the Duke would tell her about the contract and thought that the conversation would last a very long time. The door to the living room opened and Chester came out. The girl rushed to him with the question of what her parents had told him. Chester leaned quietly towards the girl's ear. The young man whispered right in her ear that it was a big secret. Leisel was angry that he could have secrets with her parents, but Chester did not answer and asked Leisel to show him the way to the dining room where her father had ordered him to go. The Duke walked ahead of the girl and remembered how the Baron had said that Chester should take care of his daughter. The word kitty was heard loudly every now and then in the Duke's mansion. It was Lapel who ran through the corridors of the mansion looking for his beloved cat. The spy trapped in the cat's body was frantically looking for a way out. Things were bad for him. The owner was probably already angry because he couldn't get in touch with him. It all happened when Hazel showed compassion to the boy. Now the spy had only one way out. He had to find a way to bypass the magical powers of this pendant. There was a way. All that was needed was to find the artifact necessary to perform the ritual. This is exactly what Hazel was looking for, running away from the boy and wandering through the corridors of the mansion. The spy's head was filled with the saddest thoughts. What if he remains in the cat's body forever? Hazel scratched vigorously at the door of the Duke's office, trying in vain to open it, but sitting in the body of a cat, he could not do it. Then Lapel appeared. The boy was incredibly happy that he had finally found his cat. Lapel grabbed the animal and began to squeeze it. Hazel yelled various curses at the cat, addressed to both the boy and his overly cautious uncle. The boy decided that the cat was simply sad, and he tried to persuade his pet not to be sad, but to play with him. Lapel thought the cat missed Leisel and told her that he missed her too. Lapel tried to persuade the cat not to look for Leisel and not to miss her. She would return very soon. The cat Hazel understood that while Leisel was not in the mansion, he would have to endure the boy's cuddles and hugs. At this time, Leisel witnessed her father's unusual behavior. The girl remembered that the Baron never drank wine early in the morning, and today he was going to have breakfast as usual. And suddenly her father declared that 1 or 2 glasses would not harm anyone. The girl knew that the Duke did not tolerate alcohol very well. What would happen if he blurted out something while drunk? And therefore she resisted her father's wishes. The Baron announced that he was very keen to have a drink with his future son-in-law. Hearing that he was named the future son-in-law, Chester was delighted and agreed to go on a drinking spree, declaring that it was a great honor for him. Leisel reminded the Duke that he was a very busy man, and it was time for him to return home. The Baroness advised her daughter to leave men alone. The mother took her daughter into another room, recommending that the men have a nice conversation. The Baron was grateful to his wife for the opportunity to relax. Leisel wondered if her father would start asking tricky questions and pestering Chester. The mother reassured her daughter by explaining that her father was not the type to drink wine with those he did not like. Leisel thought that her father's attitude had changed greatly after talking with Chester without her presence and having a family meal together. Leisel's father and her fiancé became incredibly close, which made the girl think a lot. Leisel frantically tried to figure out what he had done that had allowed him to gain her parents' trust so quickly. The bottle of wine was emptied to the bottom by the men. Leisel, her mother and the butler watched the horrifying and ironic scene. The Duke and Baron drank themselves to the point of passing out, which was something no one expected from them. The Baroness and the butler transported the Baron to the bedroom, and Leisel and another servant were assigned to take care of the Duke. Marchen helped drag Chester to the guest bedroom. Leisel asked the Duke if everything was okay with him. Chester looked at the girl with incredibly drunk eyes and had difficulty focusing his gaze on her. Leisel watched Chester with great surprise. The man's gaze wandered around the room, drunk he was, and still drunk. However, this was not what worried the girl most. The young man's shirt came slightly unbuttoned, and Leisel's attention was exposed to part of a very impressive and muscular torso. The girl's heart fluttered and was ready to jump out of her chest. Leisel pushed away her criminal thoughts and forbade herself to admire the naked torso of the drunk man. After all, she was a lady. The girl decided to help the Duke take off his jacket and shoes. Having limited herself to just that, she laid Chester on top of the blanket. He got drunk so quickly, Leisel thought. Through his drunken haze, Chester remembered the Baron boasting that Leisel had learned to walk and talk before other children. The girl's father advised the Duke not to believe the rumors about her. His daughter had a kind heart. She found Lapel very exhausted and personally looked after him. The Baron said that his daughter is very determined and always goes to the end. Pouring another glass for himself and his future son-in-law, the Baron said that no matter how much he tried to persuade Leisel not to marry the Duke, she stood firm. The Baron drank one glass after another and no longer listened to Chester at all. Leisel's father was worried that their family budget was not in the best shape at the moment, and there was a lot of gossip about his daughter. The Baron was afraid that people would start gossiping that Leisel had married the Duke for money. Chester promised that he would be able to protect Leisel from any gossip and insults. The Baron was very glad that his daughter had such a young and strong protector, and thanked the Duke, calling him son-in-law. Then the men argued about whether Leisel was more beautiful when she smiled, or whether she was always beautiful. Chester said that when Leisel sings, the world becomes brighter and more beautiful. The Baron, losing the thread of the story, claimed that he envied everyone who heard Leisel sing. The memories were jumbled and Chester was smiling. Leisel decided that he was one of those people who became kinder and smiled from alcohol. It was cute. Leisel put the Duke to bed and was about to leave. The Duke called her and muttered something unintelligible. Leisel couldn't make out anything and asked him to speak louder. Chester took the girl by the shoulder and tried to control his speech apparatus. The Duke asked Leisel not to call him so formally. He wanted her to simply call him Chester. Leisel could only blush and wonder where her adventure with marriage would lead her. Chester looked at the girl with drunken eyes. He was absolutely happy. The estate on the outskirts of the capital hid terrible secrets. The owner was irritated. Had Hazel not yet gotten in touch? He had been informed that there was no news at all from the spy sent to the Duke of Hylos's mansion. The table overturned and the dishes flew to the floor. In a fit of rage, the owner kicked the furniture. The order sounded menacing and unambiguous. They had to find Hazel and find out why he had disappeared. Chester reached out to Leisel and stroked the girl's cheek. The young man drunkenly muttered that he had always dreamed of calling her by name. Chester's hand slid limply from the girl's face, leaving a warm mark on her. Liesel's heart started beating faster and faster, as if it was going to explode. Chester whispered her name over and over again. The Duke's charm was so strong that the girl was afraid of doing something stupid. To avoid this, she decided to leave the room for a while, and at the same time bring water with honey to Chester, because he was already very drunk. The Duke caught the girl's hand. He asked her not to go and leave him alone. Chester decided that he was having a beautiful dream, otherwise Leisel would not have allowed him to touch her. The girl's gaze also spoke in favor of the unreality of what was happening. Had she ever looked at him with such languid and adoring eyes in reality? Chester decided he was having a wonderful dream. In a dream, everything is possible, the young man decided, and he has complete freedom of action. Leisel was surprised when Chester, who had completely lost his strength, suddenly sat up on the bed and grabbed her hand tightly. The Duke held the girl's hand in his and decided that now was the time to tell her about his feelings. Leisel realized that Chester wanted to tell her something important and prepared to listen to him carefully. The Duke took a deep breath and began his speech. Chester said he always thought he didn't need a family. Leisel clarified what he meant by that. What does it mean to not need a family from his point of view? The Duke replied that he was used to always being alone. All his adult life, the expression being family meant being in his own father's cage. In the opinion of society, a parent has every right to treat his child cruelly. Not all parents are like this, but Chester's father fully realized this right. That is why Chester left his home as soon as he could live independently, and after that he was always alone and could only rely on himself. Leisel listened attentively to the Duke's story. The girl did not expect such revelations from him. However, the Duke continued, now for the first time he feels something that is difficult to describe. Chester's whole world changed when Leisel came into his life. The mind of a strong and strong-willed man could not previously understand the meaning of the word family. Suddenly everything changed, and now Chester wanted to create this very family with Leisel. This feeling engulfed and consumed Chester completely. Only it helped his mind leave the cage created by his father. Leisel heard the Duke's words and even understood their meaning, but it was so unexpected for the girl that the meaning of what was said did not fully reach her. The Baroness couldn't understand whether Chester was saying all this because he was drunk or whether it was all really true. The Duke felt himself becoming sleepy again, which was strange since he had been sleeping anyway. Leisel couldn't digest what the Duke had said. It was all unexpected and strange to her. The young man again sank into oblivion, but never let go of the girl's hand. Chester fell backwards onto the bed, still clutching his most prized possession tightly. Leisel realized that the man had fallen asleep, and she tried to wake him up and free herself from the iron grip. Despite all her efforts and desire, Leisel was unable to free herself. The angry Baroness decided that if they couldn't free themselves, then they would lie next to each other until they woke up. The girl thought about the Duke's words and remembered that people show their true faces when they are drunk, and she even liked the Duke's face. Leisel herself certainly shouldn't have gotten completely drunk. From the Duke's speeches, the girl concluded that he needed only her, and this worried and pleased her at the same time. Awakening came to the Duke with a headache. The sensations were not pleasant. Chester did not understand how he had fallen asleep like that. Memories of last night's drinking session with Liesel's father came flooding back to him. The Duke regretted that he had agreed to this event, to get so drunk at the very first meeting, and also to fall asleep in the house of future relatives. What a shame. Chester decided to get some fresh air and sat up on the bed. The young man cried out in surprise. Lady Leisel was sleeping like a baby next to him. The Duke broke out in a cold sweat, wondering why the lady was here. Leisel woke up and jumped up in bed in fright. The girl realized that the Duke had finally woken up, let go of her hand, and she was now free. Chester was outraged why Leisel slept in the same bed with him. How could this happen? Leisel replied that Chester had grabbed her hand so tightly that there was no way to free it and leave. The Duke could not believe that he had forgotten himself to such an extent and lost control of himself. Leisel complained that she was in a lot of pain. Chester felt guilty, but he couldn't believe that he could do that to her. Liesel realized that Chester was not thinking about the pain in his arm, but about something else. The girl asked him if he really didn't remember the events of yesterday evening at all. It was cute and funny, such a formidable duke, and he lost his memory because he drank too much wine. Liesel laughed and reassured Chester. She said that he was stressing out for nothing. There was nothing between them. Chester apologized to Liesel, but he still had a vague feeling that he had done something while drunk. Liesel replied that everything was fine and suggested that the Duke take a little walk to come to his senses. Chester and Liesel went out into the park located around the house of the Baron's Vosel. Liesel watched the young man from the corner of her eye, and she kept remembering how he had said that he had always dreamed of calling her by her first name. Chester was so adorable and sweet back then. For some reason, Liesel was unhappy that he said that while drunk, why it made her so angry, the girl did not understand. It seemed like there was a completely different person next to her now. Sober Chester was cold and alien again. Liesel thought that there was no point in expecting anything else from this man. He and the word sensitivity were incompatible. Chester felt that Liesel really wanted to tell him something, but was holding back. Maybe he had screwed up after all. So, bewildered and dissatisfied with each other, the young people walked for some time in silence. Chester thought Liesel wanted to say something. The girl simply asked how he was feeling. The Duke replied that the alcohol had completely worn off and he was already much better. Liesel reported that the Duke had worked hard today. His performance was beyond praise, and the parents believed every word Chester said. The Duke replied that this pleased him. Liesel was offended by the guy's cold tone. Since his parents were not around, he probably decided that it was not worth playing at love anymore. Liesel suggested that they think about their next step. Now things should be a little easier for them. The Duke assumed that Liesel meant a wedding. The girl confirmed, and assumed that since the wedding was fictitious, it would be easy to organize. Liesel suggested not to complicate the process, but to hold a simple ceremony, just so that people would not gossip. Chester again felt hurt and offended that for Liesel their wedding was a sham, and their whole relationship was just a game and pretense. Chester mentally encouraged himself because he understood that winning Liesel over would not be easy. There was one more question that the Duke absolutely had to clarify. Liesel replied that he most likely could, but why would he need that? The Duke explained that he had been invited to a banquet, and he wanted to go there with Liesel. This celebration is organised by Earl Humphrey on the occasion of the birthday of his daughter Lady Salome. Chester reported that the entire high society of the empire would be at this banquet, so they would have an excellent opportunity to introduce Lady Leisel to the world as the bride of Duke Chester Yahello. In fact, Chester preferred not to go there at all, but Rowan advised him not to refuse Count Humphrey's invitation. He was a good man. In addition, Rowan recommended that the Duke go to a dinner party with Lady Leisel. Anyway, the young people will have to announce their wedding very soon, and this is an excellent opportunity to declare that they are a couple. Chester assumed that Lady Leisel, like himself, was not eager to be the centre of attention. The Duke informed her that the event would take place next week, so the Baroness could take her time with her answer and think it over well. Leisel did not think long and declared that she would go with him to the celebration. The young man asked if the lady was sure of her decision. As soon as the aristocrats learned about their wedding, they would find themselves in the very centre of attention, and it would be very difficult. Leisel asked if the Duke was already worried about what would happen after the contract expired. The girl had a premonition that these would not be the easiest times for both of them. The more attention they get now, the more people will gossip about their breakup later. What upset Leisel most was that the rumours would greatly upset her parents as well. However, Leisel had to do everything possible to ensure that their lie was not revealed. She would not give up the prize for her excellent acting to the Duke. Leisel knew how to play in front of an audience. The girl assumed that in the end everything would be fine. There would be a lot of gossip, of course, but over time everything would settle down, and she still did not plan to get married a second time. The girl's last phrase about the lack of matrimonial plans after her divorce from him improved his mood. The Duke asked Leisel for permission to pick her up before the banquet. The Duke realized that it was already getting dark, and he needed to say goodbye to Liesel's parents. The girl asked Chester how Lapel was doing. She had already begun to miss the boy. Chester replied that she shouldn't worry. His nephew was doing well. The Duke told her that Lapel had recently been in a fight, but he reassured Leisel by saying that the boy was not hurt at all. Chester did not see the fight with his own eyes, but he was told that the battle was fierce. Leisel wanted to clarify all the details of the incident, and the Duke told her everything he knew. Leisel was touched by the behavior of Aisha and Lapel. The Duke asked Leisel if she was angry with the girl and the servants, and the girl replied that she was not angry at all. And how could she be angry with the main character of this novel, a very sweet and kind little girl? She was only slightly offended that she could not see the first meeting of the main characters herself. Leisel was sure it was an epic battle of legendary cuties. The Duke said he had one more thing to talk to Leisel about. Marquis Henneron asked Chester to look after Aisha for a while. He wants to return to his hometown to take care of his sick wife, but does not want his daughter to see her mother in such a state. Leisel agreed that watching her mother become ill would be a great shock to the child. Chester agreed with her and said that he wanted to settle Aisha in their mansion for a while and asked Lady Leisel's opinion on this matter. The girl was surprised that the Duke was asking her permission. How could it be otherwise? Duke Leisel was surprised that she would very soon become his wife and a member of the Helos family. The Baroness became interested in what made the Duke ask her for advice and permission, only because they had a contract or she had some reasons. Sometimes Chester's look was like the look of a person who cared about her. When Chester looked at Leisel like that, the girl became very uneasy. Her heart pounded and jumped out of her chest. Leisel decided that it was bad for her morale to be alone with Chester for so long. She needed to quickly answer all his questions and go home. Leisel replied that she agreed with the Duke's decision, especially since it would be good since Lapel would have a playmate and perhaps a good friend. Chester thanked Leisel for her wise decision and said that he would bring Aisha to the mansion after the wedding. Leisel reacted somehow inadequately to Chester's appearance. The girl wanted to tell him not to shine like that because she might go blind. Chester asked why Leisel was looking at him like that. Maybe he had dirt on his face. But the girl replied that he imagined it. Something had to be done urgently so that Chester would not suspect that Leisel had the warmest feelings for him. The girl justified herself by pointing to the first plant she came across behind the Duke's back and calling it her favourite flower. The young men looked back and saw that right behind Chester's head there was a terrible creature of nature growing. The Duke was very surprised that Leisel's favourite flower was the Venus flytrap, a carnivorous plant. Leisel came to her senses, but it was too late. The girl still didn't understand where this plant had come from in their garden. The Duke of Chester said goodbye to Leisel's parents, and the exchange of pleasantries went well. The Baron could not stand it and rushed to his future son-in-law with hugs and persuasions to stay a little longer. The Baroness apologized for her husband's behavior. Most likely, he had not yet completely sobered up. Rosalind instructed her daughter to see the groom off, and she herself decided to take the Baron into the house. Chester wanted to refuse Leisel's escort, but the girl insisted on waiting for the Duke's carriage with him. The young people came out to the gate. Leisel asked if it weren't for her, the Duke would have been waiting for the carriage alone. Chester answered that she was right. The young people were silent for a while. Leisel decided to make life easier for the Duke and said that he didn't need to come again. His parents invited him more out of politeness. Chester had already done a great job. The Duke replied that it was not at all difficult for him and that he would definitely come to visit them again as soon as he had some free time. In that case, Leisel would take responsibility for her father's behavior, and if they decided to drink together again, the Duke would declare that he could handle the Baron. Leisel replied that the Duke was, of course, already an independent boy and could decide everything himself. Chester remembered being advised to make an effort to win the lady's heart. Otherwise, Roan, a deeply married man, warned him, "Even if you marry a lady, you will not win her heart. You must go on dates and make time for the lady." The Duke tried to make his proposal sound as natural as possible. Chester casually asked what the lady had plans for tomorrow. Leisel thought about it. She didn't have any special plans. Leisel said that she was planning to go to the Smarket shopping district. She remembered that that's where they sell magical items. Chester asked what exactly Leisel needed. The girl replied that she just wanted to take a walk and look. In fact, it wasn't that simple. Leisel needed a toxicometer and quickly. In the original work, even in the Duke's native estate of Yahello, Lapel's life was always under threat. They tried to stab him or poison him. Naturally, the boy came out of all the troubles alive. However, Leisel has become too close to him and cannot leave things as they are. And since Leisel has heavily interfered with the storyline, changes can be expected. So Leisel needed a toxicometer to prevent attempts to poison her Lapelian, while she regretted that no one had created a bag that created useful things, but there was a bag that created useless sweets. The Duke's carriage arrived. The girl wished the Duke a good journey and good dreams. Chester stayed late and asked the girl if he could go with her tomorrow. Leisel didn't want anyone to accompany her on her walk through the market. However, she said that if Chester was free, he could very well accompany her. Chester was almost delighted. The Duke ceremoniously asked Lady Leisel for permission to accompany her on a walk through the market tomorrow. Leisel did not quite understand the motives of the Duke's actions. The girl felt as if she and the Duke were going on a date. Chester didn't understand why Lady Leisel was looking at him and was silent. Maybe she didn't want to spend time with him. The Duke decided to take the initiative into his own hands and reminded Leisel that they needed to show the world that they had started dating, but the girl thought this was an excuse. For some reason, this angered Leisel, but she smiled and agreed to accompany the Duke. It was good that he was free tomorrow. The girl asked to take Lapel along with her because she missed him very much. Leisel suggested that the boy was bored of sitting within four walls all day and that she really wanted to see him. Chester promised to fulfill her wish. In this case, Leisel willingly agreed to meet Chester right at the market, and the young man agreed with all her proposals. Chester's carriage moved away down the road for some unknown reason, but Leisel suddenly felt sad. Leisel reasoned that she had most likely misunderstood Chester. Maybe it wasn't an excuse. If you expect too much, you will certainly be disappointed, so the girl tried not to invent anything for herself. Chester rode in the carriage and went over the whole day in his head. He could not decide whether it was a good day or not. At this time, in the mansion of the Dukes of Yahello, events unfolded as follows. Lapel, having run around to his heart's content during the day and played with Tia, happily went to bed. The spy cat also went to bed with him. Very soon the boy fell asleep to the peaceful purring of his pet. This was just what Hazel had been waiting for. The spy in the cat's body jumped off the boy's bed and went to the window. He really hoped that it was open. The animal's paw hit the frame. The window opened, and the long-awaited freedom was very close. The spy was happy that he would finally be able to leave the Duke's mansion. There were not even any guards around him, and it seemed like the escape would go perfectly. It was empty and quiet in the mansion's park. The spy ran as fast as he could to the saving fence. How uncomfortable it was for a big and strong man in the body of a small cat. He ran and ran, and the fence still remained far ahead. Finally, there was only one jump left, and Hazel jumped as no cat in the world had ever jumped before. However, the long-awaited freedom met him very cruelly. The control ring did not let the cat's body through the magical barrier, the border of which was the fence. The blow was so strong that the cat's body was thrown to the ground, and its carcass lay lifeless on the ground. One of the knights guarding the mansion was on duty, at the post near the gates of the mansion. From behind the bushes, the messengers of the man hunting Lapel, Nick and Mac, were peeking out. These people needed to get inside and find the cat Hazel, but it was impossible to get through the protective barrier and the vigilant guards of the mansion. Nick suggested postponing the penetration, first coming up with a plan on how to do it, and then returning back. Mac replied that if they came without information, the master would kill them on the spot, without finding out the reason for the failure. The masked master was hot-tempered and famous for his cruelty. Nick and Mac didn't want the world to have 2 fewer people and 2 more corpses due to their mortal bodies. Nick and Mac clearly saw another knight approach the knight standing at his post, and they talked for a long time. The second knight held out the lifeless body of a white cat in his arms. Nick and Mac heard him asking where they could bury her nearby. The knights recognized the body as a cat whose owner they had not found, and with whom Lapel had been playing lately. Nick and Mac recognized the cat that Hazel was turning into and realized that something bad had happened and that they needed to immediately report it to the master. An isolated house on the outskirts of the city was filled with angry screams. The master was ready to tear his subordinates to pieces. The master grabbed Nick by the hood and dragged him around the room, scolding him for the sad news of Hazen's death. Two terrifying red eyes looked at Nick through the mask. Mac stood to the side, bowed and said that they saw the guards bury the body of a cat with different colored eyes. The master raged and shouted how they dared to treat his man like that. The evil masked man took out his frustration on Nick and Mac, magically warping space and feeding off their power. The master ordered to kill and gut everyone who was in the Yahello mansion. He ordered his henchmen to bring him the heads of the castle's inhabitants. Nick and Mac hurried to leave the scary room, agreeing to carry out the master's order. Exhausted from anger, the master dropped his head into his hands. Everything was not going as he had planned. The man took off his mask, and anger distorted his handsome face. First his mother was gone, now Hazen was dead. The master threw the mask on the table, and a bottle of red wine overturned and flowed across the table and floor in streams red as blood. The master swore to tear to pieces everyone in whose veins flows the blood of the Hyloses. The moon was hanging high in the sky and lit up a secluded corner of the garden. Suddenly, a white cat's paw emerged from the ground. Very soon, the second paw appeared along with the head. Just a little more, and the whole white cat with different eyes crawled out of the hole in which the compassionate knight had buried her. Hazen was only stunned and cursed the guy who couldn't tell the living from the dead and managed to bury him. Kosher Hazen looked at the high fence of the mansion and wondered if there was a loophole in this barrier. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything while he was in the cat's body, and he had to figure it out somehow. Hazen assumed that he was stuck in this body for a long time. The guards passed by the cat, and one of them pointed out to the other the amazing animal, which the little Duke of Lapel had taken custody of. The spy cat decided not to wait for the guards to come closer to him and ran away. Hazel the cat decided that things would go badly for him if the Duke was informed that the cat was trying to cross the barrier surrounding the mansion. The guards watched the quickly fleeing cat and were surprised by its speed and how dirty it was. Tia was horrified at what Lapel had done to the poor cat. The boy explained that it was not him, but when he woke up, the cat was already in that state and was sleeping next to him. Tia assumed that the cat got dirty while walking down the street, and the maid examined the animal. The cat was fine. There was just one problem that needed to be solved: washing the animal properly. Lapel took the cat from Tia and asked again if she really needed to wash herself again. Tia stated categorically that despite the late hour, both he and the cat would have to wash. Lapel and the cat Hazen were in complete shock at this news. The boy resisted and said that he wanted to sleep and could wash himself tomorrow. The cat screamed no quieter than the boy, and if someone could translate her speech, they would understand that she did not want to wash herself at all. Tia was adamant, and soon the Duke's mansion was filled with the cries of children and cats, signifying a futile protest against washing. The Duke of Chester walked down the corridor of the castle and listened to the screams coming from the direction of Lapelian's chambers. The butler greeted the owner with respect. Chester asked him where these shouts were coming from and what was going on. Roan replied that it was the cat that lived at Lapel's that was meowing, and it seemed that the boy himself was squealing. The butler was about to go and see what was going on, but Chester decided to go to his nephew's rooms himself. The Duke needed to talk to Lapel anyway. Roan asked the Duke how his introduction to his parents went. Chester replied that since he had returned late, Rowan might assume that everything had gone well. The Duke remembered Lady Leisel's tender and grateful look. The next thing that came to mind in Chester's mind was a drunken baron calling him son-in-law. The last thing that came to the Duke's mind was his future mother-in-law. She entrusted the care of her daughter to him. The butler looked at Chester's satisfied face and assumed that the meeting with Lady Leisel's parents had gone just fine. The Duke suddenly pretended to be angry with Roan and said that because of him, everything almost went to hell. Roan didn't understand what he had done wrong. The Duke explained that everyone was very angry at first because of his gift. The butler objected that the Duke had chosen the gift himself and hadn't even consulted him. Chester ignored the remark and ordered Roan to book the best seats at the restaurant on Smarket. The butler asked what day to do this and received the answer that the places were needed for tomorrow. The butler was surprised and thought that they probably considered him a wizard. The Duke informed Roan that Lady Leisel liked meat and seafood, and he should make sure that there were no mishaps. The Duke heard that the best restaurants were Verger and Vivi. He thought that Leisel would not mind visiting them. Rohan asked which one he should choose. The butler asked for more information about the lady's preferences. Chester thought about it and said that there must be a place for Lapel too, so that he could play in peace. In that case, Roan concluded, none of these restaurants were suitable. The Duke decided that Roan should book both restaurants and at the same time build children's playgrounds there and all this by tomorrow. The Duke believed that all this was quite possible. If they started right now, then everything would be done. Roan became more and more sad, but promised to reserve places. Chester corrected him, not places but restaurants, completely. The Duke relied entirely on his faithful servant. Roan was completely upset. The injustice was obvious, the Duke was in love, and the butler had to pay for it. Lapel greeted his uncle with a joyful cry. The boy ran up to the Duke and immediately climbed into his arms. Chester asked why his nephew got out of the bath so late. The boy said that Tia ordered him to take a bath because he was hugging a dirty cat. Chester realized what those screams were. The boy asked why his uncle wasn't sleeping. The Duke explained to his nephew that he had come to tell him about the next day's trip with Leisel. Lapel was overjoyed to see Leisel and leaned gratefully against Chester's shoulder. Lapel asked if Uncle Chester was happy that they were going to Leisel's. The Duke hugged the boy and replied that he was looking forward to tomorrow. The sun shone through the windows of the Dukes of Yahello's mansion. The Duke of Chester carefully selected his clothes for the walk with Lady Leisel and listened to the butler's report, who said that he had made reservations at both restaurants chosen by the Duke and that there were children's rooms there too. The Duke was concerned about Lapel's safety and wondered if there were any dangerous toys in the playrooms. Roan looked very tired, but cheerfully reported that everything was fine. He spent the whole night checking children's rooms in restaurants. Chester wanted to order Roan to send an invitation to Lady Leisel, but the butler got ahead of the Duke and replied that he had already sent invitations for the Baroness. The Duke reminded him about the ring, and Roan clarified that the ring with the pink diamond from the jewelry set was ready. Roan informed Chester that Lapel was already waiting for him in the carriage and that he should hurry. The butler was incredibly tired and really wanted to rest. Just lie down and sleep, he needed rest, so he sent the Duke off to meet his only love. Rowan asked whether the Duke would be going on a walk through the shopping arcades with an escort or alone. Chester replied that Raymond would accompany him. The Duke left, and the curious eyes of the maids Regina and Faina followed him. The girls were cleaning the rooms and accidentally witnessed the Duke going for a walk. The Duke had packed carefully today and looked very impressive. Faina whispered to Regina that the Duke seemed to have become even more handsome. Regina objected that the Duke was always handsome, but Faina believed that Chester's facial features had become softer, and this made him even more attractive. Marta approached the girls and confirmed Faina's opinion, saying that it was because the Duke would soon have a very joyful event. When Regina asked what this event was, Faina said that the Duke was getting married and the wedding was very soon. Regina objected that the Duke had no lover, but Faina replied that yesterday she had served at the Duke's meeting with suppliers and had heard in her own words his orders about preparing for the wedding. Faina said that she knew who this lucky woman was. Recently there had only been one girl next to the Duke, and that was Lady Leisel. Regina was furious and declared that this was all ridiculous and that the Duke could not marry Lady Leisel and that it was time for the maids to get down to business. Faina and Marta were offended by Regina and went to sweep the stairs. The girls whispered that Regina was having another fit of jealousy. It looked like madness. And the further she went, the worse this girl was behaving. The maids were afraid that this could cause problems. Regina believed that the maids were wrong and the Duke could not leave her. The girl was incredibly angry. The Duke had a weakness for the Baroness, that was for sure. Regina decided that she would not allow Leisel to marry the Duke and had some evil plans. It was a warm but not hot day. There were not too many people in the shopping arcades, and the walk should have been pleasant. Seeing Leisel, the young Duke Lapelian rushed towards her with joyful cries. Leisel was incredibly happy to meet the baby. The little boy and the girl hugged each other tightly. It was the strongest and most tender hug one could imagine. The Duke watched as Leisel and Lapel moved out. The boy told the girl that he no longer cries and sleeps alone. Leisel praised the baby, said that he was smart and could be constantly bragged about. The Duke looked at the girl and the baby and thought that he would like to hug them like that, chatting and laughing carefree. Raymond noticed the gentleman's condition and asked what had happened and why the Duke was so tense. Chester was clearly in a bad mood and snapped at Raymond to keep his distance and ensure safety. Leisel warned the Duke that she and Lapel wanted to take a walk and look around. It was time to look around the shops. They were incredibly fascinating here. Lapelian's eyes glowed with admiration and anticipation of the holiday. First of all, they decided to go to Smackta's shop. There were a lot of interesting things there. It was the largest shopping centre for magical things in the entire empire. Lapel entered the shop and the boy's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Right in front of him, a star-shaped bag was on display in the shop window. Leisel and Chester realized that they would have to buy this bag. The merchant, wearing a stylish Turkish cap, just clapped his hands, smacked his lips and admired the boy. Lapel put on the bag he liked. The boy was incredibly happy. Leisel and Chester thought that Lapel looked great in the stars. The merchant advertised the bag and explained that it only looked small on the outside, but thanks to magic it was spacious and light. It was made especially for children. The merchant advised potential buyers to look around and find something else interesting. Leisel admired the goods. She admired the cute little things. She liked it here. The girl was glad that they came here. The Duke asked her if she really liked everything here so much. Leisel replied that she was delighted with the shop and the goods in it. The Duke asked the merchant how much it all cost, and the man said that the star bag cost 30,000 shillings. Chester replied that he was interested in the cost of the entire store as a whole. Lapel rushed to hug his uncle. The boy also really liked the store of magical things. Leisel smiled and reassured the salesman. The Duke was just joking. The girl paid for the bag. Surprised that the Duke could easily buy this entire shop along with its goods, Leisel completely forgot about the purpose of her visit to this particular shop, but came to her senses in time and asked for a device to detect poison. The merchant replied that he had something for measuring poisonous substances in water. On one of the shelves, I found a real, high-quality meter for measuring the level of poisons in water and wine. Leisel asked that the device be packed so that it would not be visible. The box with the device was packed and given to the girl. The merchant told Leisel that she had a nice family. The girl, believing that the conversation was only about Chester and Lapel, thanked the merchant for his kind words. As he handed over the packaged goods, the merchant praised Leisel's child and said that her husband was very handsome and noble. Leisel didn't expect that their group would be mistaken for a family. The girl even liked that the Duke was called her husband. Leisel denied the man's words and replied that the man was her fiancé, not her husband. The girl watched as Chester and Lapel were happily playing and hugging outside the window. The boy felt Leisel's gaze, looked back and waved his hand at her. For some reason, the merchant's words made Leisel feel light and pleasant, and her body was filled with a pleasant languor. The shopping arcades were not crowded, and Lapel and Chester decided to have a blast. The Duke asked Lapel if he liked his purchases. The boy was happy and said that everything was very beautiful. The Duke collected a lot of different souvenirs and showed them off to Leisel. The Baroness saw the volume of their joint purchases and decided that they had enough shopping for today. The Duke did not agree with the Baroness. He assumed that Lapel might want something else. Leisel explained that there were already too many purchases, and if this continued, it would become a stupid waste. The girl took Lapel and offered to put all the purchases in his magic bag. The Duke objected that extravagance was buying useless things, and he and Lapel were buying only useful things for the boy. Leisel understood that the Duke really wanted to give Lapel everything that the child had been deprived of before, but to do this, he did not need to intensively buy everything in sight. The Baroness was indignant. If they continued to buy up everything in stores at the same pace, they would soon be able to open a shop themselves. Chester finally understood why Leisel kept throwing him out of stores. The girl was indignant, but how could she not? The Duke asked in every store how much he could buy it for. The merchants responded to Chester with fear and indignation that the store was not for sale. The Duke explained that this did not mean at all that he needed these shops. He was having fun. Lapel liked everything. Why didn't he like Leisel? Leisel asked what he would do if someone agreed to his proposal. The Duke replied that there would be no problem. These stores and their goods were not expensive at all. Leisel argued that it didn't matter how much something cost. Buying something you didn't need was a real waste. The Duke could be infinitely rich, but you still couldn't throw money around like that. Chester looked at Lady Leisel and smiled. The Baroness was angry. She said serious things, and Chester smiled and remained silent. The Duke replied to the Baroness that she behaved like his legal wife, very thrifty and grumpy. Leisel was dumbfounded by this interpretation of her behavior. Chester said that Lady Leisel's behavior was a little disconcerting to him. The girl did not expect that the Duke could be embarrassed by anything. Was he really continuing to play at love? Leisel didn't know how to react to Chester's words, but she continued to insist that it was not worth spending money so thoughtlessly. Chester announced that since she said so, he would definitely listen to the recommendations and try to improve. Leisel didn't understand why every time the Duke was nice to her, her heart jumped out and her face burned. The young people's argument was interrupted by Lapel. The boy began to tug at Leisel's dress, trying to attract her attention. The boy said that he was so hungry that his stomach was already growling and demanded to be fed. Leisel confirmed that it was time to go eat, and the Duke happily agreed. The restaurant's visitors were greeted by a whole line of waiters. The manager said that they were glad to see the esteemed Duke Chester Hylos and his companion Leisel Frozen. The man introduced himself as the restaurant manager, Tavon. Leisel wondered how the restaurant manager knew not only the Duke's name, but hers as well. The girl thought with fear that rumors had spread throughout the city that the Duke and his companions were squandering money left and right, and now everyone knew them by sight. Chester explained to Leisel that he brought her here because she said she liked meat, but now she didn't like it here. Leisel whispered fearfully to Chester that she didn't understand how the manager knew her name, since it was her first time there. And the girl was also very worried that they were the only visitors in such a huge restaurant. Leisel thought that if there were no visitors here, then the food was not tasty, and after expressing this thought to the Duke, she suggested going somewhere else. Chester reassured the girl that it was a very popular restaurant and the food was excellent. Manager Tavon offered to show the guests to their table. Leisel heard strange sounds. Tavon led the guests to a large dining table by the window that looked out onto the sea. Leisel wondered how this could be. The sea was very far from here. The manager explained that there was an illusion outside the window created by magic, and that this effect was the highlight of the restaurant. Leisel was amazed. The sea looked so real. Lapel was so inspired that he said he wanted to play on the seashore. The Duke explained to his nephew that it was magic and that there was no sea there. Leisel added that he would only be able to play at home. The Duke stated that there was a children's room here and Lapel could play in it. Leisel was surprised that such a fancy restaurant had a room for children. The manager showed them the room. It was a whole park of various entertainments for children, built through the efforts of Roan with money from the Duke of Chester. Once again that day, Leisel experienced incredible amazement at the Duke's capabilities. Lapel was absolutely thrilled to have the opportunity to play in such a wonderful place. Tavon approached the Duke and offered to try a special menu prepared by the chef especially for his visit. Leisel and Chester agreed. The girl liked this place. She enjoyed contemplating the sea. Leisel really enjoyed watching the surf. The girl remembered her real past life. When she was little, she spent a lot of time with her mother on the beach. Leisel was lost in her rainbow memories and answered the Duke's questions mindlessly. Chester asked the girl if the location of the ceremony was okay. However, almost immediately, he realized that neither Leisel nor Lapel were listening to him, captivated by the contemplation of the sea outside the window. Chester asked Leisel if she really liked the sea so much. The girl replied that she really liked it, and that she was sorry that there was only an illusion outside the window. Leisel was not averse to taking a walk along the real coast. The Duke was glad that he could please Leisel and asked her permission to take her to the sea. Chester thought about it and began to come up with options for fulfilling Liesel's cherished wish. He could order the mansion to be moved closer to the sea or buy an entire island. Chester told Leisel that if she wanted to live by the sea, Chester would buy her an entire island tomorrow. Leisel didn't know what to answer him. She was so amazed by the scale of the Duke's generosity. Chester stated that the island would be a wedding present for Lady Leisel, and therefore she should not say that it was a waste. Leisel laughed, taking his promise as a joke. The girl asked if Chester was really so offended that she had scolded him. No need to scare her like that, otherwise she really thought that he was going to buy an entire island. Leisel told Chester that even though he was joking about the island, she was very pleased that he cared about her. Chester wanted to tell her that he was not joking and really was going to buy the island, but he stopped. The young man decided that it was still too early. Someday he would tell her everything. He would say that he was ready to do anything just to make Leisel smile. The maid asked which dress my lady liked best, maybe the pink one. There is also a green one with Bouvetran lace, the most expensive in the country. The girls believed that since Milady had fair skin, either colour would suit her. Milady replied that she had no doubt about it, and that everyone knew about it. On her birthday, she must be perfect, the girl said. Mr. Chester must keep his eyes on her, because only in this case will she have a chance to become the Duchess of Chester Hylos. The girl thought that just the thought of becoming his wife made her heart beat faster. Milady opened her eyes and shouted at the maids not to stand there rooted to the spot, but to take the dresses back to their place before they were wrinkled and ruined. The girl decided to wear a blue dress. This colour perfectly matches her blonde hair. One of Milady's maids, Lisette, ran into the room and said that Miss Saloni would soon have big problems because the Duke of Chester was getting married soon. The news stunned Miss Saloni, the only daughter of a very rich father. She asked again how Lisette knew about this. The maid referred to a friend who works in the temple and said that Duke Hylos had set the time for the ceremony. And in addition, a letter had arrived indicating that at the banquet, in honour of Miss Saloni's name day, the Duke would be with the bride. Saloni was really angry. It was funny, Chester can't marry another. The maid tried to console her mistress, but Milady only asked who was Hylos's bride. Leisel replied that she didn't know anything yet and asked to forgive her. The maid asked the lady if they would not make any more plans. Saloni ordered all the servants except Lisette to leave her room. The servants left, taking with them the dresses he had brought. Milady was worried. Everything was not going in her favour. Only Lisette was full of compassion for her. Saloni asked the girl when the wedding was planned. Lisette replied that the ceremony would take place 3 days after her birthday. Saloni thought for a moment, and suddenly a sly smile lit up her face. The Duke would not be alone at her party. Milady gave the order to Leisel to continue acting according to the previously agreed-upon plan. Saloni opened one of the desk drawers. In it lay a small bottle of bright colour. The girl smiled slyly and said that she was not at all against the Duke and his bride coming to their house. The girl handed the bottle to the maid Liselta and said that it was very effective. Lisette didn't need to be told twice. She was a smart girl. The Duke, the Baroness and Lapel continued their walk. Chester asked if Leisel was okay. She was acting strangely after the restaurant. Leisel explained that she was blown away by the taste of the food and that it was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. The Duke was flattered that Leisel liked everything so much. Lapel and Leisel were incredibly delighted with the food and service at the restaurant. Leisel wanted to take her parents with her next time. Chester disappeared and returned a couple of minutes later to say that the table had already been reserved. Leisel only needed to name the time when her parents could come here. The girl thanked the Duke. The Baroness wondered if the Duke had done this so that she would feel more comfortable next time. Looking at Chester, Leisel realized that he had reserved the entire restaurant just for her. If that was the case, then she should refuse, because this was somehow too much. Chester took his nephew by the hand and suggested that they go for a walk. And it seemed to Leisel that the Duke was deliberately avoiding the topic because he knew that she would refuse him now. The Duke looked at Lady Leisel ironically. This look did not promise anything good, and Leisel froze in anticipation of a surprise. Chester asked Leisel to try to keep up with him and her nephew. Leisel watched Chester and thought it was very strange. She had known this man for quite a long time, but he was not like himself. Leisel kept wondering if the Duke himself had changed so much, or if she simply didn't know the real him. Lapel got tired of watching his uncle and the Baroness argue, and he invited everyone to go for a walk. Leisel hurried after the boy. Right in front of them, a sign for a famous candy store appeared. Lapel hurried straight to this shop with the clerics that he wanted candy. The Duke was very pleased with himself, but Leisel had a different opinion. The girl asked the Duke what he had done there while she turned away and said that he needed to stop spoiling Lapel. Chester didn't understand the girl's complaints. They were just candy. What's wrong with them? Leisel reported that Lapelian ate a ton of sweets at lunch alone, and he still buys him more. The girl assumed that such a quantity of sweets could cause the boy to have an upset stomach. The little boy approached the young people and asked if Uncle and Leisel had fought. Would Leisel have won? The Duke asked the little boy why they needed to fight. They were not going to do so under any circumstances. Chester joked that this might happen if Lady Leisel got angry. The Baroness was scolding the Duke again, and little Lapel, watching her, decided that Leisel was very strong. The boy was so deep in thought that he even stopped eating his candy, at which point a large black spider took aim at the treat. The animal fell right onto the lollipop. The spider's red eyes looked straight at Lapelian. The boy screamed in horror and threw the lollipop on the ground. Fear gripped the child. He sat down right on the pavement and covered his face with his hands. Leisel and Chester rushed to the baby, worried about him, and not understanding what could have happened. The Knights of the Ducal Guard, watching the Duke's almost seminal idyll, relaxed slightly and were distracted from their direct duties as guards. Ryman asked Kay if he had fully recovered from what happened to him. He was excluded from the search and security groups after he was found unconscious under a tree. Kay replied that he was fine, except for a memory lapse. He had absolutely no recollection of the events of the few days preceding his discovery. How the young man ended up under the tree and why he was unconscious there, he had absolutely no memory. This situation, not letting go of Kay, caused a feeling of anxiety and a premonition of danger. Raymond and Kyle discussed the Duke a little more, deciding that his new role as the head of a close-knit family suited him very well, and they could never have imagined that Chester could be such a caring family man. Suddenly, the knights heard a heart-rending cry and hurried to see what was happening to the Duke and his companions. What they saw made the boys remember their direct responsibilities to protect and defend the Duke and his companions. Leisel was the first to rush to Lapel. The boy was sitting on the asphalt, leaning on him with his hands and showing no signs of life. The Baroness screamed that Lapel's body was cold and that he urgently needed to be taken to the hospital. Ryman replied that the hospital was located at the entrance to the shopping district and they should get there very quickly. Leisel picked up the boy's things and hurried after the Duke. The girl noticed how a decent-sized black spider jumped off the boy's things. Leisel was surprised by the arachnid's appearance in such an uncomfortable place for him, but the Duke was already rushing her, and there was no time to think about the spider. Chester chose the shortest route. It passed through the deserted back streets of the shopping district. The Duke believed that this way they would get there faster. Leisel and Chester, with Lapel in their arms, rushed along without looking where they were going. Suddenly, right in front of Chester, a knife was thrust into the wall of the building. Leisel screamed at the Duke that they were hired killers and he should stay close to her. At the same time, a second knife flew at the Duke and Lapel, but Leisel pushed them out of the line of fire. With some delay, the Knights of the Duke's personal guard appeared in the alley. The guys were in a hurry. The Duke asked where she had worn them before, but left the debriefing for a calmer time. Now was not the time. Chester hurried his guards to take up defensive positions. Several mercenaries had already appeared in the alley, and their goals were clearly not peaceful. The Duke ordered the guards to prepare for battle. Chester ordered that only one man be left with him, and that the rest should go with Lady Leisel and help get Lapel to the doctor as quickly as possible. To Liesel's worried look, Chester replied that they would be fine. The girl and the boy should not be harmed. The Baroness disagreed with the Duke and believed that he should go with them rather than stay here and risk his life. Chester gently took the girl's hands and promised to join them soon. The Duke told Leisel that she had to take care of Lapel. The girl wanted to object and say that his life was important to her too. However, the Duke did not let her finish. The bandits were approaching, and so Chester gave the order to Raymond to immediately take the miss and the boy and leave. Leisel was worried that the Duke would be left all alone against a whole crowd of bandits, but Kay said that he was willing to put his life on the line to protect the Duke, and Leisel should focus on taking Lapel to the doctor. The girl looked closely at the boy and realized that every second counted. It was absolutely clear that if Leisel delayed making a decision, she would harm Lapel. The girl agreed with the Duke's arguments and hurried away. The Duke nodded reservedly at Leisel's announcement of their departure. He was already preparing for battle. The steel of Duke Hylos's famous sword flashed, and the attackers realized that the victim standing before them had turned into a predator. The Duke ordered that Kay cover his back. Blades clanged as Kay and Chester took bloody payment from those who dared to disturb the peace of the Duke and his future family. Raymond and Leisel were in an incredible hurry. The girl was already out of breath from running, and the knight persuaded her to be patient a little. They were almost there. However, bandits emerged from the alley in front of them, their long knives and masked faces speaking better than words about their intentions. Leisel was perplexed. She believed that the Duke was the assassin's target. But it turned out that someone hired these bandits to kill Lapel. Raymond gave the order to the two knights accompanying them to deal with the bandits, and he himself decided to continue accompanying Leisel and the baby. The boys fearlessly rushed into battle with a gang that outnumbered them. Raymond hurried to take Leisel and the boy away from the dangerous place. The Baroness, accompanied by a knight, hurried to deliver the sick Duke Lapelian to the hospital. Leisel was scared. She had read about attempted murders before, but when she faced it in reality, she realized that it was really very creepy. The girl was worried about Lapel. This child will have to face such a situation very often. But now was not the time to be afraid and think for a long time. It was necessary to gather all his strength and think about Lapel's health. Leisel really hoped that no one would get hurt. The Duke knocked the sword out of the mercenary's hand and threw the bandit to the ground. He tried to resist and wanted to get his weapon back. Chester mercilessly stepped on the bandit's hand with his boot, causing him a fit of pain. The Duke demanded that the mercenary confess who ordered him to kill him and his nephew. The mercenary grinned angrily and declared that he would never tell the Duke the truth. Anger blinded Chester to reality, and his eyes flashed with hatred. The man grabbed the bandit by the hood and shook and strangled him. He asked the mercenary again who gave the order to commit the murder. The mercenary replied that there was no point in answering the Duke's question. The main thing was that the man wanted all the Dukes of Hyllos to be dead. The mercenary pulled out a dagger and tried to finish off the Duke. Kay hurried to help his commander and master. However, the Duke managed it himself. He intercepted the mercenary's dagger with his left hand and dealt him a fatal blow with his right. The Duke stood surrounded by defeated enemies. Kay was incredibly glad that Chester dealt with everyone. The Duke asked if Kay had dealt with the mercenaries who were hiding in the gateway. The knight replied that he had carried out the Duke's orders exactly, but was unable to obtain any information from them, either about who they were or about who had ordered the murder. The Duke thought leaving such mysteries unsolved was dangerous to life and health. Chester's attention was drawn to a tattoo peeking out from under the bandages on the mercenary's corpse's arm. Chester removed the bandages and looked closely at the drawing. It was a tattoo of a spider, and the design seemed very familiar to the Duke. The city hospital was a fairly decent-sized building, very cozy and clean. Lapel was given a separate room. The boy was now sleeping. Leisel was very worried about what could have caused the child to faint so deeply. The doctor told the lady that he had given the boy a sedative, and now all they could do was monitor his condition. Leisel was abrupt and said that the child was suffering so much, and he was only given a sedative. If he was a real doctor, he should find out the reason for his poor health and take appropriate measures. Kay tried to calm Lady Leisel down. The girl herself realized that she was too nervous and asked the doctor for forgiveness for being so harsh. The doctor was not angry with the lady. He understood perfectly well that she was very worried because the reason for the child's poor health was unknown. But based on the results of the examination, he was able to establish that the child had no problems with his physical health, so all that was left was to wait and subsequently conduct an even more detailed examination. The doctor said that he would be in his office, and if the lady needed anything, he would always be at her service. Kay also decided to go out and look around. Leisel was left alone with Lapel. The girl analysed the doctor's words that the boy had no health problems. Then the reason for fainting may be memory loss, as it was last time. The girl remembered that the book mentioned Lapel's constant fainting spells. In any case, Leisel had no choice but to wait until the boy got better. It was very important to find out why Lapel had a fit this time. Nothing was written in the book about this particular attempt, so Leisel could not get information from the original source. The girl was depressed by the thought that if events continued in the same spirit, then Lapel could at any moment find himself in a dangerous situation. What would happen if something terrible happened to her beloved boy? Leisel didn't know what to do to get Lapel out of harm's way. The girl could only pray to the gods of both worlds and ask that Lapel wake up quickly. It was getting dark, and the rays of the evening sun were reflected in the hospital window. Leisel sat next to Lapel, lost in sad thoughts. The Duke of Chester entered the room, his shirt stained with blood, but the man himself was alive and well. Chester looked at his nephew with fear. Leisel was glad to see Chester, but her eyes filled with tears. The girl burst into tears and asked Chester why he came so late and where he was staying. The guy was afraid that the girl was injured. Leisel said that everything was fine. Neither she nor Lapel were physically hurt, they were just very scared. But the boy was given a sedative, and he was sleeping soundly. The girl explained that the Duke's nephew had no problems with his physical health, but apparently the emotional shocks had greatly affected his psychological health. The Duke believed that his nephew was a strong boy and could cope with any difficulties. Leisel really wanted it to be as the Duke said. Chester looked closely at the girl and her condition made him worried. Leisel sat pale and tear-stained, her lips trembling. Chester asked her if she was sure she was okay and took her face in his hands. The tension of the last hours disappeared and Leisel began to cry bitterly. The Duke became frightened and began to ask why the lady was crying. Leisel tried to hide her tears, but they flowed from her eyes in a continuous stream. Chester wanted to comfort the girl, to hide her from all the troubles and misfortunes of the world. He embraced her, and Leisel felt how anxiety was leaving her, and tears were drying up on their own. The Duke hugged Leisel and asked for forgiveness for his late appearance. Kay entered the room and asked if everything was all right with the Duke. Chester wanted him to leave, but the knight did not understand his sign. Kay reported that he had looked around, had not found any suspicious individuals, and therefore the Duke could rest easy. Leisel overheard Kay asking about the condition of Chester's arm and that it needed treatment. Chester replied that it was all nonsense and not urgent, but Leisel demanded that he show her the wound. The girl forced the Duke to show his wound. The Duke justified himself by saying that he was generally difficult to wound, but this time he had to block the knife blow with his hand. Leisel was outraged. She saw no difference between a light or heavy injury and believed that Chester should see a doctor. The girl saw bloodstains on his shirt and asked if the Duke was wounded anywhere else. Chester replied that there were no other wounds. Leisel stated that he was lying to calm her down and demanded that Chester take off his clothes so she could examine him and calm down. Leisel grabbed the Duke's shirt so tightly that the buttons flew in all directions. The shirt opened and a perfect male torso appeared before the girl, without wounds, scratches or other flaws. Leisel suddenly felt very ashamed of her behaviour. She began to apologise and modestly turned away. The Duke felt even more awkward. Leisel heard Lapel stir in his crib. The girl rushed towards the boy, immediately forgetting about the Duke and the awkward situation in which they both found themselves. The boy tossed and turned in bed and tried to open his eyes. Leisel asked Lapel if he was in any pain, if everything was okay with him. The boy replied that he was not in any pain, but he still wanted to sleep, and very much. Leisel calmed the child and said that he could sleep peacefully again, and that she and his uncle would be by his side. Leisel stroked the boy's head, calming and lulling him to sleep. Kay was glad that Lapel had come to his senses so quickly and that everything would be fine with him now. The knight was very concerned about who exactly ordered the murders. Judging by the fact that they also attacked Lapel, it did not look like someone was taking revenge on Chester for the insult inflicted. The Duke thought they can't find out anything because none of the killers remained alive. They resisted so fiercely that they died right at the scene of the crime. There was only one single clue that could help unravel this whole mess. The Duke asked Kay if there was currently a guild in the country or in the near abroad where the assassins had a spider tattoo. The knight knew nothing about it. Leisel asked if the Duke had also seen the spider. Chester asked again, so it turns out that the lady had seen this tattoo. The girl explained that she saw not a tattoo, but a live spider. Apparently it was this that Lapel was afraid of before losing consciousness. Chester asked if Lapel had ever fainted before when he saw a spider. Leisel found it difficult to answer this question. This had never happened in her presence. The Duke thought that it could be a coincidence, but how suspicious it all looked. The Duke ordered Kay to gather information about tattoos of this type. He suggested that if his nephew really did faint at the sight of a spider, then this could be a clue, and they would finally find out what happened to the carriage. Leisel sternly asked Chester if he had finished discussing business with his knight. Chester didn't understand why she was asking about this. Leisel continued her thought, as the Duke could see she was in perfect order. Lapel, as the Duke was convinced, was also fine, had come to his senses and was now sleeping. The Baroness categorically stated that since he had checked everything and was convinced that everything was in order, it was now time for Chester to start treating his wounds. There was no longer any time to waste. The doctor entered the room, and Leisel was glad that she didn't have to look for him all over the hospital. The girl asked the doctor to examine Duke Helos's wounds. The doctor determined that the wound on the Duke's palms was deep enough that he would stitch it up and everything would be fine. The doctor recommended pressing on the wound to stop the bleeding and suggested that his lordship follow him. Leisel asked the doctor if Chester would get tetanus and if his wounds would become infected. Leisel remembered that this word did not exist in this world, and hardly anyone had heard of viruses and bacteria. The doctor assumed that Leisel was talking about infection. He would disinfect the Duke's wound, so the girl should not worry about anything. The doctor suggested that the Duke hurry before the lady began to worry even more. Leisel asked if the Duke might want her to accompany him. Chester didn't understand her suggestion. Leisel explained that it would be easier for him to endure the procedure if there was someone else with him, someone who could sympathize with you. Chester, however, he did not want Lapel to remain alone and suggested that the girl should stay with the boy. Leisel didn't like the Duke's reaction to her proposal. The girl made sure that Lapelian was fast asleep. The Baroness asked Vice Captain Raymond to look after Lapel, and she would go with his lordship. Raymond agreed, and Leisel hurried after the Duke and the doctor. Kay asked Raymond where Lady Leisel had run to and what had happened. The captain replied that this was not important. What was much more important was that a very interesting thing was happening. Had Kay ever seen Duke Helos allow himself to be commanded? Kay did not understand what the captain was asking him, and said that he could report the current situation. The knight said that everything was fine, but there was one problem. Everything indicates that one of the hired killers escaped. The captain asked if he hadn't killed them all. Kay replied that apparently one had gotten away, and now they were making every effort to track down the villain. Raymond thought about it and came to the conclusion that it wasn't so bad. Kay didn't understand why the captain was so glad that one of the killers escaped punishment. The captain explained that they needed a man to interrogate him. Now they would either catch the fugitive and interrogate him or trace him to the gang's lair. Raymond was confident that now they would be able to find information about both the black spider tattoo and all the members of this gang. The doctor examined the Duke's hand again. It seemed that the bleeding had stopped and the doctor was going to start the procedure in a while. The Duke believed that his wound was not at all serious and that there was no need to stitch it. Chester remembered how Leisel offered to accompany him just so that he could go through the procedure more easily and feel warm inside. Chester always believed that loneliness was his natural state, and it didn't matter how much pain he experienced. The father didn't care about the family, he was only concerned with himself and his military career. Leon was constantly busy with his studies, As the eldest son, he was preparing to become the heir. Little Chester was left to his own devices, and no one paid attention to his pains and problems. The Duke thought that he had long since become accustomed to loneliness and that there could be no other state, but perhaps he was wrong, and everything would be different. It was quite possible that Leisel could become a reliable companion and wife for him. At least the Duke really hoped so. The doctor announced that he had everything ready and asked Chester to put his hand on the table. The doctor suggested that the Duke perform the procedure under anesthesia, but Chester replied that there was no need for this. Leisel entered the doctor's office and declared that the wound should only be stitched up under anesthesia. If the Duke thought otherwise, then he was fundamentally wrong. Chester asked why the lady was here and not with Lapel. Leisel replied that Lapel was sleeping and did not need her presence, especially since Vice Captain Raymond was looking after him, and the Duke did not need to worry about it. It was better for him to think about his wound. Chester tried to prove to Leisel that he was okay, but the girl didn't want to hear anything like that. Leisel asked the doctor how many stitches he was planning to put in and when he planned to remove them. The doctor replied that there would be about 15 stitches and that he would remove them in 2 weeks. The girl asked many more questions, both about the scar and about wound care. The Duke of Chester was incredibly pleased that Leisel showed such tender concern for him. The doctor injected the Duke with a local anesthetic and warned him that as soon as he stopped feeling his hand, he should inform him about it. Leisel thought Chester was in a lot of pain, and she asked him about it with concern. Chester smiled and said that he was perfectly fine. Leisel was shocked by the Duke's behavior. The girl asked the doctor if everything was okay with his lordship, whether he was behaving this way because of the anesthesia, or if there were other reasons for this. Chester looked at the girl with a grateful look and said that she was his best anesthesia. Leisel didn't understand what he was talking about. Chester told Leisel that she was the only reason he smiled. The Duke's eyes were filled with tenderness and warmth. Leisel looked at the Duke in surprise. The girl decided that she looked funny, and that's why the Duke smiled. In this situation, the Baroness decided that it would be better for her to wait outside, and the doctor could well take care of the Duke and his wounds. Leisel quickly left the doctor's office and froze, leaning her back against the door. The girl did not understand what was happening to the Duke and why he continued to behave like he was in love. With his behavior like that, the girl's heart simply jumped out of her chest. Duke Heisel's carriage moved briskly towards the house of the Barons of Frozen. Lapel slept peacefully on Lady Leisel's lap. Duke Chester rode with Leisel and Lapel and sat opposite the girl, with everything Lapel had bought in the shops that day neatly laid out on the seat next to him. The girl looked at Chester's wounded hand with concern. Leisel told the Duke that the doctor had said that she felt a temporary feeling of discomfort in her arm. If Chester disturbed the wound, it could open up, and the girl warned the Duke against using his left hand in the near future. Chester smiled happily and reassured Leisel that he was confident that the wound would heal soon. Leisel noticed his happy smile. He always smiled like that now in response to her concern for him. Besides the Duke's health, Leisel was very concerned about today's incident. The girl concluded that the target of today's attack was both the Duke and his nephew. Chester agreed with the girl's conclusions. Leisel suggested that this might also be related to the accident in which Lapel's parents died. The Duke replied that, judging by the threads found, this could also be true, and if the cause of Lapel's fainting was a spider, then this was indeed the case. Leisel was surprised to hear what kind of spider they were talking about. Chester reminded her that Leisel had said that she had seen a spider before Lapel passed out. In addition, the Duke reported that a spider-shaped tattoo was found on the mercenary's wrists. It was the first time Leisel had heard of a tattoo. Due to circumstances, she was unable to finish reading the novel and therefore did not know what the spider was pointing to. All these clues pointed to the culprit of all the deaths of the Yahello's family members, but Leisel could do nothing, and she was terribly worried that at the moment she could only watch as Lapel was in danger. The Duke of Chester cleared his throat and apologized to Lady Leisel for having put her in danger because of him. Leisel didn't understand why Chester was apologizing. The attackers were to blame, and not him. The girl was sure that Chester and Lapel had done nothing wrong, and that what had happened to them was a consequence of someone else's evil will. The Duke looked at Leisel with surprise and genuine admiration. This look made Liesel's heart beat faster, which is why Lady Leisel was sure that the Duke was not guilty of anything, because the Duke was not that kind of person at all. Chester approached the girl almost formally. He said that he did not want to lose her, and they needed to arrange a wedding as soon as possible. Leisel was happy with this offer, but decided not to show her feelings outwardly. The girl decided to quickly change the subject and said that since the risk of an assassination attempt remained, the Duke would probably cancel his trip to the banquet on the occasion of the birthday of Earl Humphrey's daughter. Chester had completely forgotten about the event. The young man decided that although the situation was difficult, he needed to be there. Chester thought it was a good opportunity to see if there were any people among the guests involved in the crimes against his family. Leisel agreed with the Duke. The young people came to the conclusion that only a very wealthy person could hire so many mercenaries at the same time. The Duke feared for Lady Liesel's safety. Chester told the girl that if she was afraid to leave the estate, she didn't have to go to the banquet. Leisel replied that they should try to find clues to the crime at the banquet. Moreover, they had not yet been introduced to high society as an official couple, so they should be there. The Duke heard what the girl was saying about them, and this allowed him to hope for the best. Chester heard Leisel talking about the two of them, as if they were a real couple and in a serious relationship. The coachman reported that the carriage had arrived at the residence of the Barons of Frozen. The carriage stopped at the main entrance. The Duke said goodbye to the girl and said that they would see each other at the banquet. Chester left several nights at her parents' estate to protect her. Leisel was grateful to the Duke, believing, like him, that caution would not hurt them now. Lapel woke up and sadly asked the girl if she was really leaving. Leisel asked the boy to be patient for a few days, and then they would be together forever. The boy agreed to be patient, but announced that he loved Leisel very much and would miss her. The girl asked Lapel to listen to Uncle Chester, and to tell him if he was in pain. Lapel cheerfully said goodbye to Leisel. The girl handed the Duke a bag with a device that measured poisons in liquids. When asked by the Duke, Leisel replied that it was a means for detecting poison. Leisel believed that the Dukes of Yahello should be careful and test their food for poison. The Duke wondered if Leisel had actually gone to the Smarker shopping arcade to buy this device. Chester wondered if the lady had expected an assassination attempt to occur. Leisel replied that the danger was too obvious. The girl openly said that she does not consider the accident a simple coincidence and thinks that someone has a grudge against the Duke and his nephew. Leisel said goodbye to Lapel and Chester, promising to see them both very soon. The girl sighed with relief. Everything worked out, but the attacks that happened today were not described in the novel. Perhaps because of her actions, the plot changes. A quiet starry night descended upon the mansion of Duke Yahello. Lapel slept soundly and sweetly in his crib. The Duke was going to spend the night in the same room with his nephew to look after him, and asked Roan to inform Tia about this. However, Roan did not advise Chester to do this. He was very tired and needed to get a good rest. Chester was indignant. He couldn't afford to rest now. He had too much work. Kay appeared and reported that the knights pursuing the escaped mercenary had discovered his hideout and were awaiting further orders. Chester decided that this was a very important event and could be the key to investigating the incident with the carriage. This chance could not be missed. Chester ordered his horse to be saddled immediately. The Duke decided to personally lead the detachment and punish those responsible for his brother's death. Chester arrived at the place where the bandits' lair was discovered, but the mercenaries had already left here, which the knights reported to the Duke. Chester was informed that when they arrived here, the hut had already been burned and the criminals had fled. The fire was put out as quickly as possible, but even the basement floors collapsed, leaving little confidence that any evidence could be found. The Duke declared that it did not matter how long the search took and ordered a thorough search of all the premises, including the collapsed basement. The Duke was surprised to go so far as to hide the evidence. Raymond reported that they had learned from the peasants in the area that a guild of assassins called Tarantula was based in this house. Unfortunately, no one knows the name of their leader. Raymond's report was interrupted by the news that a precious stone had been found on the ground near the burnt house. A large sapphire of a deep blue color was found. Kay said sapphires are fairly common, so it's unlikely that this would be evidence. The Duke reported that this was not an ordinary sapphire. It changed color when mana was poured into it. The attackers did not use magic, but their leader probably has the knowledge of a magician. A masked man watched the Duke's investigation from a hiding place, his eyes blazing with malice, and he whispered that he would kill the Duke with his own hands and that the worst death awaited him. Leisel was lounging in bed and thought that there was nothing better than not being in a hurry in the morning and just lying around to your heart's content. Just when the girl thought that she was hungry and it was time for her to get up, her mother announced that a guest had come to see her. Leisel sat up in bed, not expecting such early visitors. A very extravagantly dressed person flew into the girl's bedroom like a whirlwind, clapped her hands and began to chatter that she was very pleased to meet the bride of Duke Helos. The woman twirled around Leisel, showering her with compliments and concluding that the girl was perfect in everything. The visitor then turned her charm on the Baroness mother, telling her that she must be very happy to have such a beautiful daughter. Here, the visitor came to her senses and decided to introduce herself. It was Claire Morace, a famous designer and fashion designer hired by the Duke to take care of Lady Leisel's outfits. The woman informed Leisel that she could simply be called Claire. The girl replied that she was glad to meet her, and Leisel was thinking that if Chester had invited Claire, then she was probably a popular designer. The girl's mother left so as not to interfere with her daughter's enjoyment of choosing a wedding dress. Claire promised to turn her daughter into the most elegant lady on the continent. Claire suggested starting by looking through the dress catalogue. Leisel was tormented by vague fears that, out of nowhere, a huge catalogue had appeared in Claire's hands. The designer said that she had prepared sketches of several models for the Baroness in advance. The woman made a couple of waves of her hands, and a circle of several dozen sketches began to dance around Leisel, and Claire offered her to choose the one she liked best. The dresses were original, but in Leisel's opinion, they were either too revealing or too bejeweled. Leisel said that the sketches were all very beautiful, but she liked the less colourful outfits better. Claire was a little upset. She had prepared sketches of the simplest dresses, but they did not suit Leisel's taste. It seemed they had different ideas about the concept of a simple dress. However, Claire had a suggestion for this case too. The woman opened the doors to the next room, and an amazing view opened up before Leisel. A fashionable dress and accessory store has moved into the frozen Baron's house. Claire said that she would take Leisel's measurements today, but that she could try on all of these dresses along the way. Leisel wanted to run away as far as possible from such a tempting prospect. The fitting of outfits had been going on for 5 hours now. Claire was ruthless and tireless. Leisel belatedly realized that she should have had breakfast first and then agreed to the fitting. She even liked Claire's passion, but she was becoming more and more hungry. Finally, Leisel rebelled and said that she had tried on enough dresses. The girl told Claire that she didn't want to try on dresses anymore. She was already convinced that she had a very talented designer. Leisel told Claire that she trusted her and entrusted her with making a wedding dress according to her taste. Claire was flattered by Lady Leisel's offer. The designer promised to turn her into the most beautiful bride the world had ever seen. Claire asked if she needed help choosing an outfit for an upcoming birthday dinner party. Leisel declined her services. The designer asked if she had prepared a gift for the birthday girl. Leisel said that she had not yet. Claire said that she could offer Leisel something. Lady Saloni will come of age and Leisel can offer her a rose brooch. It is a tradition to give roses when a person comes of age, so this is a fitting gift. Leisel really liked the brooch. Claire announced that she was leaving. Leisel asked how much she owed her for the brooch. The designer replied that it was her little gift and she would not take money from Leisel for it. After Leisel, Claire went to Duke Helos with a report on the design of his bride's dress. The Duke didn't know much about fashion, but he didn't like the fact that the dress had very little decoration. Claire justified herself by saying that she had not presented the final version of the dress, but only a sketch, of course. She would decorate it with jewels and frills. The designer dreamed that her reputation would soar through the roof if she made a wedding dress for the Duke's bride. The brooch given to Leisel was nothing compared to what awaited her. The only thing she asked the Duke to indicate the budget that she could spend on the dress. The Duke thought, Claire was afraid that her request for a budget had sounded like extortion, but that was not what she had meant at all. The Duke replied that he did not limit Claire's spending. Chester asked the designer not to think about such trifles as money, let the dress be as luxurious as his bride wants. The day of the banquet, on the occasion of the name day of Earl Humphrey's daughter, arrived. Leisel was nervously getting ready for the banquet. She was sorting through all the jewellery she had left and realised that she had practically nothing to wear. The Baroness mother informed her daughter that his lordship had already arrived and she must hurry. Leisel replied that she was almost ready and would be leaving soon. Rosalind informed the Duke that Leisel was not quite ready yet, but would be out soon. Chester replied that he was willing to wait and was sure that Leisel would come down very soon. The Baron explained that Leisel had grown up and no longer spent much time on jewellery, but it seemed that her date with the Duke was forcing her to spend more time on her appearance. At that moment, Leisel entered the room and objected to her father. She and the Duke were not on a date. She was accompanying His Highness to a social event and had to take care of her appearance so as not to harm the Duke's reputation. Leisel was charming. She asked the Duke if she had kept him waiting too long. Chester was even more struck by the beauty of his companion and replied that he was ready to wait forever for such a charming girl. The young man gallantly offered his hand to his companion and they went to the carriage. The Baron and Baroness saw off their daughter and the Duke and wished them a good journey and a good time at the banquet. The Baron personally wished Chester a good journey, calling him his son-in-law. The young man did not expect such warm treatment. In response, he thanked the Baron, calling him his father-in-law. Leisel decided that the Duke had great acting talent. Even her father was attracted to his acting. The Duke turned to Leisel and said that it was time for them to set out. Leisel was starting to worry that she had overdone it with her makeup and that people might think she had dressed up for his lordship. Perhaps she should have dressed more modestly. Chester asked to wait a minute while he opened the door to the catheter. It seemed the lock was starting to stick a little. Leisel looked at her companion and thought that being as handsome as he was just a dream. In this case, you can always look great, and you don't have to waste time choosing an outfit and makeup. Chester's face blinded the girl even in the dark, and it was unfair. Why would a man be so handsome? Leisel stared at Chester so intently that he asked what was wrong with his face. The girl became embarrassed and replied that everything was fine. The girl noticed that there was no bandage on Chester's hand and asked why he took it off and demanded to see the wound. Chester replied that he had gotten rid of both the bandage and the wound. The girl was surprised. There wasn't even a scar on her palm. Chester said that he used a regeneration potion, since Leisel was very worried about his wound. At this, the Duke blushed a little and became embarrassed. Leisel felt a thrill too. Chester was too close and she was holding his hand so tenderly. The girl muttered that she wasn't even worried at all. It just seemed that way to him. The young people realized that they might be late and ordered the coachman to drive faster. Leisel scolded herself for grabbing Chester's hand. It made them both feel awkward, and there was nothing she could do about it. Chester did not ride in silence for long. Soon he turned to Leisel and asked her to give him her hand. The girl couldn't understand why he needed this, but Chester insisted and asked her to extend her left hand. A beautiful diamond ring was carefully placed on Leisel's ring finger. Chester explained that it was an engagement ring, and he was giving it to her in honor of the fact that she was now his fiancée. The girl looked at the young man as if enchanted. Everything was so wonderful, but Leisel convinced herself that none of this was real, that it was just a prop, since she was a fake bride. Chester apologized for not being able to choose a more solid piece of jewelry in his haste, but he would definitely choose a better ring for the wedding. Leisel's heart almost jumped out of her chest because of this ring. But why was it so painful? He brought this ring only to hide the deception. The girl was convinced that Chester was indifferent to her and tried not to imagine anything unnecessary or romantic. Chester looked at his bride and remembered his conversation with Rowan. The butler was wondering when the Duke was finally going to confess his feelings for Leisel, and the best time to do so was when he was giving her the ring. Chester really wanted to do as Rowan advised, but he was afraid that Leisel would leave him if he confessed his feelings before the wedding. Watching the girl, Chester thought that he should be patient. The main thing, the young man believed, was to wait for a sign from Leisel that she had feelings for him. The coachman reported that they had arrived at Humphrey's estate. The Duke offered Leisel his arm, and they entered the hall together. Everyone immediately started talking about them, and Duke Helos was recognized immediately. They immediately noticed the young lady walking arm in arm with him, and immediately began to whisper that the rumors about the Duke's marriage were true. Leisel was not embarrassed. She had expected this. All eyes were really focused only on them. Count Humphrey personally met the Duke and was glad of his arrival. The Duke congratulated the Count on the coming of age of his daughter, Lady Saloni. The Count thanked him and asked him to introduce him to the future Duchess of Yahello. At this time, the maid appeared and asked the Count to come to her. The Count apologized and left after the maid. Leisel warned Chester that she needed to step away for a moment to wash her hands. The girl felt uncomfortable. Her hands were sweaty due to the close attention paid to them, but the Duke was unperturbed. As she entered the restroom, Leisel encountered a maid holding a strange red bottle. The bottle fell out of the girl's hands and fell to the floor. The maid apologized and bowed low to Milady. Leisel replied that she was fine and asked if the girl herself was hurt. Suddenly, a young girl appeared in the toilet room. She sharply reprimanded the maid for hanging around here and ordered her to return to work. The girl picked up the bottle and quickly left. The girl who entered was a beauty. She greeted Leisel and asked if she was the lady accompanying Duke Helos. Leisel confirmed this. The beauty smiled radiantly and introduced herself as Saloni Humphrey, the hero of the occasion. Leisel was glad to meet the main heroine of the ball and congratulated her with all her heart on her coming of age. Saloni thanked her. Leisel remembered that Saloni was a minor character. She barely remembered the lady, but Saloni was very beautiful. Also, Leisel was worried about. The Baroness took a closer look at Saloni and noticed something. On the birthday girl's neck, there is a cheerful necklace that is very familiar to Leisel. It was one of the pieces of jewelry the girl sold to cover some of her debts. Leisel loved this necklace from the limited edition of the famous jeweler. She wore it so often that one of the stones fell out of the necklace, and the girl easily recognized her property. Leisel was very curious whether Saloni knew that the necklace was damaged or that she had been deceived. Saloni asked why Lady Leisel was looking at her so intently. The Baroness replied that Saloni was charming and she admired her. Saloni offered to introduce the Baroness to her friends if she didn't mind. Leisel was delighted at the chance to make friends with her peers and replied that she would be very happy about it. The Duke of Chester suddenly appeared and insistently wanted to accompany Leisel. Saloni was incredibly pleased to see his lordship. The birthday girl bowed discreetly and introduced herself to Chester, who congratulated her on her birthday. Leisel asked Saloni to wait a minute and took Chester aside. The Baroness said that he shouldn't follow her everywhere. The Duke was worried whether everything would be okay with Leisel. The Baroness reminded Chester why they had come here. They had to find out if any of the aristocrats were behind his brother's accident. Leisel said that she would be fine and that he should look for suspicious individuals. Leisel returned to Saloni and asked to be forgiven for waiting. The Baroness said that the Duke was joking and could not accompany her for the time being. This message clearly did not please Saloni. Her face changed and she almost rudely invited Leisel to follow her. Leisel noticed that the birthday girl's gaze had become hard and cold, as if she was unhappy about something. The Baroness told the Duke that she would return very soon. Chester looked at his future wife with admiration. Today she was even more beautiful than usual. The Duke really hoped that Leisel wouldn't be approached by men while he was away. Chester shook off his dark thoughts about who would dare to flirt with Duke Hylos's fiancée. It was time for him to return to the banquet hall and start looking for suspicious individuals, just like Leisel had said. Incredibly, almost immediately the Duke's gaze stopped on one, albeit unsuspicious but very unpleasant person. Chester saw Cedric Durico among the guests. Saloni introduced Leisel to the young ladies, later Marie, Elisha Vansis, and Veritas Foibe, and the Baroness replied that she was very pleased to meet them. The girl introduced herself as Leisel Frozen. Leisel noticed the girl's jewelry. All of it was from a limited edition collection that she had sold recently. These friends bought goods wholesale from one of the city's pawn shops. The girls responded to Leisel's friendly smile and glances with some strange grimaces. The Baroness could not understand what was wrong with their reaction and why they looked at her with such disapproval. Perhaps this was due to the terrible rumours that circulated in society about Leisel. For society, she was that very lady, the queen of extravagance, who brought her family to bankruptcy. Leisel didn't seem to notice that they were whispering that she was using the Duke of Chester as a purse. The Baroness decided that this could not go on any longer, and she decided to ease the tension and give the birthday girl the gift she had prepared. Leisel handed Lady Saloni the box containing the brooch and asked her to accept it as a name-day gift. The girls crowded around the gift and began to say that the box looked shabby, as if it had been made by hand, and that Lady Frozen was completely broke since she was giving a gift unworthy of Lady Saloni. Leisel decided that the girls were eager for a quarrel. Saloni opened the box and pursed her lips. Leisel said that she was presenting this rose-shaped brooch to the young countess in honour of her coming of age. Saloni caustically remarked that this brooch would suit Bibi, that is, her dog, more than her. Leisel was taken aback by such rudeness. Leisel's revenge was as swift as lightning. The girl decided that Saloni would have to work hard to make fun of her, and she asked if she really thought that this brooch was too simple. Leisel immediately informed the girls that this brooch had been personally recommended to her by Madame Claire Murray. The girls began to whisper and asked if Lady Leisel was referring to the famous Madame Claire, the owner of the Eclair boutique, the most fashionable in the capital. Leisel confirmed this and said that Madame Claire was preparing her wedding dress. The girls immediately abandoned Saloni and began asking Milady Frozen to introduce them to Madame Claire. Veritas Foibe, the pretty fat girl, begged Leisel more than anyone else. She had a birthday coming up, and she absolutely needed Madame Claire's services, because she usually only met with members of the imperial family. Leisel mockingly said that she was not sure that they would like Claire's work. But they rejected the brooch. The girls immediately retracted their criticism and asked for forgiveness. Leisel looked at Saloni. The victory was clearly with the Baroness. The birthday girl looked at her with undisguised hatred. It seemed that the rumours had nothing to do with it. She sincerely hated Leisel. However, it was strange that this was the girls' first meeting, and Leisel's memories contained nothing about a conflict with Saloni. At this time, at the other end of the banquet hall, things were quite restless. Chester was sorting things out with Cedric Jericho. Jericho did not understand why Chester attacked him so. He had just arrived at the banquet. The Duke replied that he had clearly said that Cedric should not dare to appear before him. Chester ordered Jericho to get out of his sight and announced that this was his last warning. Cedric was indignant. Could Chester really treat his old friend like that just because he insulted some woman, albeit an aristocrat from a seedy family? How could he stop doing business because of such a trifle? Chester simply lost control of himself from anger. He answered the impudent man that he does not learn from his mistakes at all and will pay for it. Cedric couldn't understand what Duke Chester Hylos was getting at. Chester glanced around the ballroom and called out loudly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The Duke's cry was heard by everyone present in the hall, and they turned all their attention towards him. Chester declared that from now on, anyone who does business or even helps the Jericho family in any way will become a mortal enemy of the Duchy of Yahello. Cedric, hearing the Duke's words, realized that his family was now doomed to poverty. The aristocrats whispered that Duke Yahello wanted to drive the Jericho family into bankruptcy. The entire empire rested on Duke Yahello's money, so no one would dare to help Jericho. Cedric's voice went hoarse from the unexpected blow. Jericho seized the Duke's sleeve and suggested that he discuss the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Chester sharply replied to the impudent man that if he decided to let his big mouth loose, then he should be prepared for the consequences. Cedric tried to convince Chester that his revenge was too great and his misdeed was not enough to ruin the family completely. Chester pushed away Jericho, who had become tiresome to him, and went to the other end of the hall. Left in an awkward position, Cedric could not understand what had happened to Chester and how much this woman really meant to the Duke. If one disrespectful word dropped in her address was worth the well-being of an entire family of aristocrats. Leisel racked her brains wondering who Saloni was and why she was treating her so badly. No matter how the girl appealed to the memories of the true owner of this body, there was no answer. There was no information about Saloni. In that part of the consciousness that once belonged to the young Baroness Leisel, there was much that was interesting, but not a word, not a thought, not a phrase about Saloni. The girl could not understand where this crazy woman came from. There was no other explanation for her attitude towards Leisel. Leisel wondered if she should avoid Saloni. If she hated her so much for no reason, then why not give her a reason to do so? Leisel grinned maliciously and loudly drew the attention of the aristocratic girls to Lady Saloni's beautiful necklace. Leisel chirped that Saloni's butterfly necklace was simply charming, and everyone around her agreed with her, but the owner of the necklace herself frowned. She felt some kind of catch in the guest's words. Leisel continued to praise the necklace and the design of Saloni's dress that went with it. The birthday girl couldn't understand what had come over Leisel, but she proudly informed her that this necklace was from a limited edition collection, and it was now impossible to find another one like it in boutiques. The girls around began to chatter that they had all purchased jewelry from a Liberian jeweler, and if Lady Leisel was interested in these jewels, they would be happy to inform her of the next arrival of this jeweler. Leisel thanked the girls for their sweet offer, but rejected it and warned the young aristocrats that they should be careful with this jeweler. The Baroness informed those around her that Lady Saloni's necklace was not in fact new, but used. Saloni was in culture shock. Her necklace had been worn by someone before her. It was a low blow. The birthday girl said that this could not be, and the lady probably confused this necklace with another one. Leisel replied that she could not have been mistaken and said that the butterfly originally had a flower-shaped decoration. After the flower fell off, she sold the necklace, and it ended up in Saloni's possession. If you look closely, you can see the trace of the flower. Leisel said that the Duke of Chester was waiting for her, and it was time for her to go. And if the other ladies suspected that their jewelry was second-hand, they should ask this jeweler from Liberia. Just before leaving, Leisel couldn't resist sarcastically informing that the rings, bracelets and earrings that all the girls were currently wearing had also been sold to her, as she considered these designs to be out of fashion. Leisel's words about being happy because her jewelry had found a new owner infuriated everyone. Saloni was ready to strangle the Baroness with her own hands right here and now. The girls who surrounded the birthday girl tried to persuade her not to get angry, but to contact the jeweler as soon as possible, and promised to help her with this. But Saloni said that she did not want to see these decorations. The hostess of the evening left her friends without saying goodbye, loudly calling for her maid named Belisa. The girl immediately appeared before the hostess, who asked if she had prepared everything. Belisa was amazed. Did the lady really want to do this dirty deed? Saloni told the servants to shut up and do as they were told. The maid meekly agreed to carry out her order. Saloni was angry at Leisel for daring to humiliate her in front of everyone and was going to take revenge. Leisel, frozen at this time, was quite pleased with herself and looking for Chester. The Duke stood alone, leaning his shoulders against one of the walls of the hall. Leisel was concerned by Chester's gloomy expression. The Baroness asked the Duke if everything was all right with him. He replied that everything was fine and asked how her acquaintance with the local aristocrats had gone. Leisel initially wanted to lie and say that everything was fine. However, she quickly changed her mind and said that in fact everything was bad and she was asking him for forgiveness in advance. Very soon there would be talk about the terrible character of the future wife of Duke Helos, and Leisel hastened to inform Chester about this. The story of the incident that had occurred between Leisel and Saloni left Chester incredibly surprised and amused. Leisel felt a little ashamed of her abruptness and frankness. The Baroness asked her future husband for forgiveness and justified herself by saying that she had lost patience because of Saloni's impudent behaviour. Chester laughed and told the girl that if that was all, then she shouldn't worry at all. His character wasn't the best either, and that's why he thought Leisel was perfect for him. The Baroness was surprised. This man had changed so much. She did not expect at all that he would support her like this. The girl was very glad that Chester thought exactly that way, but she was afraid that at this rate she might even fall in love with him. The attention of the young people was distracted by the exclamation of the Count, Saloni's father, that he would like to thank all the guests for finding the time to come to the ball in honor of his daughter's birthday. It was announced that delicious champagne had been prepared for the guests, and the Count called on everyone to take a glass. All the guests were given glasses of champagne, and the entire hall drank to the future of the young Countess, Saloni Humphrey. Bellis called out to Lady Frozen. The maid stated that Mrs. Humphrey had prepared a special drink for the lady and asked her to take it. Leisel recognized the maid as the girl she had encountered earlier, but something in the maid's voice and manner made the Baroness wary. Bellis quickly muttered that the lady was handing the lady champagne with grapefruit juice and apologizing for the incident that had occurred. Leisel thought it was strange, but she felt uncomfortable refusing, and she asked the maid to tell her mistress that she appreciated her action. Bellis informed that the left glass was for the Duke, and the right one with a special drink was for Lady Leisel. The Baroness and the Duke took their glasses, and Bellis hurried away. Leisel offered the Duke to clink glasses, but the young man did not quite understand what was required of him. The Baroness demonstrated how to clink glasses of champagne, and Saloni watched the Duke and Baroness's fun. The Countess grinned maliciously. She was sure that she would take revenge on Leisel very soon. In the hall, they proclaimed a health to the birthday girl and called on the guests to raise their glasses. The guests congratulated Saloni on her birthday and drank champagne. Leisel and Chester echoed the guests, feeling good around each other. Leisel jokingly warned that, in case the Duke got drunk like he had with her father, she alone would not be able to carry His Highness to the carriage. Chester blushed and said that he had no choice then. Leisel laughed and replied that she knew about it, and just asked him not to overdo it today. Leisel sipped the champagne and found the taste to be quite ordinary, but she had been told it would taste like grapefruit. The Baroness was offended by Saloni again. Did she really think she could receive her forgiveness if she treated her to this drink? Chester tried the champagne in his glass. The taste of the drink seemed very strange to him, very unusual. Leisel wanted to ask Chester if he had found anything suspicious during her absence. The Duke looked thoughtfully at his glass and said nothing to Leisel. The girl became wary and asked what Chester didn't like. The Duke didn't have time to answer because Saloni approached them and addressed Chester. Saloni aroused Leisel's indignation. She did not like the Countess's appearance at all. Saloni informed Chester that her father wished to discuss some business matters with him, and so could his lordship spare a little time for Earl Humphrey. Chester was reluctant to part with Leisel, and he wanted to cancel his meeting with Saloni's father. However, the Baroness decided that she had to let him go. She took the glass from Chester and said that he could go, and she would wait for him here. Chester took a breath, told Leisel that he would try to return quickly, and regretfully trudged after the Countess. Saloni smirked arrogantly at Leisel, her gaze devoid of any remorse. Leisel was surprised by her arrogant grin. While Saloni was being nice to the Duke, Leisel realized that she was not going to apologize, but simply openly despised her. The waitress took Leisel's glass away. The girl didn't even notice. She was absorbed in watching Saloni being nice to Chester. Leisel realized that all the Countess's hatred was due to the fact that she really liked Chester. The Baronesses could understand this. Her man was just a sweetie. Then Leisel came to her senses. She mentally called the Duke of Chester her man. This went beyond all the limits of her decisions. At this time, a young couple approached the Baroness and kindly asked permission to introduce themselves to her, which aroused the girl's keen interest. The guests introduced themselves, showered Leisel with compliments, and congratulated her on her upcoming wedding. Chester followed Saloni through the corridors of Earl Humphrey's mansion. The Duke's health was deteriorating, which was strange for him first of all. He only sipped champagne from a glass a couple of times. However, the young man became very hot, and his heart beat faster and faster. Chester began to doubt that this was the effect of alcohol. Saloni invited Chester into one of the rooms and said that he should wait for the Count here, and he would come very soon. Chester thought he felt terrible and should postpone his meeting with Earl Humphrey. The cunning Saloni was sure that her father would not come here. She ordered the maid to detain him in the office. The Countess saw that the potion was beginning to affect the Duke and decided to use this opportunity to seduce him. Chester began to say that he was very sorry. He asked her father for forgiveness and had to postpone the meeting. Saloni interrupted the Duke. The girl said that her father would be arriving soon and asked him to sit down. Chester insisted that he should leave. Saloni didn't understand why the Duke was so stubborn. Any other man would have fallen in love with her by now. Maybe she should be more assertive. The girl hugged the Duke and in a languid whisper asked him not to leave. Chester looked at the Countess in surprise, and she said that she was very surprised by the sudden announcement of his wedding, and it hurt her very much. At the same time, Saloni made such cute eyes and pouted her lips that Chester understood everything and became very angry. The body did not want to obey, and it was very difficult for the Duke to move. The guy was out of breath. The collar of his waistcoat seemed like a real noose to him. Saloni pressed herself closer and closer to Chester and tried to explain her feelings to him. The Duke grabbed the girl's hand and angrily asked what she had done to him. Saloni lied that she hadn't done anything to him, she just liked him. Chester pushed the annoying girl away from him, and she fell to the floor. Saloni screamed at the Duke that he couldn't treat her like that, and that it was beyond etiquette. The angry Duke asked who Saloni thought she was, and how she dared to give him the potion. The look in the Duke's red eyes was terrible, and his whole appearance spoke of inevitable retribution. Chester didn't do anything, he just turned away and walked out. Saloni was left alone in the room. She did not recognize the Duke of Chester, and she became very scared. Chester left the room with his last strength. In the corridor, the young man leaned against the wall, loosened the collar of his waistcoat, and began to gasp for air. He was feeling really bad. He could not return to Leisel in this state. Leisel looked a little tired, exhausted by her interactions with aristocrats of all stripes and ranks. The girl barely escaped from them. She met a lot of people. It turns out that a lot of people want to be friends with Duke Helos. Being a crowd favorite is much better than being an outcast, but dealing with so many people is very tiring. Leisel noticed that Chester had been gone for quite a while. His business meeting had dragged on for some reason. It was time to go look for him. Leisel walked down the hallway in the direction Chester was heading. The girl heard someone's muffled groans. On the balcony, Leisel found Chester in very bad shape. Leisel was very afraid for the Duke. Chester asked what was going on and why she was here. The Duke insistently demanded that Lady Leisel not approach him. The girl was very surprised by Chester's demand. The guy repeated that she should not come near him under any circumstances. Leisel did not understand why Chester was refusing her help and sat down next to him. The young man's condition was getting worse. His shirt was soaked with sweat. She remembered that he felt ill right after the champagne. The girl asked carefully where and what hurt Chester and whether she should call a doctor, or maybe they should just go home. The potion had an increasingly stronger effect on the guy, considering that he was already infatuated with this girl. Even the aroma increased his desire 100-fold. Chester restrained himself with a 100-fold effort of will. He must not frighten Leisel. The Duke shouted for the Baroness to leave him alone. Chester's behavior seemed incredibly strange and offensive to Leisel. His aggression caused a lot of negativity. The girl said that Chester was being rude by pushing away someone who cared about him. The Duke replied that if anyone was behaving rudely and strangely now, it was Leisel. Sweat was pouring down the young man's face, and being angry at him was truly more than ridiculous. The potion that Saloni had given him caused hallucinations, and it seemed to him that he had embraced Leisel and was kissing her. Chester came to his senses and realized that this only increased his desire to embrace his beloved and possess her. He really wanted to tell Leisel to leave because the potion was making it very difficult for him to control his desires. But he imagined what kind of face she would make then, and was afraid that the girl would despise him. Chester simply threw an angry refusal of her help in his beloved's face. Leisel refused to understand anything at all. Chester looked at her so strangely. Pain, love, and hatred were mixed in his gaze. The boy felt that the effect of the potion was getting stronger, and he needed to get away from Leisel as soon as possible. Then Chester said that he wanted to go and rest in the carriage. Leisel offered to accompany the Duke, but he again refused and ordered her not to worry and not to hurry. Staggering and holding onto the walls, the guy moved towards the exit with visible effort. Leisel looked sadly after him. For some reason, his words about her not having to worry hurt her deeply. The Baroness was left alone. She went out into the garden and walked slowly along the path. The Duke suggested that she not worry. Did she really mean nothing to her? The girl thought that she and Chester had become a little closer, especially after that incident at her parents' when he had too much wine with her father. The girl reflected on the strangeness of Chester's character. At first, he makes her think that they have a special relationship, and then he pushes her away. That is, they are not even friends. And she, a fool, thought that they had become closer. This situation infuriated her. The girl decided that this would not work, and she had to find out everything. If Chester was so bad, then why did he leave so quickly? Leisel burst into the carriage like a whirlwind and announced that she had a very important conversation to have with him. Chester's appearance cooled the girl's ardor. The Duke looked even worse. Anger was replaced by compassion. Leisel felt ashamed of her offense. The girl ordered the coachman to take them to the mansion of Duke Yahello's. The carriage moved briskly along the road. The Duke grimaced with annoyance and asked why Leisel had come so quickly. Hadn't he asked her not to hurry? Leisel replied that she couldn't make a sick person wait. The girl carefully began to wipe the sweat from the young man's face and neck and asked what exactly was hurting him. Leisel had no idea that her concern was only making the boy's condition worse. The Duke said with effort that nothing was hurting him. The girl couldn't understand what was going on and why Chester was in such a depressing state. The young man looked at his beloved and could not take his eyes off the gentle lines of her face. What attracted him most was the girl's lips. They simply beckoned and enchanted him, depriving him of his will and making him desire the impossible. Chester pushed away the girl's caring hand and dropped his head into his hands. He had enough. His head could no longer withstand the tension. He would tell her everything later. But for now, he begged her to leave this topic alone. Leisel started to get angry at Chester again. However, the girl decided to provide the guy with all possible assistance and at least give him some water to drink. Leisel took the bottle and declared that she was close enough to the Duke to have the right to take care of him. The Baroness opened the lid and in a commanding tone told the Duke to raise his head and drink some water. The carriage rocked on the cobblestones of the road and the bottle fell out of Leisel's hands. Chester rushed to the girl's aid, trying to hold on to the bottle of water. The young people's hands touched involuntarily. The carriage shook violently again, and the girl could not hold on and fell backwards onto the carriage sofa. Chester managed to catch the bottle, but in doing so he found himself in a very awkward position, hanging right over the fallen Leisel. Leisel whispered that Chester had scared her. He didn't have to catch the bottle, he was sick. Looming over his beloved and losing his last composure, Chester hissed that he had warned her, told her not to come near and leave him alone. Leisel was surprised that all his words were a warning, but why did he say that? The Duke replied that communicating with him now was dangerous for her. Leisel didn't understand how her fictitious fiancé could be dangerous to her, but the clasp of their fingers made it clear what the danger of her situation was. Chester raised her hand to his lips and gently kissed each finger. The guy's behavior left Leisel in a state of shock. She didn't expect this at all from the cold-blooded Duke. Chester leaned very close to her. The kiss they both desired was just a little bit away. The girl felt like her heart was about to stop. However, the Duke abruptly moved away from the girl. The guy cursed harshly, fell face down next to the girl and lost consciousness. Leisel was at a loss. She had never experienced such excitement, fear, and ultimately complete fiasco in any of her realities. Chester lay next to her unconscious and seemed to barely breathe. Soon the young people arrived at the mansion of Duke Yahello's. Leisel paced restlessly in the hallway outside Chester's room. The Duke's butler called out to the girl and asked if everything was all right with her. Leisel ignored his questions and inquired about Chester's well-being. The butler replied that in his memory the Duke had never felt so bad, he had never lost consciousness. The butler asked the doctor what he thought was causing His Excellency's deterioration in health. The doctor replied that he needed to check something and armed himself with a device that measured poisons in the patient's blood. Leisel saw what the doctor took and guessed that he suspected poisoning. The girl expressed her concerns, but the doctor replied that it did not look like a deadly poison. The doctor carefully studied the device readings. He informed Leisel and Rohan, who were awaiting his verdict, that the symptoms of the Duke's illness were similar to those caused by an overdose of intoxicating substances. Rohan and Leisel were very scared for Chester. The doctor asked Lady Frozen if she remembered what the Duke had eaten or drunk at the banquet yesterday. The girl replied that in her presence the Duke drank a glass of champagne, the taste of which seemed strange to him. Come to think of it, the Duke looked bad right after he drank the champagne, Leisel concluded. The girl remembered that it was champagne, and the maid Belisa brought it to her. She said that Countess Saloni personally treated us to it. Leisel had previously noticed a strange bottle with a pink liquid in the same maid's possession. The doctor suggested that when the Duke drank the drink given to him, he became short of breath, developed a fever, and began to sweat all over. Leisel confirmed this and added that Chester had told her all the time to leave him alone. The doctor understood everything perfectly and reported that Chester had been given a love potion. Having eased the patient's suffering as best he could, the doctor was about to leave. As he was leaving, he reassured Leisel that the Duke would get better very soon. He just needed to get a good night's sleep. Rohan, citing important matters, was about to leave. He thanked Lady Leisel for agreeing to sit with the Duke in his place. The butler and the doctor quickly left the room. The doctor asked if Rohan had deliberately left the lady with the Duke, and the butler replied that he rightly assumed that the Duke would be very happy to see this particular girl when he woke up. The doctor nodded understandingly. The Duke was inexperienced in matters of relationships, and Rohan had a very difficult time with him. Leisel sat down next to Chester's bed. She reasoned that the Duke became ill from an overdose of love potion. It is an illegal drug. It is used as an aphrodisiac, and just one drop of it can make anyone lose control of themselves. Leisel's blood rushed to the girl's cheeks as the failed kiss came back to her mind. Leisel clearly understood that all this happened only because of the potion. The Duke was not himself. But why was she so angry with him in that case? At that moment, Chester came to his senses and asked Leisel what had happened and why he was in his bed and in a state like he had been on a terrible bender. Leisel, the Baroness, suggested that the Duke, on Lady Saloni's orders, was given champagne with a large dose of such a love potion. Chester was outraged by the Countess's actions, but then he had to blush even more because he remembered everything that happened in the carriage. The Duke remembered kissing Leisel's fingers and everything that happened after. Chester was alarmed at what he had done. Leisel would stop communicating with him and would forever turn away from such an impudent person as he. The Baroness saw his confusion and decided to leave so as not to cause Chester even more inconvenience with her presence. Chester stopped her and asked her to give him a chance to explain the incident in the carriage. Leisel realized that Chester wanted to explain everything that happened as a mistake and apologize, which made her feel even sadder. The girl got ahead of the guy and announced that he shouldn't worry. She hadn't thought of anything like that and was about to leave so that Chester could rest and get himself in order. Leisel didn't understand why she was angry at the Duke, since he had nothing to do with it. She decided to leave so as not to do anything stupid. Chester stopped her with a passionate cry. Leisel turned around. She didn't understand the Duke's behavior. The young man Chester said that she couldn't just leave and had to listen to him until the end. Leisel replied that Chester didn't need to explain anything to her. She already understood everything very well. The young man interrupted the girl, saying that he had always wanted this. Chester said that Leisel had to get it right. He had wanted to kiss her for a long time, and the potion only made that desire stronger. His lordship's statement and his behavior again left Leisel baffled. This man was unpredictable for her. Leisel looked at Chester with an uncomprehending look, but she really wanted to believe him. For her, the question remained open whether the man's behavior was the effect of the potion or not. The confused and bewildered young people looked at each other in silence for a while. Leisel wanted to say something, but her head was completely empty. Chester came to his senses first. He announced that it was already quite late, and he would walk Leisel home. The girl objected that the Duke was still weak after the shock he had suffered and needed to rest. She could handle it perfectly well herself. Leisel stepped on her skirt as she hurried to the door. The girl fell very conveniently right into Chester's arms. The Duke whispered tenderly in her ear that she should be careful on the way. The girl froze. She had to go, but she did not have the strength to move and break the embrace. Chester was the first to release his arms and tried to apologize for hugging Leisel for too long, which once again caused her displeasure. The Duke announced that he would send several knights with Leisel to guard her. Chester earnestly urged the Baroness to be careful on the way home and to take care of herself. Leisel finally hurried away, wishing Chester a good rest and a speedy recovery. The girl tried to leave the room. Chester stopped Leisel right at the door. The man looked at her with a tender gaze and announced that he would look forward to their wedding day. Left alone at last, Leisel felt her cheeks burning and her breath coming out of her mouth, her heart pounding as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. Leisel certainly knew that the Duke was incredibly handsome, and her heart beat faster every time their eyes met, but never before had it fluttered so strongly as now. Leisel didn't understand what was happening to her, and why she was angry at the Duke not for his behavior, but because she suspected that this very behavior was only the effect of the love potion. There was only one right solution to this issue. She fell in love with the Duke of Chester, but they are just friends and nothing more. However, the girl was afraid to admit to herself that she had long since stopped considering Chester just a friend. Exhausted, Leisel sat down on the floor in the hallway of the mansion and laid her head on her arms, crossed on her knees. She did not have the moral strength to go on. The Baroness blamed the Duke for everything. He completely confused her, constantly speaking in ambiguous phrases. Leisel must find out what exactly all the words she has heard him say so far mean. Only then will she be able to sort out her feelings. Leisel was distracted from her confusion of thoughts by the appearance of the maid Regina, who asked the girl if she was feeling well. Leisel replied that she was fine and had no fever. Regina dared to congratulate Leisel on her upcoming wedding with the Duke of Chester. Leisel was very surprised. Servants usually did not behave so insolently. Regina wished her and the Duke to live happily ever after and have many children. Leisel thanked Regina, but the maid's behavior and expression were strange, and it felt like there was no trace of goodwill here. The Baroness decided to go home as soon as possible, and she would deal with the strange maid later. Leisel left, and Regina looked after her for a long time with an angry expression. The maid turned sharply on the heels of her rough boots and almost ran to her room. Regina closed the door tightly and, finding herself alone, whispered angrily that this vile aristocrat had dared to take away her Duke in vain, and she would not let it go. The maid took a packet of some powder out of her pocket and looked at him with a grin. The girl whispered that no one but her should be near the Duke, and she would achieve this by any means necessary. The wedding day arrived. The main temple was beautiful in its perfection. Final preparations were underway for the wedding ceremony of Duke Chester Halos and Baroness Leisel Frozen. Lapel was running along the temple corridor. The boy was not listening at all to Nanny Tia, who was saying that Leisel was busy now and should not be disturbed. The child decided that he needed to see the girl immediately. Lapel burst into the room where Leisel was preparing for the ceremony and was stunned by what he saw. The boy told Leisel that she looked like an angel who had come down from heaven. Leisel thanked the little hooligan and said that he looked great himself. Tia apologized to Leisel for the child, justifying his behavior by saying that he missed her very much. Leisel replied that she had already finished her preparations and asked how Lapel was doing. The boy proudly told her about his achievements. He was already swinging on the swing himself and could swing very strongly. For lunch, Lapel eats all the carrots, and Moldus always praises him. Leisel praised Lapel, and he himself was incredibly proud of his achievements. Leisel was informed that the wedding ceremony was about to begin, and it was time for her to get ready to go out. Tia took Lapel and said that they would go to the wedding hall. She sincerely congratulated Lady Frozen on her upcoming wedding. Leisel responded to her with sincere gratitude. The Baroness mother reassured Leisel and asked her not to worry. She and her father would be by her side throughout the ceremony. Leisel was grateful to her mother for her support. The girl tried to remain calm, but apparently Baroness Rosalia saw right through her daughter, but it was a fake wedding, which made Leisel so nervous. Perhaps this is due to the feeling of guilt that she is marrying a husband of convenience in the Great Temple. Or maybe not for that reason, the girl thought, and remembered with trepidation how the Duke had said that he would eagerly await their wedding day. Leisel thought that if she continued to worry like this, she might make an unforgivable mistake during the ceremony. She had to be cool like Chester. At this time, Chester was beside himself with worry and anxiety. Roan asked him to relax a little because the Duke looked absolutely terrible. The butler reassured his master and asked him not to worry. Lady Frozen would definitely come to the ceremony. Roan reported that the bride had already dressed in her wedding dress and was waiting in the waiting room for the ceremony to begin, so the Duke had nothing to worry about. The ceremony is about to begin, so Chester should be ready to go out into the main hall. Roan reminded the Duke once again that his bride was not the type to break such a profitable contract for her. From today on, this smart and incredibly beautiful young woman will become the wife of Duke Chester Hylos, and he should be happy about it and not walk around the waiting room with a frown on his face, Roan taught his master. The butler asked how Chester was feeling, whether he had calmed down a little or was still very nervous. The Duke of Chester had already calmed down, which he hastened to inform Rowan about. The priest asked the young couple if they swear to always love each other and live together until the end of their lives. Chester replied that he swears. Lady Frozen was clearly nervous and hesitated in answering. Leisel froze and stared up at the goddess statue, her lips whispering something, either a prayer or a request for forgiveness. Chester quietly called his bride by name, trying to bring the girl out of the stupor that had fallen upon her. Leisel winced and turned to face her fiancé. Chester asked her to answer the priest's question. The girl shuddered and looked around. Lapel was rushing her to answer. Chester looked with anticipation and hope. The father, together with the mother and the old butler, waited for his daughter's answer. Roan and Tia held their breath in anticipation of the bride's consent. The girl had no choice but to answer that she swears to be a faithful wife to Chester and to love him until death. The priest's permission for the bride and groom to exchange rings as a sign of their love was raised to the vaults of the temple. Late evening at the Duke of Hylos's mansion, shortly after the wedding ceremony. Chester sat in his office and tried to work. He decided to deal with the southern trade contracts later. Now he pretended to be diligently looking for documents concerning the mines. Roan came into the office and asked, puzzled, what the gentleman was doing now. Chester replied that he was working. Roan couldn't stand it and declared that the Duke was an unbearable idiot. How could he lock himself in his office on his wedding night? The butler handed Chester a book and said that it was about how a husband should behave on his first wedding night with his beloved wife. The Duke must charm his young wife, so he must trust Roan and this book. The Duke did not expect such pressure from the butler, so he was a little confused. Lapel hugged his favourite star pillow and was determined that he would sleep with Leisel today. The maid Mary replied that today Lapel was not allowed to see his mistress yet, but simply needed to go to bed. The boy became capricious and announced that Mary should leave, and he would sleep only with Leisel. Mary tried to calm the little Duke, but it was all in vain. Lapel would not listen to any arguments and demanded to be taken to Leisel. Tia looked into the room and asked why the young master was not yet asleep. Understanding what was going on, Tia asked Lapel if he really wanted to go to the lady and disturb her rest. Mary and Tia began to tell Lapel that he is not like that and always protects the lady, and especially when she needs peace, Lapel will not interfere with her. The boy gave in to the girl's persuasion and proudly announced that he could sleep alone and see Leisel tomorrow. Tia promised to bring Lapel his favourite strawberry pudding as a reward for good behaviour. Lapel remained in the room, eagerly awaiting the treat. Tia thanked Mary for sitting with Lapel and sending her off to rest. Tia was going to go to the kitchen and make some tea for Mrs. Leisel to help her cope with her fatigue. Roan and the Duke of Chester were walking towards Tia. His lordship was dressed in a nightgown and asked Tia to stay with Lapel and not bring tea to the lady for now. Tia went to carry out the Duke's instructions and saw that all the palace servants had gathered in one of the corners of the palace corridor and were watching the Duke. Tia got angry at them and sent them away. Leisel was shocked by the Duke's unexpected appearance in her room and in such a state. Chester certainly looked chic, but his nightgown really embarrassed the girl. Leisel was outraged. How could Chester come to her like that? He should get dressed immediately. Chester hoarsely stated that he thought he had the perfect outfit for a night out with his wife. Leisel did not expect such pressure from the Duke, and she had absolutely no idea what was happening with his voice. The girl laughed and asked why Chester wanted to spend the night with her. The man laughed in response and asked what she thought, since today was their wedding night. Leisel couldn't understand whether the Duke was really serious and was going to demand that she fulfill her marital duty. Chester sat down next to Leisel on the bed and said that they should spend this night together since they were now husband and wife. Wasn't she ready yet? Chester approached Leisel. The lips of the young people were almost touching. However, the young man felt that his girlfriend was incredibly tense. Chester thought he was doing everything as Roan told him, but he decided he needed to stop. What if Leisel was frozen now, not because she was ready, but because she was just scared? The man gently touched the girl's face, but he didn't like her frozen expression at all. The Duke realized that he had never asked her opinion about their marriage. Chester pulled away from Leisel and announced that he had decided to wait until she was ready. Chester told Leisel that her cheeks were as pink as cherry blossom petals. The girl still thought that Chester was playing the newlywed and asked him what he meant. Chester asked again, puzzled, did he really not like such comparisons? Leisel replied that she loved compliments, but was simply surprised when he walked in and spoke to her informally. Chester replied that if she didn't like it, he could stop, but Leisel replied that everything was fine, but she wondered why he had suddenly changed so much. Chester replied that at night men should speak with confidence and be on horseback. Leisel could not understand why at night and what the